Good morning, viewers, and welcome to Bankstown Oval for this McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Clash. Bankstown are hosting St George-Sutherland in this round 12 clash. I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm joined by Charlotte Annavelt. Charlotte, good morning. Welcome. What a great match in store. Second taking on fourth.
Yeah, good morning, Menners, and good morning to all of our listeners out there. Really pumped to be here at Bankstown Oval. It's an absolute cracker of a day. There's not a cloud in the sky, or hardly. There's a few out west. But top of the table clash, St George are currently sitting in second, and Bankstown just rounding out that top four.
Yeah, it should be a ding-dong battle. I saw you run out this morning keenly and have a look at the pitch. What do you think? What do you think is a good total? Do you think there'll be a bit in it for the bowlers early? Run us through the conditions here at Bankstown.
Yeah, look, I am retired, so there wasn't too much running out there, but I did a nice brisk walk, and the pitch is looking pretty nice, actually. There's a few toughs around, but it's nice and hard, and I expect that there'll be a bit in it for the bowlers, particularly early on, just to keep them interested. Probably a bit of a high-scoring game. I would expect St George batting first. They'll probably want 220 plus if they're to have a good start against Bankstown. Yeah,
I guess one of the challenges playing at Bankstown Oval is sometimes the wicket can slow up a bit later on today, so it can be a bit tricky chasing when the spinners come into the game. So you're right, if St George-Sutherland get over 200, that gives them a pretty commanding position. So looking forward to seeing how many runs they'll put on. It's a 50-over clash. St George-Sutherland have won the toss and elected to bat first. Joe Kelly and Rhiannon Dick heading out to open the batting. But yeah, both teams are in good form. Earlier this season, I think Bankstown got a win against St George-Sutherland in the T20 clash. So the visitors will be hoping to reverse the result here. As you can see there, the Bankstown team on the sideline, led by Samantha Devlin. I did have a chat with her yesterday, and she said that their strength is bowling, and they do like to bowl first, so I don't think it's a bad toss for them to lose, but we'll see them there just running through their tactics and preparing for their fielding effort, and there are the opening batters coming onto the crease, coming onto the pitch with the fielding side. Yeah, beautiful conditions today, clear blue skies. Sun's out, the pitch looks good, outfield looks fast, so we are in store for a great clash. This is round 12 of 15 in the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition, and making history today, the first time this competition's been broadcast on KO Sports. Charlotte, this is just another great stepping stone for women's cricket, more exposure, more opportunities for fans of the game to tune in.
Oh, absolutely. And the more exposure that women's cricket can get, that means the more young girls and boys, want to play our great sport in cricket. And I'm really looking forward to this first over here. You've mentioned Joe Kelly and Rhiannon Dick opening the batting for St George, and both very experienced campaigners. Joe Kelly last week against Gordon scored 78 runs, and Rhiannon Dick's just got all that experience. She's played at WNCL and also for the Sixers and the Strikers in the WBBL. So they'll be looking to get their team off to a good start.
Yeah, most certainly. And Bankstown will be looking for a few early wickets to try and get into this St George-Sutherland batting lineup that have had a great season. They're number 2 on the ladder. And for those that are unfamiliar the way the comp is structured this year, that it's a 10-team competition. It's a 10-team competition, and each team plays each other once in the 50-over format, and they've also played 6 matches of T20 cricket. So it's a blended 15 rounds of 9 50-over matches and 6 T20. Here's the first ball of the day. It's wide of the off stump and let go through to the keeper.
Yeah, and a bit of outswing there by the bowler, Emily Lawler. She'll be quite happy with that. Just to get off to a good start, just needs to get that line slightly back over to that off-stump line, but that'll keep her interested, a bit of outswing.
Again, just outside the off stump. Now, is it Rhiannon Dick on strike or Kelly Charlotte?
Joe Kelly,
Joe Kelly.
right-hander. Rhiannon Dick's left-hander. As we said, Joe Kelly's been playing women's premier cricket for probably over 20 years. Very experienced campaigner.
Lawler. Oh, beats the bat. That's a good delivery, testing the defence of Kelly early on. Again, more movement.
Yeah, it's quite nice to see. You would expect that the pitch, as I mentioned at the start, it looks to be just a bit in it, particularly early on at Bankstown, and she's getting some nice outswings. Just needs to get her line right, and then that will just create those opportunities for wickets.
Lawler continues. That's a wide, and the umpire arms are outstretched, signalling an extra, and St George-Sutherland are away. First run to their total. Lawler continues. It's a good ball just outside off stump and pushed to third for a single. First runs to Kelly, and first runs off the bat brings Rhiannon Dick onto strike.
Yeah, and if I was Emma Lawler, the bowler, I'd probably be having a little word to my captain in Sam Devlin and just saying, look, captain, I'm getting a bit of outswing here. Can we just be a bit more attacking with the field? Maybe look at getting a gully in, just creating another opportunity for that wicket.
Dick's first ball, and that's a wide down leg side. Another extra to the total. St George-Sutherland none for 3 now after 4 deliveries. Yeah, with that field, there's a slip, point, cover, mid-off. An extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. And I think there's a third as well. Lawler. Full toss, and it's pushed to mid-on. No run. Just third is behind the scoreboard, the side screen from where we are. So I think there's a third there.
And the outfield's, it's quite a big field too, Bankstown. You look at Rhiannon Dick's on her leg side, it's probably a good 60 metres to that boundary. Take a big shot.
Lawler in, and it's a big appeal. It's hit the pad, but I think that's swinging down the leg side, and that's the end of the first over here. Of the first over of New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket broadcast on KO Sports. There we go. History.
Congratulations, Menners. You feeling good?
Well, I just think it's great for McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket that if you're a fan of these sides or a fan of the comp, you tune in at home now. It's on KO Freebies. It's also where you can see the Women's World Cup beginning in early March. We've got Michelle Gosco to join us in the commentary box later on. Looking forward to getting her thoughts on the way the Aussies are shaping up for that tournament.
Yeah, and it's good to have Michelle Gosco back. She unfortunately had a medical episode a couple of months ago, and she's worked really hard in her recovery coming back, and I know I'm personally thrilled to have her back in the commentary box with me today.
Yeah, it's great news. It's great news for the viewers. They're not stuck with just us all day as well.
It'd be a pretty boring day, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Here's Denford in, and it's down the leg side. That's going to be extras. Fine leg was very square and had to run a long way to do the fielding. We'll just wait for the umpire's signal. So it's wides. I think they ran 2 as well.
And so far the bowlers for Bankstown, they just haven't got their line right. But the good thing is that if they can get it right, there is a bit of movement out there for them, which will make batting quite hard early on here for St George.
Just played away onto the onside. We'll just see if there's any bat there. Leg buys. Another extra to the total. Extras is off to a good start this morning.
Top score.
And Stanford in, and it's pushed into the covers. No run.
Yeah, it'd be good to have a chat when Michelle Gosgow comes on air about several of these young girls out here playing. There's quite a few that she's coached over the past few years, and there's I think even quite a few that are currently in the under-19s New South Wales set up in the pathway system.
I think the bowler's been, Ange Genford's been called into the Breakers squad this week, so great for her. That's just played down to third for a single by Dick, who's off the mark now. Always a good feeling to get off the dreaded duck.
And as you mentioned, Genford brought into the Breakers this week, which is a really good opportunity for her. And, you know, when the Australian players are away, they're away in New Zealand, as you mentioned earlier, for the Women's 50 Over World Cup. It creates opportunities for some of these Premier Cricket players and pathway system girls just to come through and get those opportunities.
Oh, that's a good ball, and Kelly plays and misses. Good testing length there.
Yeah, I like that. Just a bit short of a length. But Jo Kelly, not a great shot there. Just poking outside off stump. Just needs to play exactly what she just played there. Just a little swipe at it. Nice little cut shot. Just back on Genford quickly. She was also part of the Hobart Hurricanes WBBL squad this season. So another good bit of experience for her.
A player on the rise. Here she is. It's a good ball and just pushed into the offside for a dot. Yeah, you're so true, so correct about the opportunities for younger players with opportunities while the international stars are off. And especially we've seen in COVID times, you know, bigger squads in men's and women's cricket, they're taking extra players. So it just opens up more chances for players to get experience. Denford is. It's cut. And that's a nice shot, beating the field. Thirds come around and just kept it to one. Smart fielding down there. Got to the ball quickly. And the end of the second over. None for 4.
And that was a good shot there by Jo Kelly. It's a shot she should have played a couple of balls earlier. Just rock back on that back foot. Just a bit too short probably and wide. A nice easy cut for the experience in Jo Kelly.
Kelly taps the bat. Pushes to third. That's a nice shot. Just opened the face. One more to the total.
And Jo Kelly's someone too that she's got all the shots in her bag. She's a very strong woman and she can just manipulate. And she doesn't look much of a batter, but she just keeps accumulating the runs year on year, week on week. So as we mentioned, she scored 78 versus Gordon last week. And already she's looking pretty comfortable out there again.
Dick on strike. It's down the leg side and a wide. Another extra to the total.
Yeah, Genford's just struggling a bit here to the left-hander, just with her line, but she's still getting a bit of outswing. I'd like to see her maybe just come around the wicket or just try and stay a bit tall at that delivery, in her delivery stride, just to try and get that line back.
You might notice on the screen the score's just changing. I think they're just catching up. Probably missing leg stump there.
Yeah, may have even been just that touch high too, just going over the stumps.
So the score now none for 10.
There's plenty of chat out there too, Manners. It's important when you're out there fielding that you stay together. There's a lot of space on the cricket field. You want to support your bowler and your teammates, and so far Bankstown have been pretty good with the talk.
Lawler on the leg stump and turn nicely to the big gap on the onside. They'll take one. And one more to Dick's total. None for 11. Yeah, you're spot on about the energy. I mean, it's really important when you start an innings and obviously continue that way, but you know, to be encouraging the bowler up and about You're right, you can hear it from here. So the home side are fired up.
And so are we, Manners.
Absolutely. Kelly on strike. Another good ball.
Yeah, and talk is so important no matter what stage of the game it's at. And, you've got to think, as a fielding team, there is a lot of space out there, but there's only 2 opposition batters out there. So if you can move around, create plenty of movement, walking in, get that chat going, it can be quite intimidating for some of the girls. And, particularly as a bowling team, if the batters are on top of you, just for 1 or 2 players just to really pick that chat up and get it going again, that can really change the momentum and create that swing.
Yeah, it's often the side of often the sign of a confident team and a together team when they've got that energy in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And, a lot of it's driven by 1 or 2 players normally, and the rest just kind of jump on board. But the wicketkeeper also has a very important role to play.
That's a good ball. There's a big appeal. And Lawler's found the edge and has got the first wicket today. Kelly gone for 3, playing a good length ball outside off stump. That's a good catch by the keeper, Ermington. And the first wicket goes down. St George-Sutherland are 1 for 12.
Yeah, really good bowling there by Lawler. She hasn't quite got her line and length right today, but when she has, she's been quite hard to play, and not just a touch of outswing. And Jo Kelly, she'll probably be quite disappointed in that shot. She kind of just poked a bit, didn't really play the ball 100%, but good early wicket there from Bankstown.
It's that testing length, isn't it?
Yeah, it is hard. And as over the last few years, a lot of the young girls are coming through with a lot more pace than we necessarily did, back in the day. And they're bowling a bit short of a length, and for some of the batters too, it's quite hard and difficult to play.
That'll just settle the nerves of the home side. Bankstown getting an early wicket. My understanding, looking at a lot of these New South Wales women's Premier cricket teams, is that that those first 3 or 4 batters are really crucial. And if you can get into them early and get into the middle order, you're right in the contest.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I personally think there's too many teams in first grade for the talent that we have at the moment.
First controversial statement of the day, folks. Normally it's me, but what are we, 10, 14? Just mark that down. Charlotte's off the mark. Right. Denford continuing from this grandstand end, and it's played into the onside. Do you think 10's too many?
Look, yeah, I do. I think, with the amount of cricket that's being played at that high level in WBBL, WNCL, and more international cricket, which is fantastic, that those players, they're not available much for women's Premier cricket. And we're going down the same path, I guess, as the men went through probably 15, 20 years ago. So when you take out those players, I just don't think we have, enough players to fill 12 spots across 10 teams. But on the other hand, it creates opportunities for young girls to play at this level and see how they're going to go.
Ooh, that's a good ball to the new batter, Savelli. Short ball. You don't often see a lot of bounces in women's Premier cricket, but that was a testing delivery in the rib cage there.
Yeah, she looks quite good, this Genford. Looking forward to watching her career progress. We mentioned she's got some opportunities coming up.
Denford in and misses the top of the bat. Savelli just trying to cut that one.
And I think too, man, is you can get away with the length that she's bowling at the moment, which is just short. She's getting it through kind of chest to neck height at the moment. But once you take that step up into the breakers or WBBL with the Hurricanes, then the better batters like your Elise Perrys, Meg Lannings, Alyssa Healy's, they'll work that out pretty quickly. So she's going to have to just work out her little line of length and create some other balls there as we see a wide bowled. Just a few more tricks in her bag, maybe.
And in the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket, there are 3 grades in each club, aren't there?
Yep. Just wait for this ball. Nicely played off the hip there.
Savelli's off the mark, I think, and yep.
Yeah, so every club's different, and there are a substantial amount of clubs that do have women's first grade, second grade, third grade, and Brewer Shield under 17s. But there's also some clubs like a North Sydney that we might hear about a bit later that Michelle Gosgo's head coach of, where they're trying to build it up from the ground up, and they've got the junior pathway system.
Full ball.
It's a bit of ball there by Genford. And, Michelle's worked really hard to get those younger girls, 12s, 15s going. They started out with the Brewer Shield. Now they've got women's third grade. They entered a women's second grade recently. And they're working up to that, having that first grade team come in, hopefully for them in the next 2 or 3 years.
Denford down the leg side and another wide. A few extras so far this morning. Lawler and Denford just drifting down the leg side on a few occasions.
Yeah, and I think if the 2 opening bowlers have just bowled a bit better line of length, St George, the batters would have found it quite difficult to get away.
Oh, that's got past the keeper. Probably will be byes. We're just waiting for the umpire signal. No, it's wides.
Oh.
4 wides. I thought I heard a noise.
I definitely thought it came off the thigh pad. Definitely moved almost to if you were a right-hander, maybe first slip.
So the score now 1 for 16.
I think there's a few questions being asked by the batters and the bowler as well.
Yeah, the batter might have wanted the runs, might have felt that it came off the inside edge. A bit woody.
You always want every run that you can get, don't you, as a batter?
Oh, yes. Denford back to a mark. On the hips and nicely turned away by Dick to fine leg for a single. The end of the 4th over. It's 1 for 22. 10 runs coming off that over, so a good one for the batting side. 1 for 22 after 4 overs. You'd have to say honours pretty even, but St George-Sutherland will be pretty happy that they've got through the early overs with only the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, it's definitely quite an even start so far for both teams. I think Bankstown, as I just mentioned, that they'll probably be a bit disappointed with their bowling consistency the first couple of overs. And St George, obviously, on the other hand, will be disappointed they lost that 1 wicket. But to me, for St George to post a big total today, Rhiannon Dick's the key.
Dick on strike. Good ball there from Lawler, attacking the stumps.
There's a lot to like. Can't speak this morning, Manners.
Join the club.
From both opening bowlers, Genford and Lawler. Both look like they bowl with good pace. Both look like tall, fit girls. They're getting through. Just need their line and length back.
Lawler continues, and that's pushed into the offside. I did speak to the Bankstown skipper yesterday, Samantha Devlin, and she said that she feels the strength of her team is the bowling. She intimated that if they won the toss today, she might have bowled. So I think the toss went the way both teams wanted, with St George-Sutherland winning and electing to bat. Lawler in. That's another wide down the leg side. Just losing her action there a little. But yeah, Samantha Devlin said the strength is in their bowling for this Bankstown side. So, they'll be looking to keep St George-Sutherland to around 150, I would think, to really be in the contest. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as a captain, a fielding captain, you'd be pretty happy to keep the opposition to under 150, and you'd have to like to think too that it's a good total to chase down.
And that's not called a wide.
Same line, same length, different decision. And it's always good to to get out in the field first, and you're out there as a team. You know, you're hunting as a pack, and you kind of, you know, try and get on top of your opposition and the batters, and then you also know what you're chasing, and you can work it out. You know, how you want to go about chasing down a total.
That's pitched up and well timed, but doesn't beat the field. No, you're right. It's so often the case in white ball cricket, we see teams more comfortable batting second because you know what the run rate required is, especially if your strength is bowling. Get out there first, you know, put your stamp on the game. Dick waits and just pushes that into the onside for an easy single. Good fielding by mid-wicket. Good throw over the stumps. One ball left to go in the 5th over.
The throws have been good so far today from what we've seen. I haven't seen too many go to the outfield, but when they have, the girls have certainly thrown it in at waist high to the keeper, which has been good. It's what a keeper would want. I think most keepers, if you start throwing them some pretty ordinary balls, they'll tell you pretty quickly, get your throws up.
Here's Lawler. That's pushed by Savelli to 3rd for a single. So at the end of 5 overs, it's 1 for 25. And although my maths is substandard, I can tell you that's a run rate of 5 and over.
You sound pretty smart, Manners.
Yeah, once we get into double figures with these overs, it could get rough with the run rate.
And just on that last ball too, I really want to see Emily Lawler put a gully in just to stop that nice, easy run down to 3rd man. It just creates that doubt in the batter's mind that, oh, I may not play that shot. I think they can really cramp St George up.
Denford. And it's a wide.
Wides might be top score today.
I was given the information from Samantha Devlin that Genford is pronounced Denford.
Genford?
Genford?
We might have to get her up in the commentary box a bit later and just ask the question.
Genford. I think we've got it.
Yeah, we're hoping to get a
Very
couple
wide
of players.
ball. Almost a bye there.
Hoping to get a couple of the players up, have a chat with us throughout the day. Get a bit of insight into how the team's feeling, how they're feeling personally, what they think of Women's Premier Cricket at the moment.
That's a good ball, and that nicely timed. Gets past point. They'll get 1. Savelli looks like the classic number 3. Diminutive.
Technically correct. Can be hard as a bowler too when you've got a left-right-handed combination out there.
It's another wide. One for 28 now in the 6th over, and that run rate has crept over 5 runs per over. That'll be concerning for the Bankstown skipper, Samantha Devlin. She won't want to be chasing plus 250 against the number 2 team. It's another wide down the leg side.
And Genford's just falling away in her action a bit at the moment. She needs to stay nice and strong, get up and over her front leg. And sometimes when you're struggling as a bowler too, particularly when you're bowling wides and you just can't quite get that consistent line and length, it might be a good idea just to maybe hold it across the seam or even come around the wicket.
That's a good delivery going across the left-handed batter. Dick's been in fine form this season, scoring 319 runs at an average of almost 80. So she's the big wicket here for the fielding side.
Yeah, she certainly is. She's played a lot of cricket over the past 15, 20 years.
Down the leg side and flicked to fine leg for a single. Did you play against some of these players?
Yeah, I played against Jo Kelly for a number of years, Women's Premier Cricket. She was also my first coach at New South Wales level. I was captaining the New South Wales under-17s team, and she was the head coach. And I was actually telling Gozzy on the way in, she always used to ask me before I'd go out into the toss, what are you going to choose, batting or bowling? And I'd tell her, and she'd immediately go, why?
Genford, and beats the bat again.
And I just look at her a bit stumped because I didn't really know why I was choosing it. I just would choose batting or bowling, and then I felt like I had to kind of come up with some reasons, so I just came up with some on the run. I've been lucky enough to play with and against Rhiannon Dick. We played at the ACT Meteors for a number of years together, which was a great opportunity for both of us.
Let's cut back to the right-hander and missing the leg stump. Some excitement from the Bankstown side. And that's the end of the 6th over. It's 1 for 30, so that run rate's still at 5 runs per over.
Yeah, it's ticking along quite nicely, isn't it? It's not too much happening in the middle, but because of all these extras that Bankstown are bowling at the moment, the run rate's just ticking along.
Yeah, a few too many easy runs for St George-Sutherland at the moment. If you're the Bankstown skipper, that'd be frustrating. Because as you say, there's been some good balls in between, but there's just been too many extras so far. Lawler, the wicket taker. Bowling from the school end of the ground, the city end. That's on the stumps and defended. Well played by Dick, who's 6 off 17 deliveries, showing her class early on. For those just tuning in, welcome to the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition. Bankstown hosting St George-Sutherland. St George-Sutherland won the toss and elected to bat. Lawler continues. That's a wide. It's a top 4 clash. St George-Sutherland are number 2, Bankstown are number 4. So both of these teams in finals contention. Earlier this year, these two played in a T20 competition, and Bankstown got the chocolates on that occasion. A low-scoring affair.
I like that saying, Menners. Got the chocolates.
Yeah.
Don't mind a bit of chocolate after I retired.
Lawler in, and it's wide. Good bit of carry to the keeper, but just sprayed across the left-hander. Can make you hungry if you haven't had breakfast. Sorry about that, Gozzy.
Yeah, these opening bowlers, they just haven't got their line right today so far.
Lawler in. That's into the pads. There should be a leg by there. It is one more to the total. I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm with Charlotte Anneveld, former New South Wales cricketer.
Yes, very former. Very retired.
Very retired. When did you retire?
Retired in 2014, and then I came out of retirement to play in the first WBBL. I continued to play club cricket for 23 years for Gordon. And I guess retired completely in end of the 2020 season. Just before
so fairly
COVID
recently, yeah, a couple of years ago. What did you find when you came out of retirement to play in the WBBL?
That I was quite unfit.
Yeah, that's what Lisa Stalaker said as well, actually.
Well, she's a bit fitter than I shake up, but no, I think the game had evolved quite a bit, even in the 2 years.
Well, that's nicely steered through the vacant gap between slip and gully. There's no third, and that will be the first boundary of the day off the bat.
Yeah, not a perfect shot there from Savali, the batter, but 4 runs.
Were you a bowler?
I was an all-rounder.
Okay. I feel like that was bowler's commentary, because I sort of feel like Savelli opened the face there.
Well, they never open the face of the batters.
Well, here we go. Bowlers talking.
Here we go. They're moving another slip in. They've got a bit of a longer gully as well.
Yeah, 2 slips, quite tight. Lawler in. That's very full ball. There is some movement still, but that was too wide.
And I think the fielder, she's kind of in a bit of no man's land. She's not quite in gully. She's not quite at short third man. I think, we see this sometimes in women's premier cricket where they just don't quite get the field right. And I'd probably like to see that fielder come up into a gully position, particularly because the bowler, Lawler, is getting a bit of outswing.
That steered right to that fielder. The end of 7 overs. It's 1 for 37. I'm going to kick Charlotte Annaville out of the commentary box now and call in Michelle Gosco. So 7 overs gone, 1 for 37. Really good start from the number 2 side on the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket ladder. They've only lost the 1 wicket so far of Joe Kelly. Dick has looked good so far. She's in form, so she's a key wicket for the Bankstown side. And I'm now joined by Michelle Gosco. Michelle, how are you? Welcome back to the commentary box.
Good morning, Menace. It's exciting to be back. I've watched a lot of cricket the last couple of months, but practicing my commentary at home. But it's been good to actually watch some cricket live and back in the commentary. I'm really excited.
Oh, it's great to have you here today. Now, there's a change of bowling at the grandstand end. Simona's been brought into the attack. They're just adjusting the sight screen. The fielders have realised they've had to do it.
It's always tough. Left-hand, right-hand combination. I've seen that's already affected the Sundries here today. Sally Sundries, top scorer at the moment for St George.
That'll be frustrating for the Bankstown skipper. A lot of easy runs. We've had 19 wide so far.
You'd like to do that for a whole 50 overs. Well, ideally 15 and under maybe.
In 19 wides, that's a lot. Again, for just losing her action a couple of times in the last over. Here's Simona. Tossed up and played into the onside. Single to Dick.
She's so casual, isn't she, Rhiannon Dick? There's no real flourish there. Really composed sort of player. Knows her game extremely well. This ground is massive. Got a great affinity for Bankstown Oval. I actually played my first grade game with Bankstown and also my first Australian game here against New Zealand. So
wow,
it's a great ground. I'm just looking at it now. Charlotte's retired only a couple of years ago. I retired a long time ago, but this ground looks like it's about 200 metres to the boundary from the middle. It's a big outfield, but lots of runs to be scored.
Did you play at Bankstown for a few years?
Yeah, I was here for 8 years. So
wonderful.
First ever first grade side here.
Simona back over the wicket. Nice air, spinning back to the right-hander.
Yeah, and just looking at this with all the extras have got to make up those balls, and they're a little bit behind in the over 8 here, Bankstown.
Simona in again. Savelli just opening the face there intentionally. Charlotte, if you're listening. And that was a single.
It was one of my favourite shots. Charlotte used to give it to me when I was playing cricket. I was just wondering, watching Savelli here, watching her technique, it'd be good if she could actually just be still as she's hitting the ball.
Spinning away from the left-hander, and that's a wide. Bit of turn there for Simona early on. One for 40. It's a nice delivery, spot on.
They just haven't been able to build any pressure, have they, Bankstown? They're just not sure what their plan was, but they're really struggling with that left-hand, right-hand combination that St George have.
Tossed up and driven uppishly to mid-off, but not timed. Wonder whether it might be interesting bringing that short cover in just a bit closer.
Yeah, it's a pretty defensive sort of field at the moment, isn't it?
That run rate, though, over 5 is probably concerning Devlin. Let's cut to backward point, dot ball. The end of the 8th over. It's 1 for 40. I guess early on in an innings, Michelle, you know, when batters are looking to settle, if you're giving away lots of easy runs, even if it's wides or any kind of extra, it just takes the pressure off the batters. They don't feel like they have to play the big shot, and it just doesn't build pressure if you're the fielding side.
Yeah, that's right. There's one of two ways I guess you can go. If you know that there's no slip or gully in, you can drive, which is what we've seen from Savelli, and a little bit sort of unsure of that ball just outside the off stump. But you can play your shots. You know that it's not going to be taken. So we see a change in bowler. Alice Whelan's coming into the attack. So she does get some nice shape away from the right-hander as well.
Packed offside field for Whelan. First ball. Swung away onto the onside. Good fielding by the sweeper out there.
Well, can't swing if it's a full toss. So first thing there, just a loosener there by Alice Whelan. She was in my under-15 stateside for Metro. And
tell us about her then.
very good performer, lovely person.
Just turned away to fine leg by Dick. They'll think about a second. Smart fielding. Keeps it to 1.
So she does get some really nice shape, but it is going to test her having that left-hand, right-hand combination on here now. So if I'm the skipper of Bankstown, I'm putting a gully in, which I think they're just about to do. Savelli just needs to make sure that she's actually nice and stable as she swings the bat. Notice she's sort of stepping and swinging at the same time.
Wheeling in and
just a bit like that. So that ball just outside that 4th or 5th line, outside off stump.
I mean, I guess if you're watching at home and wondering, why it's bad to move when you're hitting the ball, you see lots of funky techniques. But the key thing is your head's got to be still when you make contact. Wheeling in, it's full, not timed. So, you see someone like, say, in men's cricket, Steve Smith, moving around all the time. You think, how's he going to hit a ball? But if you slow it down, when he actually makes contact, his head's still, it's over the ball. It doesn't matter how he's got there, but that's sort of the key.
That's the key, absolutely.
Wheeling in. It's a full toss and play to mid-off. And we're actually seeing now, as T20 cricket's grown and limited overs cricket, as you move away from classical techniques. When I was growing up, you were, bat and pad close together. Actually, now it's more about head still, hands through the ball, giving yourself a chance to make good connection. Wheeling in. Pushed wide.
Yeah, and that's really key. I mean, everyone says your head's still. The reason you want to have your head still is because your eyes are in your head. So those need to be still. You've got to
absolutely
half a second, even less, to make a decision about where you want to hit the ball. And the best players are not the ones who are premeditating where the ball has to go. Just making a decision as the ball is bowled. It's sort of in that area. And we talk about elite players. If the ball's in one area, they've got probably 4 or 5 different shots that they could play to that one ball. Again, there's no slip or gully in here.
Simona on for a second over. Trots in and tosses up, and that's hit in the air. One bounce to short cover. Ooh, geez, I wish that fielder had been brought in last over.
You're exactly right. And there's, as a batter now, I'm going, well, do you know what? I can hit it anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's behind the wicket. I'm not going to get caught.
Full ball and driven past the bowler nicely. Beats the field. That's a good on drive. It's a quick outfield here. Won't make it to the boundary, but they've taken an easy 2.
That's a really good shot. Sort of split the fielders, didn't it?
Perfectly.
And again, if I'm bowling here, I'm like, where am I going to get my wicket? You're hoping that it's sort of either a stumped or just caught at sort of that mid-wicket short cover.
That's a good ball and just steered to where slip would have been.
Yep. Because
One
there is
more.
actual turn, right? There is a little bit of turn out there.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Bankstown skipper Samantha Devlin bowl. She's the leading wicket taker in the competition. Bowls finger spin.
Yeah, just a little bit defensive here, Bankstown at the moment.
2 fielders now in the deep on the onside. Spun back to the right-hander and called a wide.
A lot of spin. So hence why, it's a one-day game, but you can afford to sort of attack here. You need a wicket.
Tossed up. Beats the bat. No, it's gone. Finds the feather. Savelli's gone. Simona gets the wicket. That's a good ball. It was a good length. It bounced. Good catch by Ermington, and that's the second wicket. 2 for 46 now.
Yeah, that's much better. A little bit of kick off the wicket there. Exactly what they needed there, Bankstown. And again, just wasn't sure of the shot she was going to play there. So was just able to feather that behind Jade Errington, the wicket keeper. Just watching a replay. Plenty of air and plenty of turn. And just walking through that shot again, which I mentioned outside off stump. So didn't really need to play at that ball. Yeah, really good catch behind as well.
Got to give the credit to the bowler there. It was one of those lengths where you're not sure whether to go forward or back, and Errington took a good catch. A lot of bounce. I think it's going to be tough chasing this afternoon, Michelle. With that sort of turn already, and we're only 45 minutes into the day's play, as there's more wear and the sun baking down on this pitch. There could be a bit of turn for the St George-Sutherland spinners.
Yeah, and there was a game played here yesterday, so it's a 2-day pitch that's getting played on. There's plenty of grass cover on there, which means it can get a bit of purchase out of the pitch. It's exactly what we just saw.
Kaylin Fountain coming to the crease.
Yeah, another lovely person who I've coached in the academy. So she's a lovely player. Worked really hard on her cricket. Jade Errington is wicket keeping today. Talia Dunn normally is the wicket keeper, but it's got a fractured finger. So Jade Errington doing a superb job here today for Bankstown.
Simona. That's a good ball. Yeah, Bankstown needed that wicket just to slow the run rate down. What can we expect out of Fountain? Here's Simona. Nice flight. The end of a successful over. It's 2 for 46 after 10 overs. What sort of batter is Fountain?
Yeah, she's a really solid player. She's worked really hard on her cricket. Was part of the academy, as I mentioned, for under-18s, and also known for her bowling, but has worked really hard on her batting, and been part of the reason why St George have moved up the ladder this year. She's done a great job out there. They desperately needed that, Bankstown, didn't they?
Oh, they did. Just to give them a bit of a boost as well. They brought a slip in now. Devlin looking to make Another breakthrough. 2 quick wickets could really change the complexion of this innings. Whelan. In swing. Well struck.
And again, not landing it on the pitch, so can't really swing if it hasn't landed. So really aware of that. You can see you've got an offside field for the left-hander.
That's a better ball. Well defended.
It's a beautiful day here, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's a great area. I remember playing here. That used to be, or might still be, a church over the back end of where Alice is bowling. We used to hear lovely sounds on a Sunday playing cricket.
Defended again.
It'd be long
You
in
get
the
the
field.
hymns and the bells coming across the ground.
Yeah, it was really nice actually when you're fielding, and sometimes it'd be a long day, or standing out there for 3 hours. It was a nice break to hear that beautiful singing going
Did
on.
it inspire you to pray for wickets at
Used
certain
to-
stages?
Yes.
Whelan's in, and that's again a good ball, honing in on those stumps.
I probably needed it more when I was batting.
Oh, yep.
Dennis.
praying for some runs.
Yeah, but it's lovely around here, and they've done a superb job, Bankstown. It's getting renovated, this area as well.
2 for 46. That's turned into the gap on the onside. That's a good shot from Dick. Mid-wicket's chasing after it. They've only got one there.
Yeah, I can't say the running between wickets is going to be super lightning quick between these two.
No, they're not taking on the fielders. But look,
They don't
I
need
think that's
to.
okay in 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
There's a lot of overs. I think sometimes when you're playing 50-over cricket, you forget how many overs that is, especially with the amount of T20 cricket. It's a shorter ball and defended.
Yeah, it's a long day, isn't it?
It is a long day. It's 2 for 47 after 11 overs. Bit of bounce in the pitch.
Yeah, there was a bit there, and we saw that with Simona just getting a bit of purchase out of there, and it really kicked off. Whelan tried to bowl a little bit of a bouncer there. It didn't really get up too much, just with her pace, but there is a little bit of bounce out there, and I'm sure, as you mentioned, Sam Devlin will be very excited to have a bowl on this pitch.
It's so important in women's cricket that there's bounce in the pitches. All right, Simona to take up the attack from the grandstand end. Her third over, pitches up, and it's a good delivery. Yeah, I just think in women's cricket the bounce is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just see here Simona's tossing it up really high. We talk about getting above the eye line of the batter.
It's a good ball and well fielded.
And it's just trying to entice the batter down the wicket to play their shot, but
She's getting nice drop.
she is, and she's got a bit of turn as well, so it's really difficult sometimes to play a shot to.
Cut. No run.
Just building up a little bit more pressure here now, just cutting down those sundries. We're in a world of her early.
2 for 47 in the 12th over. Bottom edge. Simona in and just played to third for a single.
Plenty of space there behind the wicket. Just nudge it around. Just wait for that bad ball. This is good here from Simona, just putting some pressure on.
There's a lot of turn there back towards Fountain. It's the end of 12 overs. It's 2 for 48. I'm going to just jump out for an over or two, and Joe Kelly from the St. George-Sutherland side is going to jump in with Michelle and give you some intel from the middle.
Morning, Joe.
Morning, Gozzy. How you going?
Yeah, I'm really excited to be here today. This is a historic moment. We're doing our first game here of women's Premier Grade Cricket in the round games.
Everyone was pretty excited this morning.
I bet. Everyone put their makeup, brush their hair, I'm sure. Had a salad for dinner last night.
Got to make sure you look the part, right?
Yeah. Just a dot there for Whelan. So how did you find the pitch today?
Yeah, the pitch was playing quite nicely. It's just what we found, these openers were actually a little bit quicker than what we've had the past few weeks. So for myself, just took a little bit longer to get used to the pace of the pitch and pace of the bowlers. I had a good bit of bounce from one end. The other end was playing a little bit low.
Whelan again, just nudged into the leg side by Dick. Looking for two. Yep. Get through quite easily there. Yeah, it just looked like there was a little bit of bounce in one end. And there's a little bit of turn there for Simona as well, we've just noticed.
Yeah, haven't been able to tell what sort of turn she's been getting from up in the stands over there, but she's been bowling a good length.
Just another dot there at short cover. And what's been the key for St. George, a turnaround this year from last year? I guess finishing, or hopefully finishing in the top of the in the ladder.
Let's hope we can stay there.
Yes.
We're going all right at the moment. But I think we've got a really good balance between experience and fresh young players. We found, the key with our batting, like these two out here at the moment, have scored a huge amount of runs this season. And really, I think our season's been built on their scoring ability. They've really held the team together and led from the front, which has been great. I think Rhiannon has she's batted nearly, most of the overs every game. so having her experience out there has been fantastic.
Whelan just continuing on. Another dot there. Yeah, it's been, look, I was thinking how old you were, Joe. 25. They're calling you Nanny yet? That's what I want to know.
No. And the funny thing is, and I was just saying last week, so I'm the only player who doesn't go off the field when we're fielding.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, what's the go with that? I'm the oldest one out there and I stay out there the longest. These youngsters, they're not built how they used to be.
Well, they've all got bowling loads or how long they're allowed to be out there and
fielding
all that
loads.
such. Yeah, fielding loads, which is a bit crazy to sort of hear, isn't it? I don't like to say back in our day, but, used to just carry on and bat without helmets on. And
actually, I got a chance to do that last week.
Amazing.
We had two spinners going, I went, I'm getting this helmet off. I can't stand the helmet. But
so, an anomaly.
It was very different to bat without the helmet. It was great.
Oh, unbelievable. Yeah, I just noticed the difference sort of with this year. We've been getting a lot more runs, I guess. Everyone's been contributing at the top of the order, and that's the key.
It has been the key, and our bowlers just back that up really nicely. They've been bowling really consistently. We may not bowl teams out, but we certainly keep the runs down.
Simona just continuing on. The grandstand end. Rhiannon and Dick on strike. And again, just outside off stump. We like to call that a leave. I'm saying I'm a batter. Well left.
Yeah, look,
bowler. Played a miss.
Rhiannon's just been batting really well. She's just pacing herself through the innings, takes the time early and then comes good at the end and just can accelerate. And I think that's what we've done really well, this season is, take our time at the start of the order and then follow up at the end and put a few more runs on.
Yeah, it's about cashing in, isn't it? Batting becomes easier the longer that you're out there facing the ball.
Absolutely.
So I think that's something that we've seen Rhiannon Dick being able to do this year, just using all that experience.
Yeah, and she's batted through the innings on a couple of occasions. So she's doing really well.
Simona there, just putting the ball just outside off stump, trying to entice the player down the wicket, but Kaylin Fountain didn't take the bait.
And Kaylin's been batting with a broken thumb for a few weeks now. So she's actually been batting really well.
It's amazing. There we go again. Just another dot into the offside. So you enjoy playing with these kids. Ella Briscoe I see in there.
Ella's doing very nicely. Yeah, she's a good up-and-coming player. We've got a few coming through, actually.
Lucy Finn as
Lucy,
well.
she got her first wicket last week, first runs last week, so that was great to see. And, yeah, look, it's just, I think we've got, like I said before, a really good balance of experience and youth coming through, and it helps in the field to have those youngsters there.
Yes, you can delegate. Oh, that's yours. Simona continuing on. No run there, just nudged into that leg side. End of the over there. It's fantastic to see you still playing. I look at the scorecards and I think I'm so glad someone's still there. And, you know, like when I was playing, it was fantastic to play with some older players, experienced players that could actually pass on not only cricket skills but life skills, and how to play in that team sort of environment. It's different now. You would have noticed, you played for a long time, but I guess what's the main difference that you've seen from, I guess, when, 20 years ago to now?
Well, the main difference has been the 2020. That's such a different game. It's added a totally different element to the game. But what I've found there is, the experience of having played for a long period of time, you can actually teach the young kids that you don't have to go all guns blazing. If you're losing a few quick wickets, you still have time, to be able to build up and build a partnership. And it's just the game sense.
Yep.
Game awareness and being able to teach the younger players that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you got more time than you think, right? I think when T20 sort of started, it was all crash bang. You've got to go from first ball, but you don't actually need to.
Absolutely. And, for me, I find that I sort of bat pretty similar in both the 50 over and the 20 over. I just find that in 20 overs I can catch up.
Yeah.
So I may take a few overs to get myself going, but then I actually catch up and can get to the run a ball stage. And it's just knowing your game. I think that's the biggest part for me is I know my game, I know what my capabilities are, and you can play within yourself.
Nudged into the leg side. Quick single taken there. It's better bowling here by Alice Whelan, but now the challenge is to bowl to the left-hander. And that's something that Dicko, I think, brings is that she can actually change where the bowler has to bowl. We saw Angie Genford bowling really struggle with that left-hand, right-hand combination.
Absolutely, adds a different element. And it's great that, Rhiannon's been able to come in and slot into that opening position when Talia Wilson's not able to play with us. We definitely miss Talia, but Rhiannon's really slotted in nicely there. And as you say, with the left-right combination, it's worked really well.
And that's that game sense as you're talking about. Imagine if you knew what you know now when you were 15.
I know, wouldn't it be nice? It'd be nice if the body would work as well as it did when I was 15.
Well, hats off to you for still playing. Fair income. I'm tired just watching you walk up the stairs. It's amazing.
It is a struggle when you get home. Driving a couple of hours home after the game, it's always a struggle to get out of the car at the other end. But look, I just love the game, and it's my little sanctuary. It's my little escape. I just get to, every Sunday, I get to come out and just do what I want to do.
It's another family, isn't it?
Absolutely. And, from living in the country, I get to come up and play, cricket with mates that I don't see that often. So it's just, I just love the area. I love being out in the middle.
Whelan continuing on to Dick. And
Shot.
Beautifully nudged onto the leg side. I was saying that boundary looks about 200 metres to me.
It is a pretty long boundary out there, and we were interested to see that there's no cones out today. It's just the rope.
You got to run every single run.
Although the outfield is running quite nicely.
Absolutely, and it always does here at Bankstown. So I think we're going to have a drink. So thank you, Joe, for coming to join us up here in the commentary in a momentous occasion, and going to have a drink and a double change in the commentary box.
My pleasure. Thanks very much.
Terrific stuff from Jodie Kelly there. We appreciate her coming up after being dismissed and chatting with Michelle Gosco. I'm Andrew Metzler. Annabelle's just taking drinks here. St George-Sutherland at 2 for 57 after winning the toss and electing to bat. After 10 overs, the run rate was hovering around 5 and over. It's now 3.8. So Bankstown will be able to drag back that run rate, get back into the contest. How do you see this so far, Charlotte?
I think at the moment, Manners, that it looks pretty evenly set. You know, nobody's really in front. You know, Bankstown, they've bowled well in stages, but they're just still just bowling just a few too many wides. And then St George, you know, they're just waiting for that bad ball rather than just being a bit more proactive, running between wickets, you know, pushing that second, pushing that third. Gozzy mentioned just before that the outfield is about 200 metres long. It's not quite 200, but it is a very long way. So there's plenty of runs on offer out here. I think, you know, as I said, just be a bit more proactive, and let's just look at rotating that strike.
The outfield's running pretty quick, but you're right. There's lots of big gaps there. If you can just push it into the spots in the field and, you know, turn those ones into twos, it'll keep the scoreboard ticking over. I sort of feel like it's really evenly balanced. I think, you know, that last wicket has just given Bankstown a bit of a boost. They've pulled the run rate back, and I feel that if they can get Rhiannon and Dick out, they'll be right into the middle order, and we'll have a real chance at maybe keeping St George-Sutherland to a score sort of under 200, closer to that 150.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Rhiannon Dick is key. She's a very experienced campaigner. But up the other end too is Kaylin Fountain, the captain of St George. And she's been around a long time, and she's got the ability. She's a strong girl. She can hit a big ball. She's got the ability to really take the game away from you, you know, sometimes within an over. So, you know, Bankstown will be really wanting to break this partnership. And, you know, whether they get Kaylin or Rhiannon that pick up that wicket, I don't think it'll really matter. But this is the key, really, if St George are to set any kind of total to defend, if Bankstown are to get on top. But it's very evenly poised. And Simona, the young off-spinner, she's been really impressive for me so far. She's getting good flight. She's tossing the ball up. She's not afraid, you know, to bowl at these batters. And, you know, she's getting quite a bit of turn too, which is what you want to see as a spinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the way she's getting the ball to sort of drop on the batters and testing them on that good length, and just, as you say, that extra turn, just making it a bit harder for them. Just saw the wickets there. The skipper, the wicketkeeper Arrington, took a couple of great catches, so she's had a good day so far. And these two teams played each other in the first match of the season. It was a T20 affair, so this is obviously a 50-over game, so it's slightly different. But Bankstown batted first in that game and made it 6 for 85 in their 20 overs. Top score was Erin Burns with 34. Unfortunately, she's not here today. So they've made 6 for 85, Bankstown, which, you know, probably looks unders, but then they were able to restrict St George-Sutherland to 7 for 76. So the home side won by 9 runs on that occasion. The star, Alice Whelan, took 2 wickets. Samantha Devlin took 2 wickets. The rest were run-outs. So that was Bankstown getting the win early on, and I think Devlin's bowling through the middle overs here is going to be vital.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, you mentioned earlier that she's the leading wicket taker in the Women's Premier first grade competition, and, you know, when you've got a player like that in your team, you almost expect them to pick up wickets, and key wickets at that. throughout the game, and you would think that she'll bring herself on pretty soon. We see Simona taking up the attack again.
Tosses up, see that nice length, testing the drive. In classic spin bowling, you want to test batters on the drive. That's hitting the air, mid-wicket's coming in, it's going to bounce short. Deep square leg ended up doing the fielding. They're pretty close, those two fielders in the deep on the onside there.
Yeah, they are, and they're probably only 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and you wouldn't normally want someone in a fielding position like that, but because the boundary is so far away, you've just got to anticipate how far you think the batter can hit the ball.
Oh, that's a good ball, spinning past the left-hander. Classic off-spinner's delivery bowling. Around the wicket to a left-hander, angle in, spin away. That's great stuff. That's a late cut. There's no one at third, so they've taken one. Backward point's done the fielding. Score now 2 for 59.
And something that I'm happy to see after that drinks break, the coach for the Bankstown teams obviously had a chat to Sam and the team. That they've got a really attacking field.
Caught and bowled. Tossed up. Fountain hit it straight back to the bowler. Smart catch moving to a right. 2 for the spinner now.
Wasn't she bowling well, Manners? Another wicket for her. As we said, she's bowling beautiful line length, flying it up. She's not afraid as a young spinner to toss it up in the air, and she's picked up a key wicket and broken what I think is the key partnership now for the St George Illawarra. I think I'll be commentating the NRL, the St George-Sutherland team.
We'll just see the drop there. Just dropped on the right-hander. Just see here, look at the footwork from side on. Couple of steps down the wicket, beaten for flight. And Simona takes a great catch. She has 2 for.
Yeah, 2 for 11. And with the field, the fact that they were quite defensive going into the drinks break, and now they've brought, almost all of the players up inside that inner circle, and it just means that, the fielders are in front of the batter's eyesight and they can just see, and they're walking in. And hopefully, if you're a Bankstown fan and supporter, the girls can start the talk up a bit more. Because it has...
Make the batters work for their runs.
Absolutely.
There were so many easy runs. I mean, you look at the extras there, 22 wides out of 59 runs. That's a huge percentage, and we'll see the scorecard there. Simona taking 2 wickets. Briscoe, the new Basser, last ball of the 16th over. And that's well left. Smart cricket. Just use the first one as a sider. You got plenty of overs left. 3 for 59. A successful over. 2 runs coming off it and a wicket.
Yeah, really good bowling there by youngster Simona. Liking what I see from her so far.
What do you think about Big Bash clubs looking at her? Because we've seen spinners in the WBBL dominate. I wonder what sort of future she could have in the competition.
Yeah, you're right. And halfway through the WBBL this season, last year, the top, I think, 6 leading wicket takers were spinners. And, they just create those opportunities. Sometimes in T20 cricket you go after a lot more balls than you normally would in, say, a 50-over game. But, I'm liking what I see from her bowling so far today. But as we all know, T20 WBBL cricket, you have to be good at all facets of the game, in the field, fit, really good, can contribute with the bat as well.
Okay, the Bankstown skipper has brought herself on to bowl. Samantha Devlin bowling off spin. 2 dots to start. As we've mentioned a couple of times, she's the leading wicket taker in the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Comp. She's also coming off a 5-wicket haul in the last game.
And she gets through her overs quite quickly too, which can sometimes hurry up an inexperienced batter, but she's bowling to Rhiannon Dick, the set batter for St George at the moment. Rhiannon's played that very nicely, just down to mid-off, just wide of her. I'd like to see them really attack the field here and just try and tick these runs over.
Another well-pitched up delivery. So Devlin has played 10 matches this summer. She's taken 18 wickets at an average of 11 with a strike rate of 19.33. Pretty handy figures.
Not bad. You'd want her in your team, wouldn't you, Manners?
Absolutely. So the end of the 17th over, a maiden to start from the skipper. Good stuff. I actually commentated on a WNCL game with Samantha Devlin a couple of seasons ago.
And she's also someone that works for Cricket New South Wales, and she's a big contributor, gives back to cricket in this state, which is good to see.
Simona continues. Dot ball. Simona's taken 2 already. Just nudged into the onside. Briscoe thought about a single. She's still not yet off the mark. Another good delivery. Rhiannon Dick, who's at the non-strikers end, is having a pretty good season. She's second on the leading run scorers list in this competition. Another dot ball. Yeah, before this innings, Rhiannon Dick had scored 326 runs at an average of 81.5 with a strike rate of 61.2 with 3 half centuries. She's having a good year.
Very good year, and consistent too, which is what you want as a player. You want to be consistent week in, week out, and that's something that she has been doing, and she's well on the way to doing again today. Simona's just bowling beautifully in this over, as she has done in her previous 5, and as a young player too, you know, sometimes you start your spell off quite well, but it's more about how you can finish the last couple of overs.
Another good delivery. That's 2 maidens in a row. It's 3 for 59. Great stuff from Bankstown, the home side, starting to turn the screws. I mean, you write about that about spells, but you're also it also can be said for overs. You see a lot of bowlers, they bowl 4 or 5 good deliveries and then they might end the over with a loose one that gives away a boundary. And Simona, we've seen, has been able to be consistent, you know, right throughout her overs. We haven't seen the long hop or the fully you might get.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And when you're brought through the New South Wales pathway system as well, you're always taught to get in and out of your over with dot balls. So you first ball, second ball, fifth ball, sixth ball, you want your stock ball, your line and length ball, as we see Devlin coming in, another dot. And then your third and fourth ball, you try something. You try and create that wicket. It might be a slower ball, a cutter, or you might just bowl your stock ball again. But if you can get in and out of that over, that just creates that added bit of pressure onto the batting team.
It's a good delivery. Nice variation in line there from Devlin.
I think you'd have to say, Manners, that since the drinks breaks happened, that Bankstown are probably just slightly ahead at the moment, ever so slightly.
Definitely. That's a good shot past the bowler. Dick showing a class there, driving straight. And they've trotted through for 2. Yeah, I think Bankstown Oval traditionally is better to bat when the ball's a bit newer coming onto the bat, and we're seeing now the spinners are starting to take control. Ball probably holding up slightly. Yeah, beating the bat.
It was quite damp early on too, so the ball just would have been a bit slower across the carpet. It's a brilliant outfield here, but I think as the day progresses and it starts to heat up more, I think we're expecting a top of potentially 30, 32 degrees out at Bankstown Oval, that the ball will just get a bit faster towards that boundary rope.
Pushed into the gap between extra cover and mid-off, and they'll take a single.
And that's better running there by Dick. She hit it just to the side of mid-off and took off for that single. And that's where they just need to be a bit more proactive in their running between wickets, just to keep these runs ticking over.
Yeah, put pressure on the fielders. Make them do something special to get you out. Devlin switching to over the wicket to the right-hander. Good turn there.
Well, I'm almost a believer that, you know, with the field spread and a lot of the girls, that they're young and they sit on that inner circle, that you can almost get a run off every ball. If you call straight away, call loud, your batting partner knows what you're doing, you should be able to take off pretty much on every ball. And, you know, if you're doing that, you're facing 300 balls in a 50-over game. You really set your team up for a 300-plus score. You are going to face some dots, but you are also going to hit some 2s, 3s, 4s and 6s along the way. However, I don't think we'll see too many 6s today, Menace. It's quite a long way.
I mean, you're right, though, just playing it to the left or right of the infield and taking off quickly and confidently for a single.
Just back yourself.
To push down the leg side, boy. Just gave her a wrap last over and she starts this over with a wide. I'm sorry, commentator's curse there.
She'll get it back. She looks like she's a pretty smart cricketer. She knows what she's doing. Just slightly falling away just to her left. That just...
Wide of the off stump, turning away from the left-hander. It's good bowling. But as you say, yeah, play it into the gap, take a quick single, and it also frustrates the bowler because they're working on plans and it disrupts them. There's a big appeal. Probably sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, looked like it was just going down that leg side, but nice and close again. Just toss that one up.
Run rate just over 3 now. Played into the offside. That's a good delivery. If you're a fan of spin bowling, don't go anywhere. You've got finger spin at both ends, probing finger spin. Simone's only got 3 overs after this left. Just dropped short and Dick couldn't find the gap. Fine leg does the fielding, short fine leg.
And I wonder if the captain, Sam Devlin, will bowl her through or take her off after this. She just looks like this last over, she's just falling away slightly and maybe she just needs a bit of a break in the field and then come back and finish off strong.
Good delivery. That was spot on, wasn't it? So another good over from the wily Bankstown off spinner. It's 3 for 62 after 20 overs.
We're talking about fielding and field placements and the amount of space that you have. But in cricket, how often do you hit it straight to the fielder? To me, it just seems so crazy that you've got all this space, yet, you know, so often you're playing shots straight to that fielder. Is it because you're looking at them and that's where you just kind of inadvertently hit it to, or, you know, I'd be really interested in learning a bit more about the reasons why. It's a great shot there from Briscoe, just cutting through that offside, through the covers. 2 players, Bankstown players, chasing it out to the boundary.
They've run 3.
First 3 of the day, I think, Menace.
It is definitely. That was a good shot.
That was a great shot. Briscoe looks to be a very tall girl. I walked past her just before I went to get Joe Kelly, who we heard from earlier. She looks like a very tall, strong girl and someone that can potentially get a lot of runs.
Brings Dick on strike, who's 24 not out of 66 deliveries, and plays back to Devlin. So to give you an idea of the way this game was kind of turned, in the first 10 overs, St George-Sutherland scored 2 for 46. In the next 10 overs, they only scored 1 for 16. That's a big full toss.
That was tossed up, wasn't it?
That was a tempter. just 16 runs in the second 10 overs.
That's incredible, and I think too that has a lot to do with Simona coming on, the spinner working from the media centre end, but also there wasn't as many extras bowled. They kind of got their line and length right and just got back into the game.
If you take extras out, this scorecard has a very different complexion. Be a sort of scorecard that'll have coaches pulling their hair out.
Some good foot cricket movement there by Rhiannon Dick. Just came down to the pitch of the ball, got her body right behind it.
Devlin's got a nice round arm action. So often when an off spinner does that, you get more side spin rather than top spin. We did see one last over from Devlin turn a long way.
She just kind of places it too, doesn't she? She doesn't really rip through the ball, just kind of pops it up, places it, just keeps changing her pace.
3 for 66 after 21 overs. 4 runs coming off that over. Coughlin's coming on to bowl.
We've got our wish. Simona bowled really well in her first 7. I think this is the right move here. Save her.
More spin.
There's quite a few spinners running around now in Women's Premier Cricket. And we mentioned before that, in Premier Cricket and domestic cricket at WBBL and WNCL, the spinners are picking up a lot of the wickets.
Yeah, if you're a young cricketer and you can, hit the ball a long way, bowl a few overs of spin and handy in the field, then you're going to be looked at by big bash clubs. It's probably a wide, just outside that line. I would just suggest to Coughlin, he just slow things down a bit. Seems to be rushing through.
Yeah, she almost looks like when she delivers it, it's a bit of a medium pacer, doesn't it?
That's a good ball.
Ripping down on the ball, trying to cut down on that side to get any turn. Let's get through the over quickly. Let's disrupt the batter and
just see the way she's coming in here. I would suggest maybe just taking a breath at the top of her mark and just working out where she wants the ball to land. She just kind of grabs the ball and rushes in.
Yeah, and it works for some bowlers, probably those more experienced, and it doesn't work for others.
So that was right on the mark.
But hard to get away.
3 for 67, just 1 run coming off Coughlin's first over. Now, you speak about spinners being effective. I think that's why in women's cricket, when you get a fast bowler like a Stella Campbell or a Taylor Vlaminck come through that bowls a bit quicker, can get a bit of bounce, it's a real point of difference in a side. And, that's why I think we've seen Stella Campbell just, rise so quickly into the Aussie side because of the point of difference. Devlin there, tossing up. She's into her 4th over and only conceded 6 runs.
Yeah, you're right. And people like your Stellas and your Taylors, they just bowl with that just extra, 5-10 kilometre an hour pace. And a lot of the girls are not used to that, just that extra pace, unless you face it week in, week out, or at training. And they can be really hard to get away, and that's why they're picking up a lot of wickets. And I think you'll see, as the women game continues to evolve, there'll be more and more girls bowling at that faster pace, and they'll get used to it, and then we'll start to see some runs flying off the bat towards the boundary.
I mean, sort of kilometre an hour wise, I know that the sort of Campbells and the Vlamminks are up in that sort of 120s kilometre an hour. That's brisk.
Yeah, it is brisk, and it makes people like Gozzy and myself glad that we've retired. Because there's only one girl bowling at that pace when we were playing, and that was the great Catherine Fitzpatrick. So we see an attempted stumping attempt. Briscoe deemed not out by the point umpire.
Errington just looking for a bit of action there because I don't think Briscoe had ever wandered out of the crease. Tossed up and pushed out and missed. The quickest women's bowler at the moment is the South African Quick, who opens the bowling for the Thunder. Isn't that right?
Marizan Cup?
No.
Shabnib Ismail.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, she had a season off the WBBL this year. But yeah, she's probably just edging out at the moment. Only probably by 2 or 3 kilometres an hour, I think. But yeah, there's a few running around world cricket at the moment. Catherine Brunt from England. She's played for England for probably almost 20 years. And she's still bowling at nice pace.
That's a fully. Just 1 run to the total. The end of Devlin's 4th over. It's 3 for 70. 3 runs coming off that over. We're almost at the halfway point in this innings. And yeah, I was sort of looking at the scores in the 50 over matches in this competition. And I do think if you sort of get 150, that's kind of you're in the game at this level. If you get up around 200, you're probably confident you're going to defend it. But I think 150 is a pretty good total. Here's Coughlin and just played into the offside by Briscoe. No run.
Yeah, I think probably, especially if you're batting first, you definitely want 180 plus to be, go into the field pretty confident in having a good chance of winning. But, it's interesting over the years that the middle score that you want to get, or average score that you want to get week in, week out has changed. So when I first started playing, it was kind of around 150, and then it went up to 250 plus, and obviously you've done a bit of research, and it's around the 150 this season.
It's played into the offside.
But I would like to see some of the batters just be a bit more proactive within their innings. Good ball there by Coughlin. You just don't want to get stuck as a batter. You want to keep rotating that strike, keep those runs ticking over for your team.
Pushed into the offside, no run. There are lots of gaps in the field, especially behind the wicket to the spinner. If you've got a sweep shot or a deft cut, a lot of gaps. No one protecting those boundaries. That's a change of pace and slapped at by Briscoe. Don't think she made contact. She did, just off the toe of the bat, and could have so easily gone back onto the stumps.
Yeah, and that was there to hit. It was a bit short of her length and really should have gone out to cow corner and tried to just keep those runs ticking over again, but not to be.
Made an over, 3 for 70. Devlin to continue. Run rate's gone now under 3 and over. Home side starting to take control.
She really tosses them up, Devlin, doesn't she?
Rhiannon Dix faced a lot of balls, 25 off 75. Vital she goes on from here. Just nudged to short third for a single. Simona got a bit stuck there, I think, with the ball.
Yeah, that's much better running there by the St George girls, hitting it just to the side of the fielder there. Short third, Simona, and just taking off. Nice early, loud call to Briscoe at the other end.
Well flighted delivery. Ringfield on the offside. Devlin saying to these batters, if you're good enough, hit over. She's thrown that one up and just pushed to cover.
You can see too, Devlin's trying to get that wicket, just creating a bit of doubt in the batter's mind. She's flying it up really quite high. It is dropping.
Change of pace. That was quicker and flatter. That's a good ball, drifting away from the right-hander. And the end of a very good over, just one run coming off it. It's 3 for 71. I'm going to step out. I'll leave you with Charlotte Annevelt, and Michelle Gosgo is going to step in.
Welcome back, Gozzy.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Full toss there from Coughlin. Just put away nicely to the fielder out. The square leg boundary by Dick. One run to the total. And Gozzy, what do you make of what's happening at the moment? It's a bit subdued, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I mean, the sundries have died down a little bit, luckily for Bankstown from earlier on.
Coughlin comes in again. Just worked off the pads there by Briscoe.
Yeah, it's been tough going.
It certainly has. St George have found it hard to get these Bankstown spinners away. Worked well off the pads there by Briscoe. Just to the fielder, about 3/4 to the boundary. Just a bit of a wayward throw, but well backed up there by the point fielder. So they hustle through for one.
Yeah, well played there by Ella Briscoe. I have known her, I think since she was about 10 in our under-13s academy. The gentle giant.
Yeah, she's a tall girl. Oh,
what did I say about sundries?
They were back.
Sally Sundry is back.
Yeah, that was quite a bit of a round arm there from Coughlin. She's just not ripping down on the ball.
Doesn't really use her front arm a whole lot, so she's not going to be able to get that tall height. And when she releases it, she's quite wide. Sidearm.
Dick taps her bat. She's played some good shots today, Dick. She's just found it a bit hard to get off strike.
Yeah, hasn't been a whole lot of quick singles taken by St George.
Good run there by Dick. Devlin at mid-off just slides around that ball.
We're sitting at 5 and over, and now back down to sort of that 3 and over.
Yeah, and that's the end of the over. 3 for 75, St George.
They've done a really good job here. They've had a ring field in Bankstown just to try and dry those runs up.
Yeah, we mentioned before, Menners and I, that since the drinks break, they've really started attacking. Before, they just looked like they were on the defence and didn't really want to get into the game, or nobody wanted to step up and try and create an opportunity. It's Devlin again.
Oh.
And Dick got that nice full toss, and there's just a misfield there at cover, and again, probably would have liked to see them scamper through for a single.
There's no quick singles taken here. All she needs to do is take the pace off the ball. They could scamper through.
Devlin again tosses it up. Another good shot there by Dick, but no run again.
Is she going to be brave enough to come down the wicket, try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off? No.
Wicket. Devlin picks up the key wicket of Rhiannon Dick for 28 from 81 balls. So she got off to a good start, but just couldn't carry through.
Yeah, and just didn't get down the wicket enough to try and negate that spin that Sam Devlin does extract from the wicket. She was only able just to pop that up to short cover. So that dot ball pressure has really taken a hold of St George there. As I mentioned, they were at 5 and over, back to 3 and over since the wides have sort of dissipated. But well bowled there by Sam Devlin. Another key wicket there for Bankstown.
Yeah, and Sam Devlin is the leading wicket taker in the women's premier competition, and I think today again we can see why. She's tossed the ball up. She's been hard for the batters to get away, and just then she's picked up the key wicket of the set batter in Rhiannon Dick.
Yeah, and she's sort of an innocuous little spinner, isn't she? It's not really a renowned sort of off spinner that you would go, a lot of turn. She really relies on her drift that she gets and the drop on the delivery. So just trying to deceive the batter and I guess entice them to come out. And I mean, that's a perfect wicket for her there, just that short cover or a stump. That's generally sort of the wickets that she'd be going for. Coming to the wicket, I think, is Sophie Heath. Another player that was part of my under-18 side when I was coaching with Stephen Jenkins. So
I think you've coached almost every young female in the state, haven't you, Michelle?
no, I should get a percentage of their match
Future
payments
earnings.
or whatever. That'd be great.
Devlin back over the wicket now.
Yeah, I've been really fortunate. I've been able to, I guess, coach at the Pathways of New South Wales for 23 years now. From day dot when it first started, and I've seen such good talented players come through the pathway at New South Wales.
It's Devlin again. Just a nice block.
Yep. And, this is key that if they can come out here in women's first grade Premier Cricket and score runs or take wickets.
Who most excites you at the moment in Premier Cricket, Gozzy?
Yeah, there's a few good talents. I mean, in this group, into the over there, another key wicket taken there for Bankstown. But I guess there's a number of, like Angie Genford, who's playing today. I mean, she's a standout. Ella Briscoe, who's playing in this match here for St George. I mean, she's a gentle giant. That's what we used to say. Lucy Finn, who actually plays for St George as well. There's a number of players from Sydney. They've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh, no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of no communication out there in the middle between the two batters. And Sophie Heath's in and out just as quickly. Run out there by the fielder at backward square.
It's one of those ones where you go, well, whose call is it? And generally when you're taught as a kid, anything probably from the stump backwards is the non-striker's call. But that's not always the case. The batter's closer to the wicket, closer to the ball. So generally that should have been a call from Ella.
Yeah, I think both players have a part to play, don't they, when you're running between wickets, because even if it does go behind square leg or point, behind the stumps, the batter on strike has the clear line of sight as to the angle. But the non-striker has to be 100% confident that they can make it up that other end.
Just watching the replay here. I mean, that ball should have gone for 4 anyway. It was outside leg stump, but some great fielding, great take there by Errington. And I say no person's land. Sophie Heath. There's no woman's land, no man's land, no person's land.
And that takes the score to 4 for 75. Bankstown, you'd have to say, Michelle, are definitely in front at the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing how in 50 over cricket the game can just change, and they've been really patient, Bankstown. We know that Sundries has taken a hold of the innings here for Bankstown, but they've really fought hard, and the spinners have pegged the game back for them. And the fielding's been pretty good overall here by Bankstown.
Yeah, it has been good. And it's good to see that they're a bit more attacking. And I think every ball that has gone to a fielder today, bar one, has been straight into the hands, nice clean fielding, and good throws into the keeper as well. As we see Marion Bank come out to the crease, facing her first delivery from Coghlan.
Another one who's come through the pathway of New South Wales.
Another one of yours, Gozzy,
Yeah.
super coach.
That's great that they're still playing as well. We see that as a problem not only in women's cricket, men's cricket as well. They sort of get to 16, 17, 18 and realise there's actually a life out there away from cricket.
Is there?
Not for me.
You love your cricket. Head coach of North Sydney Bears Women's Cricket Club.
Yeah,
Coaching the pathway system at Cricket New South Wales and just international superstar.
No.
Another dot there by Coghlan.
I love the cricket family. It's certainly after everything that's happened to me, I've I've really been thankful for the cricket community, and I say my cricket family. It's been outstanding and has really helped me a long way.
Coghlan continues. Another dot there. Just can't get these Bankstown bowlers away, can they? Ends the over 5 for 75 from 28 overs. And Gozzy, you had a medical episode, a stroke, 4 months ago now, and for everyone, tuning into today's coverage, do you want to just give them an update on how you're going?
Yeah, look, I'm getting there. Physically, I'm okay. I've been doing my rehab at the hospital every week, and still got some nerve damage in my face and my whole left side. But we're getting there, and this certainly helps in my recovery. Watching cricket.
Devlin continues.
And that's been really important. I watched it in hospital. I was in ICU watching cricket with one eye because I lost vision. But, it's such an important part of my life.
Devlin continues. Oh, appeal. Not out. Maybe just slightly going down that leg side. Yeah, close. Just asking some questions here, Sam Devlin. But, Gozzy, it is good to see you back here in the commentary box, and I'm pretty pleased to be working alongside you again. Devlin again. Oh, genuine edge that time. Briscoe, they did have a first slip in there for a long time. Plenty of space down there as the fielder does a good throw into the keeper. Just keeps it to 1.
Yeah, I'd be putting a slip in right now, or a gully. Exactly where that ball has gone.
And really rip in, back yourself as a bowler. We've got 2 fielders, cow corner and backward square, almost on the boundary.
Well, they're 5 for 76, so
that's
why not?
That's a full toss ball, Let's back yourself. Let's really hunt as a pack and attack the St George batters.
Well, big job here for St George as well. Still got plenty of overs. There's 22 overs left of the match. Plenty of time to sort of get yourself in.
Another good ball there by Devlin. Because you mentioned away from here at the moment, you're doing a lot in recovery and a lot of work at the hospital and at home. Would you say that you're probably working a bit harder now than you did when you were playing?
They have me doing a beat test, would you believe?
Oh, wow.
And I actually said to the physio at the hospital, I said, I hated them when I played, and I hate them still now, but it wasn't quite the same. It was a sort of 3-metre beep test, but and no running. But I did it, and I actually had the full support of the whole unit in there in the rehab unit, and I actually was sort of enticing myself to keep going because I knew there was a chocolate thick shake at the end of it. So
beautiful. We see the end of that over 5 for 76 now. St George, as Coghlan continues. But you have worked very hard on your rehab, and I'm just joking to everyone that doesn't know our relationship. we former teammates, we get along very well and can take the mickey out of each other.
Absolutely. Well, I was thinking about today having a stroke. It's, could stroke it to the boundary. I was thinking of all the jokes that my dad, you've got to have a bit of humour in your life,
Absolutely. Coghlan continues. What can Briscoe do here? Nice little straight drive, straight to the fielder. They just can't get off strike, can they?
Yeah, they need to try and figure out, plan B here. Because, again, another dot. Plan A is not working, so you can see the ring field is really working here for Bankstown. And the bowling has followed accordingly.
Coghlan continues. Good little back foot punch through the covers there. Fielder picks it up. Comes through for 2.
And that's a really good shot there by Briscoe. Again, we haven't seen, as a coach I always say there's more gaps in the air. I haven't seen any shots over the top as such yet. Is anyone brave enough to hit over mid on, mid off?
Over there, 2 off, 5 for 78. That
run rate's just sitting at 2.6. It was at 5.
And And would you say that was probably at the start because of all those extras that Bankstown did bowl?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly was. I mean, spin to win, that's what we used to say, right? And certainly been the case here for Bankstown, pegging this run rate back.
Devlin continues again. She bowled really superbly so far.
She's 1 for 11 off 7 overs.
Impressive. And again, that's probably why she's the leading wicket taker in women's Premier cricket so far this season. She's got a knack of picking up those key wickets, keeping the run rate down. Really difficult to get away.
You can see they want to come down the wicket and try and change the length of the ball, but they have to be brave enough to do it once and see what happens, whether the field changes or not.
And they're almost not backing themselves to punch through the drive or...
I mean, you can almost, that delivery there, you could almost come down and get that on the full.
Yep.
But
she is tossing them up.
That's right. But because she's been able to vary her length a lot, you're not sure if you actually can get down there or not.
Devlin again. And another dot. We don't have the dots in front of us right now, but I would safely say that there has been, would you say over 50%?
Absolutely.
It's a bit more of a proactive shot there by Bank.
Yeah, it's superb bowling here by Sam Devlin.
And probably too, Gozzy, you'd like to see Devlin bring the field in, really attack. Lovely shot there, moved her feet well. Bank through those covers, 3 fielders chasing the ball down. Picked up an easy 2 there, and that was a bit more proactive.
Yeah, it was, and she was a little bit sure of sort of the shot that she wanted to play. End of the over there for Devlin. But, I mean, there's so much open space here. We're looking at that boundary rope. I reckon that's about 70, 80 metres down there. It's a long way. It's probably about 50, but for me, it looks a long way in retirement. But there's so much open space. As a batter, you've got to be able to have it in your brain that you want to change the field, and you know you've won if you can do that. And at the moment, they're not doing that, St George, but still plenty of time left in this game.
Yeah, as we see Coghlan continue for, it's almost slow mediums, isn't it? As they appeal for a stumped. Umpire says no. Umpire at the square leg is quite a long way away, isn't she?
I can't even, oh, there she is. Coming in.
That's how far away she is.
Yeah, I was trying to find her.
She's probably a good 30 metres away. You have to have pretty good eyesight, pick up that little white line. Coghlan continues. She's just falling away in her delivery stride. Michelle, another wide.
Yeah, and as an offer, you want to be able to use that front arm. If you sort of drag that down, that's the wider that your delivery sort of goes.
Good shot there by Briscoe off the back foot. Diving, missed the ball. I'll come back easy for 2.
Yeah, well, as an offer, you want to try and stay as tall as possible, right? So you can get that drop and that drift.
And really get up and over that front leg.
Yeah, and that's really key. A bit like Nathan Lyon, I guess that's why he's been so successful.
Coghlan again. Really tosses that up. Oh. Misfield there. The fielder out. Almost in no man's land, Michelle. She wasn't
no
walking
woman's
in.
land.
No woman's land, yes. Thanks for the correction.
Talia Dunn, and she's normally a wicket keeper, and she actually picked that up quite late. There is a bit of white background, I guess.
Coghlan again. Another dot.
So you could tell whether she knew whether to come in or out and decided to come in, but then it just spun past her there.
I'm just looking at the scorecard too, Michelle, and one player, Rhiannon Dick, has got into double figures today so far. Good shot there from Bank. Actually, apologies, that last shot that Briscoe did took her into the double figures.
Here
So
we
2
go.
players today for St George
Amazing.
into double figures, which halfway through an innings is pretty crazy. You're just over halfway into the
Absolutely.
32nd over. It's Coghlan again. Oh, there'll be a wide. They've just bowled too many extras today, Bankstown. They just haven't quite got it right. It's Coghlan. Full toss, not put away there by Briscoe. Another over. Done. Score is 5 for 86 after 32. Michelle.
Yeah, and sometimes as a batter, it's actually quite hard to get into some rhythm when you're facing that many wides as well, because you just want to feel, early on in your innings, you want to feel bat on ball. And you can't do that if there's wides. So it actually can hurt the batters as well, and trying to get that bat on ball. But they weren't able to do that, and Bankstown was able to cash in.
Devlin continues. Tossed up again. Just a bit of a nothing shot there from Bank. Another dot.
Yeah, well, you can tell they're playing a little bit scared here, St George. They don't want to lose another wicket. But
it's Devlin. And we were talking about that exact ball before. She's really tossed that up. If you're a batter, you've got to come down, try and get it on the full and manipulate the ball where you want it to go and try and almost just push it to the side of mid-on, mid-off and the bowler and try and get that boundary. Again, tossed up by Devlin. She hasn't quite got to it again.
No, and she's sort of taking a half shuffle down the wicket, and you can see the head's falling away to the offside, so she's really not keeping her shape when she's playing that shot.
It's Devlin. Tossed up again, and again, no run.
Yeah, and same shot there. So I would only come down the wicket if I was trying to score off it. There's no point coming down and playing a block or a defensive shot to it.
Same ball.
She just gets
Same
that
outcome.
half step extra, and she can pump that over mid-off. So Sam Devlin, though, just showing all her experience here for Bankstown.
Devlin, another dot. You've almost got to have, that's the end of the over. It's 5 for 86 from 33. You've almost, Michelle, got to have a go-to shot where you can, if you're facing a number of several dots, you've got to have a shot that can get you off strike, whether it's a big shot to cow corner or a drop and run. You have to have something in your repertoire to continue to rotate that strike.
Well, batting's terminal, right? You're going to get out eventually. So you may as well enjoy it and go to your strengths while you're out there. So just because like these two, they're just quite happy to occupy the crease. And we've got to say that the bowling has been outstanding by Sam Devlin as well. They're just not allowing those batters to play their go-to shots. And Ella is very strong on the leg side. And just looking at the field now, Angie Genford's coming back into the attack. So they'll probably enjoy this, having a bit of extra pace on the ball. But she's quite quick, Angie, and certainly built on the experience that she's got from being in the Hurricanes and being around the Breakers squad as well.
Genford comes in again. Beautiful start there, coming back onto bowl. Almost picks up where she left off, hasn't she? Good pace.
Yep.
That one just probably stayed a bit lower. So we'll probably see the pitch flatten out a bit. Won't get as much bounce as the day continues, but still going through nicely to the keeper.
Well, what I will say, that the fast bowlers will enjoy bowling to two right-handers. We saw the problems they had with that left-hand, right-hand combination.
Genford continues. Full toss. Good shot there by Briscoe. It's racing away to the boundary, and that's 4. 4 runs to the total. It's been a long time between boundaries. When you get a full toss, Michelle, you've got to put it away.
And that's exactly what she's done. And as I said, she'd enjoy having that extra pace, but yeah, again, she's just struggled with that line and length today. And another full toss there. Briscoe gleefully put that away for 4.
Genford continues. Good ball there. Good line and good length. I kind of wish she'd bowl this line and length at the start of the innings.
Yeah.
She was running in, raring to go.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes too, do you think that as a bowler and a fielding team, when someone starts bowling a wide, it just becomes contagious, and I think that's what's happened today with Bankstown. Genford running in. It's a good shot there by Briscoe. Looks to be a bit more proactive and starting to back herself. And sometimes you just need that one shot. She's just hit a ball to the boundary.
That's right.
Hopefully that'll give us some confidence and we can see what she's about the rest of this innings.
But you know, Charlotte, when we played, we had a big thing about if you score a boundary, you've got to try and score off the next ball. Now, whether that was a 1 or a 2, it didn't matter, just to try and rotate that strike as well.
Yep. I vaguely remember that. It was a very long time ago.
It was a big thing, if we're playing for the Breakers, and it's certainly something that I've sort of put into place with all the teams that I've coached. As you don't want to hit a 4 and then let them get away with that over with just having that one boundary. If you can try and sort of milk the bowling and get that 4 and that 1 and that 2, and all of a sudden they've been hit for 8. It might be one boundary but 4 singles as well.
Genford charges in. Another dot. She's got quite a nice action, Genford, doesn't she?
Yep.
For a fast bowler. Nice and compact. Finishes off the over. 5 for 90. She's nice and compact. She comes from a good height. She's got some good pace. What do you like about her so far, Gozzy?
Well, she has got really good pace, and she's a great listener, a great learner, a great person as well. Very funny, which helps. But yeah, she's really good at listening and sort of, she's certainly evolved her game, and also a really good batter as well. So certainly batted up the order for us at New South Wales.
Devlin continues. This will be her last over. Tosses it up again. But Banks, she's used her feet there. She's tried to be a bit proactive. She's played a nice shot, but straight to the fielder, short cover. Devlin again. Tosses it up. Just be a single out there. It's a fielder out at cow corner. Big throw, straight over the keeper's head. Well backed up there by short third.
Well, are you brave enough to try and hit that over the top? I think they'd be quite happy to get away with this last over here by Sam Devlin, who's been superb. 1 for 14. Outstanding bowling.
Yeah, very happy with that off 10 overs, or 9.2 so far. And tosses it up. Briscoe just works it off her pads. Just out in front of square. Nice throw comes in from the boundary.
And Briscoe, I mean, she's quite tall, so 1 step for her is probably 2 for everybody else. So if she takes 2 steps, she's getting that on the full, definitely.
Devlin continues. It's almost like St George have said about 2 overs ago, okay, let's start getting going again. Seeing almost 2 different batters, even though they're the same girls out there. Just being a bit more proactive. They're looking to rotate the strike. Another dot there to Devlin.
You almost turn this into a T20 now. They've got 15 overs left. What target are you going to try and attain?
Good shot there. Just on the back foot. Nice cut through the covers. And again, very, very long boundary. 200 metres out there. And they run 3. But in all seriousness, it's probably about, 60 or 70 metres, do you think, Michelle?
That's a long way. There's a lot of open space out there. Devlin. And that was a really good shot, because she went to come forward, press forward, and then came back. And that's probably what you should be trying to do, is come forward. And if you can't, create that space where you get back into your crease. And she's hit that really well through the offside and picked up, I think, was the first 3 of the day. So we've said a few times about how big this ground is, but that's been the first 3.
Yeah, that finishes off the over. 5 for 95. And Sam Devlin, captain, leading wicket taker in the Women's Premier Cricket, finishes with 1 for 18 off her 10, including 3 maidens.
Expensive last over there.
Yeah, should be disappointed with that, but still pretty good figures after 10 overs.
Outstanding bowling.
Genford continues to bank. Just a bit of extra bounce there, Michelle. Bank just didn't quite know how to play that.
Well, you can see there's plenty of space there. They have got a third in play to try and cut that down to 1, but no slip, so you could just try and play that just outside off stump and pick up that 1.
And sometimes too, as a fast bowler, you get excited by the pace and bounce, but you want to be bowling Genford again. You want to be wide ball. It's a bit tough, Michelle.
That's a bit harsh, that one. I think. Yeah, fair enough.
Borderline, but you want to be bowling almost on that off stump, on that 4th stump, to just create those wicket opportunities. You know, if you're bowling outside off stump, you're really only going to get a wicket if it's caught by the fielders. You want to be creating the LBWs and the bolds opportunities as well. There's another dot there to St George. There's a bit of chat out there, Michelle, we can hear, but not too much, nothing to write home about, but they're still talking. Well bowled there by Genford, just beats the bat.
Yeah, that's a better line. You know, you're trying to hit that top of off stump as a fast bowler. That's generally sort of where you're going to try and aim for through the hip. That's a really good ball.
It's a beautiful day out here at Bankstown Oval for Women's Premier Cricket between Bankstown and St George. My name's Charlotte Annaveld. I'm joined by international superstar Michelle and Jane Gosgo. Genford comes in, another dot.
Did you say has been?
We're both has-beens.
It's better than a never been, right? So that's what I was saying to someone I got sledged by. They called me a has-been. I said it's better than a never been. So
didn't mind a sledge back in the day. Just give some.
If they had the Olympics, you'd be a gold medal in sledging, Charlotte.
Providing some feedback. Genford continues.
I like to call it banter, not sledging. I didn't mind a bit of banter, a bit of fun banter. It was never across the line or anything, but it was more at our teammates, if anything, that we'd having a bit of banter with.
And I feel also, as you get older, you get better at it.
Yeah.
I think that's why I kept playing club cricket so long. So, I can be quite funny on the cricket field. Shame about off it. Genford again. Just pokes at that ball. They're just not playing through their shots, are they? It's end of the over. It's 5 for 96. And we're taking a drinks break. And we might take a quick break here as we change commentary. Michelle Gosgo's making way for Andrew Mensel.
In before things got a bit heated in the commentary box here as Charlotte started sledging Michelle on a return to the commentary box. Normally I'm the one getting in trouble sledging co-commentators, but yeah, I'm certainly a never been, Charlotte, so just so you're wondering, certainly a never been, not a has been. Yeah, you do it.
We're just having another quick change in the commentary box. Menas is making way for a couple of overs for Laura Wright. His quickest stint in the commentary box ever, 30 seconds. We're joined by Laura Wright, Bankstown player, still playing.
Sort of still playing, Charlotte.
Former New South Wales and ACT Meteor. We played a lot of cricket against each other and together. What do you make of the game so far today?
Oh, it's been really good. It's really great to see Bankstown come back into the game. They had a bit of a interesting start with a few wides early on, but it's really great to see them come back into the game. And I think there was a key wicket there with Rhiannon and Dick in the middle overs. So I think the spinners have done really well to bring them back into the game. And so hopefully they can finish off the innings now.
Yeah, and you're obviously still playing. How are you finding it?
Oh, no, I feel very uncomfortable in the field, Charlotte. As a wicketkeeper, I've sort of been doing a lot of coaching with the young girls on Thursday nights here at Bankstown, and they put me out in the field, and I feel very uncomfortable and very awkward. So, yeah, it is. It's really great, though. Sort of Bankstown's been going through a rebuilding stage over the last couple of years, and, yeah, they're doing really well today.
That's good. And are you kind of finding yourself in a bit of a mentoring position, and who are you most excited about at Bankstown coming through?
I think there's quite a few young girls that are really coming through, and they're still a young team. I'm really excited about all the young wicketkeepers, not just in first grade, Jade and Talia, but there's a few coming through in the younger grades as well, Maeve and also Katie in our under-18s team. So they've been working really hard and had a few opportunities in first grade as well. So a few of our spin bowlers are bowling really well. Sam, obviously, that you've talked about already today, and Simona has been amazing. Yeah, she's great. Gets a lot of spin.
Yes, she does. She's been extracting quite a lot of spin today, and she just looked like towards the probably 7th over, she just got a bit tired. Is that because she is young and she's still just learning her trade?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's the key thing about these girls. The more cricket they play, the better they'll come and become. And I think, I think Sam is leading them really well as a young captain as well.
Yeah, she seems to be doing quite well, and you're obviously in the top 4. hoping for finals. They're not far away, coming to the business end of the season.
Yeah, they had a really good win last week that got them back into the top 4, and I think this is a really key game today against St George-Sutherland, which obviously have some very experienced players and sitting second on the ladder. So if they can get a win here today, I think that'll give them a lot of confidence for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and what's your plans? Are you going to play for a few more years, or this is your last season? What's the breaking news?
No real breaking news. I've sort of half retired. I sort of...
I've done that too. It's a slippery slope.
It is, isn't it? I think I get roped into a few games, especially with COVID hanging around. Some players are out with COVID every so often, and when our representative players are off playing state cricket, so you often get roped in to play a few games. Unfortunately, they get put in the field, which is obviously uncomfortable, but it's really great to be around, and I must say I do feel a little bit old out there these days.
I know exactly how you feel, Laura. And Genford, she's someone that she got an opportunity with the Hobart Hurricanes in the WBBL recently. So she was around the kind of high-performance system and some of the biggest names in world cricket. She's just been selected in the 13 for the Breakers. What should we expect from her over the next few years?
I think she's a really talented cricketer, and I think she obviously gets a lot of movement with the ball, and a lot of that comes from her action and with the new ball especially. With the bat, she's obviously grown in confidence over the last couple of years, which is fantastic in the middle order for Bankstown, and she has opened the batting a little bit as well. I think this might be Emily Lawler coming back into the attack at the moment here. So
beautiful. She had a pretty good start, a couple of wides, but looks to be bowling with good pace.
Yeah, she does. She gets a little bit of movement away, which is fantastic. And her and Alice Whelan have been bowling really good lines and lengths this season. Started to see it a little bit last season as well. So they've really continued on this season, which has been great for Bankstown.
Yeah, and we spoke earlier in the commentary that, from when I guess you and I were playing club cricket 15 years ago, that the fast bowlers, they're getting faster as the years progress. Why do you know why that could be, or any reasons why?
Look, I think there's a lot more put on strength and conditioning at a young age these days, especially in the high performance programs. And not that I ever bowled Charlotte, but I know that as the young cricketers, they are putting a lot of work into their strength and conditioning, and I definitely think that helps. And they're getting picked up quite early in that development program. So I did face a really quick bowler the other day, and I did struggle to see it. So
don't we all?
Yeah. So yeah, I'd say that's part of the reason. And they're genuinely just really keen, which is fantastic to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing Lawler and Genford both here for Bankstown. Good pace, good bounce. Have they been consistent so far this season? Are we seeing just them having a slightly off day, or where are they kind of at the moment with their cricket?
I think they're still both very young bowlers. I think they've definitely come into the first grade side consistently in the last couple of years, and I think now they're taking on that responsibility at the opening the bowling or bowling first change. So I definitely think they'll continue to learn and continue to build that consistency in their lines and lengths as well. And I think Sam, as a young captain, is learning as well to set those attacking fields as much as possible to give them the opportunity to take those wickets early on.
Yeah, and you mentioned Sam as a young captain. I feel like she's old because she's just been around for so long. Briscoe just flicks that off her pads for a single, just keeps that score ticking over. It's been some wayward throws. If you were out there keeping, Laura, would you be happy with some of the throws that have come in today?
No, definitely not. As you would probably know, Charlotte, from our time in playing together.
Wicket keepers, that they do, and they should get angry or just tell the fielders to get the throws up, because you do want pretty good throws. You are a wicket keeper. You were a wicket keeper at a high level. Have you been doing some work with Jade Errington?
Yes, I have. Yeah, she's definitely come up the ranks in the last couple of years at Bankstown, and I've been doing a lot of work with her on Thursday evenings. And this season in particular, I've seen a huge improvement, and I think she's definitely come into the game a lot more. She was putting a lot of pressure on herself, and I think this season she's sort of taken that away and is enjoying her cricket a lot more, which I think is showing on the field. Beautiful.
Well, Laura Wright, former superstar, current Bankstown player and mentor for this very young side. Thank you very much for joining us today.
No worries, Charlotte.
Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Hope to see you out a few more games yet, a few more years maybe even, Righty.
I hope not myself, but that's okay. Enjoy the rest of the day, everyone.
Thanks, Righty. We just bring Menners back in. It's 5 for 97, St George. There's Genford again from this media centre end.
I'm back. I am back.
Quickest stint, quickest break.
Yep. 5 for 97. This game has turned on its head in the last 20 overs.
There's just a bit more proactiveness, isn't there, as Genford comes in, just a bit short. Briscoe again, she plays that back foot drive really well. I just wish we'd seen it a couple of overs earlier. Maybe it's a confidence thing, maybe it's a bit of a lull. You know, maybe she's still quite young and just still learning her trade. But from what I've seen so far today, she looks like a good batter with a lot of potential that can score some runs and runs quickly. She's just almost got to back her own ability.
Yeah, you're right. It's also tough, you know, when wickets are falling at the other end and you're the only one out there. She probably feels a sense of responsibility. That's a good ball on a good length.
There's just almost, in the last 5 overs, just a bit more to this game. You know, Bankstown are creating some opportunities. St George are being proactive with the bat. So I feel like the start of the innings, just a bit of a lull, pretty evenly spread. Bankstown, you'd have to say, are definitely on top at the moment. But it's good to see St George just being a bit more proactive with their running between wickets.
Well, they have to be. There's only 12 overs left after this one. So, you know, they'd be looking at trying to score around 4 and over, you would think, for those 12 overs. That'll get them up around 150.
Yeah, which is what you said was probably a par score so far in the Women's Premier Cricket this season. But Briscoe and Bank need to have a conversation and work out which batter's going to kind of be a bit proactive and go.
That's flashed that and flies away to third. They'll take a single.
And if that ends up being Briscoe that's going to go out and try and score some quick runs, then Banks just got to get herself off strike and get Briscoe on strike and just try and take these runs ticking over just a bit more quickly.
They've only scored 37 runs since the 20th over. Here's Genford.
Great shot there off her pads. She's played well off her pads so far today, Briscoe. That's easy too.
Nice timing, and that brings up the 100 for St George-Sutherland. They go to 5 for 101 in the 38th over. Briscoe now moves into the 20s, 20 off 58 deliveries. Banks 8 not out of 37 deliveries. These two are trying to salvage the innings after they lost a few quick wickets. Genford in and push back past the bowler. They think about one. There probably is one there if they set off straight away, just maybe nudge it to either side of the mid-off. 5 for 101 after 38 overs, 4 runs coming off that over. For those wondering what's happening in McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket, well, this is the 12th round. It's a 10-team comp. Sydney Cricket Club are on top of the ladder on 61 points. St George-Sutherland, the batting side, are in second position on 50 points. Penrith are on 49 points in third position. Then Bankstown are in fourth on 46 points. So between second and fourth is only 4 points. Then there's an 11-point gap to number one. So, you know, not a lot in it in the top four as Lawler continues. Pushed uppishly into the offside, no run. And then Manly Warringah are fifth on 44 points, so just 2 points outside the top four. Northern Districts, last year's champions. I was here with Gozzy calling that game. They're on 41 points. Campbelltown Camden are in seventh spot on 37 points. Lawler continues. Mistimed by Bank. So, look, I would say, and no offence to the next teams, but from 7th to 1st, there's not a lot between them. Or 7th to 2nd, there's only 13 points between 2nd and 7th. But then there's a bit of a drop now. You've got Parramatta in 8th on 16 points. University's on 9th on 12 points. And Gordon...
My old team.
Yeah, I feel bad bringing this up in front of your presence, but they're on the bottom of the ladder and they just have 6 points. But really, if you're 7th and above, you're right in the finals hunt in these last 4 rounds. So tune in to the KO Freebies coverage of the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket every Sunday. We've got the next 4 rounds, including this. Pitched up and dug out of the block hole. And then there's the semi-final and the final. So I think it's going to be a thrilling end to the competition. Sydney Cricket Club, I would say you could sort of pencil them in for a top 4 spot now. But then, look, it could get pretty tight there in the last couple of rounds.
I think that's a good thing for the competition to have, a 10-team comp, but 7 teams still really in the hunt for the semi-finals. And it just creates, just that extra bit of want to win every game, because some of these teams will need to win every game if they're to make the semis. Manly Warringah, this is their first season in first grade. They've made some good signings. They've got some players from other clubs. I know Saskia Hawley's left Gordon to go over to Manly for just a fresh start, different opportunity.
So it's the first year in first grade?
First year in first grade.
So did they have 9 teams last year, or?
9? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you meant did Manly have 9 teams?
No, in the comp, so they've gone from 9 to 10.
Yeah.
Great.
And, to have them come in and be amongst the middle of the pack, you'd probably expect it when you look at who's in their side on paper. But Saskia Hawley, who I mentioned, has come across from Gordon this year to Manly. She's someone I think she scored 200s this year, and she's just going from strength to strength. And she's also recently, along with Genford, been named in the Breakers 13 to play this Tuesday.
Yeah, Hawley is having a stunning season, 571 runs at an average of 82, a strike rate of 102 with 200s and 250s. So I would suggest that's some pretty handy recruiting from Manly Warringah to snaffle her from Gordon. And we will be at Manly Warringah in 2 weeks for covering a game there.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Yep.
Near the beach.
Absolutely.
It's a oval.
They're great hosts there. They're a really good host there. The club president, Andrew Ferguson's very welcoming to the commentators. Simona back into the attack. 2 for 12 off her 7 overs. Probably the pick of the bowlers so far.
Yeah, probably along with Devlin. They've definitely put Bankstown on top here, and it'd be good to see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between bat and pad. The right hand has been stumped. Briscoe doesn't look too happy about something as she was dismissed. Probably maybe disappointment in not being able to go on after a fine start, but that's Simona's 3rd wicket, and boy, that's a fine delivery.
Oh, she's bowled beautifully today, Menners. She's bowled good flight, good pace. She's changed her pace as well, and she's flighted that one up, and it's just gone through bat and pad. And as an off spinner, that's probably one of the best wickets that you can get, where it does go through bat and pad, and it either bowls you or you get caught behind. It's just, I don't know what it is. I finished my career as an off spinner, and that was probably one of my favourite ways to pick up a wicket.
See the flight, drawing the batter out of the crease, and then it dipped and spun. That is terrific stuff. And you're right, it's an off-spinner's dream. I used to bowl off-spin as well. Probably not as good as yours, Charlotte. But, that's the sort of dismissal you go to bed dreaming about. Or you're fantasising about, can I get one to just rip and turn between bat and pad? So Simona's 3rd wicket. St George now 6 for 101, just 64 deliveries left. The run rate hovering around 2.5. And I think we're going to be in for a tight contest, because it looks like it's not the easiest pitch to bat on. The ball's just holding up a bit, and we know St George are a quality side, so I think we could be in for a tight contest now.
I'd like to see a tight contest, even if it is a low-scoring one. But I just think St George, if they're going to lose this today, it'll be because they haven't been as proactive with the batting as they could have been.
Melissa Norrup coming to the crease. First ball. Flashed that. I guess I agree with you, but I think, part of the problem is a lot of batters have gone out there, got in and then got out. And that's been the problem.
And sometimes it can be contagious too. Like you see 1 or 2 people above you that...
It's going to be a wide, just slipped out there. You can see the bowler rubbing her hands on her pants. Often when you get a bit sweaty, it's 30 degrees out there.
And you see the batters that are ahead of you that normally are slightly better than you, and you see them struggle, and it almost just puts this doubt in the back of your mind, and then it just becomes so contagious throughout your team. Well flighted there from Simona. There's a lot to like about Simona. Quite impressed with her bowling today. I think it was a good move by Devlin to take her off when she did and bring her back now as well.
Yeah, very good bowling.
And they haven't really gone after her at all. So they've got two fielders outside the circle, deep square leg and cow. And I'd probably like to see them attack the batter. They haven't played shots out there. Let's bring them up and really crowd the batter and just put some doubt in there, especially with a new batter in Norwich.
Another good ball by Simona. I think she's got a lovely action, and I actually think she's got a lot of development left in her action as well, because I think she's got the sort of foundations and a little bit more rip through the crease towards the batter. We'll just get a bit more on the ball, and I think we'll see her develop a lot over the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit more rip up and over that front leg, and the over she bowled before she got taken off, I think it was her 7th over, it's probably one too many. She just looked a bit tired. She was falling away. But since she's come back on, she's kind of got that back, and as you said, really rip your wrist down on that ball, and no doubt she'll get some more turn and extract some more out of the pitch as she gets older and more experienced.
Lawler. The bowling figures so far, so Lawler 6 overs, 1 for 16 before this over. Again for 6 overs, none for 29. A little bit loose with the wides. Simona 3 for 12 off 8 overs. Alice Whelan, none for 11 off 4 overs. The skipper, Devlin, 10 overs, 1 for 18. Shorter ball and nudged past the skipper. That's a nice shot. Just opened the face there, Bank. Third's running after it and pulls it back in. And they'll get 3 to the total. Good running, good aggressive running. Banks now into double figures on 11. And just finishing those figures, Coghlan, 6 overs, none for 13. Score now 6 for 105.
And Lawler's bowled really well today. Since opening spell, it was just a slightly wayward, just a couple of wides there, but she's come back on and she's been pretty consistent. She's still getting a slight bit of movement away from her, and I think it's a good move that Sam Devlin has put herself into probably a second slip here. And they've got the gully up. Obviously think they can get a little sneaky wicket through that area.
Lawler pushes that down leg side. It'll be another wide. You're going to get the figure. Now, if you're the Bankstown coach, probably time to look away or just turn the volume down right now, because that's the 31st wide.
That's a lot, isn't it?
That's a coach killer.
That's 5 overs.
See the ball just dying a little there to the keeper.
I think that's probably just a bit... It's too many in women's Premier Cricket. You shouldn't be bowling 31 wides in any game, but particularly when you're playing at the top level that you can in Sydney. You're probably looking at, staying under 6 and over, 1 over.
Well defended. Yeah, 31's way too many at any level of cricket, I would imagine.
It's just
you're right. Yeah, 6 or 10 an innings max. I mean, you see the international teams are getting much better at bowling virtually, very few wides and innings, but they're obviously at the highest level.
You just, as a bowler and as a team as well, you just want to be disciplined. Bowl disciplined. Bowl your good line. Bowl your length.
Pushed wide. And look, it does come down to just, the sort of extra experience that you get at the high level. So, at this level, it's actually about just, I would say just repeating your action consistently, something that simple that a bowler might just lose their action for 30-odd balls.
Yep, and it comes down to fitness as well. If you're fit and strong, you're not going to fall away. And most often, you're bowling a wide because there's something happening in your action, whether it's your run-up or your delivery stride. And often it's just because you're kind of falling down to the left if you're a right-hand bowler. And that means the minute you've started that, you have no control over exactly where you want the ball to go. Simona again.
Very wide. That'll be called.
I feel like she's bowled 15 overs today, Simona. This is her second last.
3 for 14. Six for 107 here in the 42nd over. It's driven into the covers, and they'll take one on a slight misfield by one of the twins, I think.
It was a good stop, though. It's full-length dive to her right. Just stopped it, pushed it along to the fielder covering for a mid-off.
Simona in again. It's pushed through quicker and swung away in the air to the deep fielder. Just couldn't beat deep mid-wicket.
Kind of just stuck in her hand, the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket, didn't it? It's in her hand. Good throw in.
In again and defended. There's a hopeful appeal from the bowler. Simona's taken 12 wickets this season so far at 16.17 with the best bowling of 4 for 21. So if she can snaffle another one here, she could beat her best bowling. So she's having a great summer. Driven to mid-off, no run.
And I like that she appealed for that last one too. You know, you want to... Umpires are out there for a reason. Let's ask the question. If you think it's close, put the decision in their hands. Don't just sit back and keep bowling at the batters.
Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Bank. That's another wicket for Simona, who's now taken 4 for 16. Excellent bowling. Again, lovely flight and drift and then dropping on the batter. And St George-Sutherland to 7 for 109.
Yeah, it's good that Bank tried to be a bit proactive there, but just didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. And nice, easy catch there to cover. And it doesn't surprise me that Simona's picked up another wicket. She has bowled beautifully today. Good flight, good drift, still getting turn. You know, with so close to 50 overs, you know, it's very hard for most players to extract that. And she just looks like she's an exciting player. And I know that Gozzie's about to come back into commentary and she's got a bit of inside info about Simona.
So 4th wicket, and now St George-Sutherland have a task to try and bat out the rest of these overs, see what runs they can muster up. I do think we haven't seen enough inventiveness with the running between the wickets and just getting the 1s and 2s. We spoke about it earlier. It feels like they've left a lot of runs out there, just playing into the gap and trying to get a single, turning the strike over. There probably hasn't been enough of that.
Well, I wouldn't even say enough. I just think there's been almost none. They haven't been proactive. They haven't looked to get off strike.
The sledging coming out again from Charlotte.
They haven't looked to rotate the strike. They're just not looking for those runs. And Bankstown at times have set quite a defensive field, and there have been opportunities even just to drop and run or to hit it slightly to the side of the fielder and really, you know, go on the attack. But they just haven't. And maybe it's a bit of, you know, there's a lot of young girls in the team. Maybe they're still learning how to run between wickets, but just haven't been proactive.
Yeah, Naomi Woods now. Oh, she's at the non-strikers end. Be Norrup on strike. Gets 1.
Yeah, Naomi Woods is another player, same as Rhiannon Dick, moved over to St George from Bankstown, so she was well versed in playing here. But Mel Norrup moved over from universities, and Naomi Woods, the young lady that you just mentioned, has moved across from the Sydney Cricket Club. So St George have made some good signings in the past 2 years.
Good recruiting there. Woods hasn't had a lot of opportunities so far with the bat this season, just 16 runs at 3.2 with a high score of 7. And beaten first up by Whelan. That's a good delivery.
Just a very handy bowler, Woods. Bowls that full and straight length, hard to get away.
Taking 16 wickets at 13 this year with the best bowling of 5 for 13.
It's not bad figures, is it? 5 for 13?
No, excellent. She'll need that later. Pitched up, and that's nicely struck into the covers. There's one there. Woods is off the mark. The score now 7 for 111. You spent a lot of time playing cricket in England, Charlotte. Did you get superstitious about Nelson, 111?
No, not at all.
Yep, good.
The only thing that I was ever superstitious about was putting all my left side on before my right side. So I'd left
Good
sock,
ball.
left shoe, left pad, left glove.
Where did that come from?
I have no idea. But I did it from a young age. I must have got some runs one day and thought, better stick to this. Yeah, enjoyed my time in England, spent 5 seasons over there applying my trade. England's a good place to go, especially if you're a young cricketer, to see a genuine edge there, come down to the third man boundary. Don't think it's going to make it. As 2 fielders converge, really good running there, 3 runs. From that, Simona does a good throw in. But yeah, England's a great place if you're a youngster and you want to just have an opportunity to play elsewhere, slightly different wickets, different conditions. If you want to play cricket every day, there is games on. Whether you want to play female cricket or male cricket, there's 2-day games, there's 4-day games, there's T20, there's 50 over, there's timed games. So if you want to get better and improve, strongly recommend that you head over to the UK and have a little crack.
What teams did you play for in the UK?
I played for Lancashire, Hampshire and Kent. Kent was probably a couple of my favourite seasons. I had the opportunity to play with some of the best players in world cricket, Charlotte Edwards, Emily Drum. At the time, I was playing with them at club cricket and county cricket, and 2 captains of their country at the same time as well. And to be able to play in the same team and just see how they go about their cricket, learn from them, it really makes you better on and off the field. Was fortunate enough to play with Lydia Greenway, who's now commentating on the world cricket, Lindsay Askew. So it's great to meet some people, play against a lot of people. Catherine Brunt was someone that was coming through at the same time as I was, and she's still playing and still performing on the world stage.
Simona's back, and that's nudged to third for a single. It's Simona's last over, and she has the figures of 4 for 16, so perhaps she can take a 5th wicket in this over. Sounds fantastic, Charlotte. I've played 1 season of club cricket in England, and I had a terrific time. I think it did more for your game than it did for mine by the sounds of it. Score now 7 for 115. Simona tosses up and it's bowled. That's her 5th wicket. Great stuff from the wily offie from Bankstown. 5 for 17. Their figures she'll never forget. That's bowled neck and crop. St George 8 for 115. 5-fer for Simona.
What a bowler. I'm so impressed by her today. 5 wickets. She's just been so consistent throughout her 10 overs, and she deserves 5 wickets. She's been all over the St George batters, and again, just not a good shot choice there by St George batter, and they're going to struggle now to get to 150.
I think they're going to struggle to get to 130. They're in all sorts. This has been a great turnaround by the Bankstown side. After 10 overs, it was 2 for 46, and it was looking like St George-Sutherland would get up towards that 200, but then it's been all the Bankstown spinners. Simona started. We'll see the 5th wicket here. Tossed up. Beautiful flight. played across the line, as Charlotte said, probably one you want to play back to the bowler. But just see the drop there, getting under the bat. Skillful stuff from Simona. She deserves her 5-wicket haul, and the combination of her and Devlin have just, they've just brought about this innings to just get stuck.
Yeah, exactly right. And St George have really found it hard against the spinners today. And I think if the Bankstown openers had have got it right consistently up front, I think it'd be even a worse off story.
Just see the figures there. Simona 5 for 17, 4 balls left. Can she get 6 or 7? And then Devlin with 1 for Lawler with the other one.
And look at those economy rates too. You're looking at 2, 1, 3, 1.
Seager, the new batter, defending that first one. Pushed uppishly into the onside, and for a minute there the fielders would have been interested, but it just fell into a gap.
Oh, get someone under the lid. Get them in close. Put some pressure on.
Slip. Silly mid-off, short leg. That's spun nicely back to the right-hander, and again, Simona testing the defence of this St George-Sutherland lineup. If Bankstown can win today, they can leapfrog them in the table. Last ball of a spell. Tossed up, and she ends the way she has bowled right throughout those 10 overs. Simona should be very proud of her spell today. 10 overs, 5 for 17. Charlotte Annevelt's stepping out of the commentary box. Michelle Goscoe's joining me, former Australian international. Michelle, wow, what a turnaround by Bankstown.
Yeah, good afternoon to everyone, all our viewers and you, Manners. Unbelievable turnaround. I mean, we're looking at sort of that 250 sort of score at the start with the rate that they were going, St George, but they've pegged it back beautifully here, Bankstown.
Whelan with the ball. Pitches up, and it's a good ball. It's played away into the onside for no run.
I don't think the pitch has played that badly where it's been, demons in the pitch.
No, but I just think there's enough turn there, and it's holding up a little. It's just keeping the bowlers interested. But you're right. I was saying to Charlotte, I don't think we've seen enough of sort of playing into the gaps for 1s and 2s. It's either been defence or trying the big shot. Yeah,
there hasn't been sort of proactive, I guess, batting or running between wickets either. And there's been no short singles taken today either.
It's wide and pushed into the offside. But it's hard for the tail enders, Norrup and Seager. They're really here for contribute in an all-round capacity. The top order there's probably a lot of batters that spend enough time in the middle. They'll be disappointed they weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air, mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. Whelan gets her first wicket of the innings, and now St George-Sutherland have just 1 wicket in hand. They're 9 for 115. Good catch.
Yeah, it certainly was. Cardinal Sid not batting out your overs. As a coach, it used to be a coach killer. Not using all the overs that you have. But also,
if you were the coach, what would you be more upset about? Not batting out the overs, or if you were the bowling side bowling 31 wides?
Yeah, well, either or.
Either or.
To be honest, I'd be quite happy as a coach of Bankstown if they've bowled that many sundries, but they've pegged it back. They just really struggled. More than anything, it was that left-hand, right-hand combination. So that happens sometimes. It hasn't been, those sort of wides or no balls like Mitchell Stark bowled the other day. Sometimes it happens, but they've still built enough pressure, and it was good captaincy by Sam Devlin to bring the spinners on just to try and, change the game that way. And St George really haven't taken that game on. There hasn't been any over-the-top sort of shots today, or even drop and run sort of things to try and change the field. There hasn't been that. So, yeah, it's been really good work here by Bankstown.
The new batter is Abby Burrows. The batters did cross, so Seeger's back on strike. We see the scorecard there. A lot of starts. Round and Dick, 28 off 83. Savelli, 9 off 20. A lot faced enough balls, but weren't able to go on with it.
Yeah.
Whelan continues.
And Bankstown's bowled pretty well. When they've got the ball on, you know, without being that extra sundry, they've actually bowled really well and bowled to a plan. We've hardly seen a slip or gully all day, but what they've been able to do is ring that field up and really attack the stumps.
Whelan continues. Short balls hit in the air. Ooh, almost to square leg. Just short. And that's the end of the 45th over and a successful over for Bankstown. The score now 9 for 115 after 45 overs.
It's weird cricket. It's a real mental game, isn't it? But you think about, I'm thinking about as a batter, sometimes when the field's small, you want to try and hit 4s and 6s. But when it's big like this, there's big outfield, a lot of open area, a lot of real estate to hit into. But almost it seems like it's too much and you have too many options. And I think that's what sort of happened with St George today. And they've tried to hit those 2s, or it's been a little bit of 4 or a defensive shot. They haven't really tried to hit those 2s a lot today. There's been 2 3s. That's it all day in how big this outfield is.
Here's Genford. And that's another wide, just pushed down leg side. Yeah, I think it's about the batters probably identifying an area on each side of the wicket where they feel they can play it into the gap for a 1 or 2. You know, you hear the great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball, almost got through. It did get through, it's bowled. And that's the end of the innings. It's all out for 116. Genford gets the wicket with an in-swinging Yorker, cannons into the stumps of Seeger, and that's it. Bankstown will need 117 for the points and to leapfrog St George-Sutherland on the ladder.
Remarkable turnaround. That's a really good delivery. I mean, even a top order player would really struggle to keep that out. Perfect Yorker. Really difficult. And we thought it had actually just gone through the stumps, but it didn't. It seared in at the stump, in swinging Yorker. That's a really good delivery. And
I think we can blame the bowler for that one because we're at an angle to the right, so we actually couldn't see the ball hit the stumps there. And there was no emotion from Genford. A cool customer, didn't even celebrate when she gets the wicket, probably frustrated with the wide before. But that's a fine effort from the Bankstown side. They restricted St George-Sutherland to just 116. They will need 117 for the win. A really great team effort with the ball. But Simona was the star, 5 for 17. Yeah, how would you summarise that innings, Michelle?
Well, I've been on a roller coaster. I feel like I've been at Dreamworld. I was on the start at the top, ready to go and fly, and then it sort of stagnated a little bit towards the end. And they really dug themselves in a hole. I always mentioned earlier, they were at 5 runs per over, and then they've gone back down to 2, so really good fight back there by Bankstown.
So at the end of the first innings of this game, St George-Sutherland were bowled out for 116. Top scorer was Rhiannon Dick with 28 off 83. Then Briscoe with 20 off 61 was second top scorer. Bank made 12 off 50 deliveries, gutsy stuff. No other batters made it into double figures. And looking down at the bowling card, well, Lawler, 7 overs, 1 for 20. Genford, 6.1 overs, 1 for 30. Simona, the star, 10 overs, 5 for 17. Should be talking about that one for a long time. Whelan, 6 overs, 1 for 16. The skipper, Devlin, 10 overs, 1 for 18. Coghlan, 6 overs, none for 13. I'm Andrew Mensler. I've got Michelle Goscoe here and Charlotte Annavelt. We're going to take a quick break now between innings. Not exactly sure how long the changeover is because the innings finished early, but we've got the highlights playing of the first innings. We'll take a quick break, then we'll be back when Bankstown sets about chasing this target of 117 in this vital clash in the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition. Stay tuned for the chase.
Sydney, they've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of no communication out there in the middle between the two. To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between...
To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between... Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Banks. Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Bank. Score now 7 for 115. Simona, it tosses up and it's bowled. That's her fifth wicket. Great. Score now 7 for 115. Simona, it tosses up and it's bowled. That's her fifth wicket. Great. They weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air, mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. It's the point they weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air, mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball, almost got through. It did get through, it's bowled. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball, almost got through. It did get through, it's bowled.
Jump on board, but the wicketkeeper also has a very important role to play.
That's a good ball, there's a big appeal, and Lawler's found the edge. And full ball and driven past the bowler nicely. Beats the field, that's a good on drive. It's a quick outfield here. Won't make it to the boundary, but they've taken an easy two. Tossed up. Beats the bat. No, it's gone. Finds the... Tossed up. Beats the bat. No, it's gone. Finds the...
Brave enough to come down the wicket. Try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off. No.
Wicket. Devlin picks up the key wicket of Rhiannon Dick for 28 from 81 balls. So
be brave enough to come down the wicket. Try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off. No.
Wicket. Devlin picks up the key wicket of Rhiannon Dick for 28 from 81 balls. So
there's a number of players from Sydney. They've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of no communication out there in the middle between the two bats.
There's a number of players from Sydney. They've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of No communication out there in the middle between the two. To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between...
To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between... Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Bank. Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Bank. Score now 7 for 115. Simona tosses up and it's bowled. That's her 5th wicket. Great. Score now 7 for 115. Simona tosses up and it's bowled. That's her 5th wicket. Great. Point they weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air. Mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. It's a point they weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air. Mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball. Almost got through. It did get through. It's bowled. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball. Almost got through. It did get through. It's bowled. And that's the end of the inning. actually on my podcast once, and it got archived in the National Film and Sound Archives. Stu and I have been in the archives together, and he's always lovely, but I just think he's got mental problems. And I think that Alex. Oh yeah. Okay.
They were just starting to be professional. They're told how to do that. Like even the players now, you want to make sure they're good people and grounded. Like that, a lot of them, they play big bash, they play big hockey, they play this stuff. They don't know what real life is like.
No.
They don't have a clue.
Have you read Alex Brackman's book?
I haven't read it yet, no.
It's only worth a read.
It is.
Yeah. You must have played a lot of it.
I did, and Kate was a good player. You know, it's when you remember, like, naturally talented better. But Alex worked harder, and she was meant to be stronger.
That's usually the common.
A bit like Martin said, all right. Flary, bit like
Yeah.
Kate was better, but Alex fought harder and mentally stronger. And was never stopping learning.
I interviewed her about it recently. It was very opinionated and has good thoughts.
Yeah.
I was asking about Stephen O'Keefe, interesting story. She puts in her book.
What did you say about that incident that happened?
No, she was talking about how he was one of the few male cricketers to come up to her and say that he supported the marriage equality bill.
Yeah.
She said not many of the cricketers did, but he made a point of coming up.
Stephen O'Keefe.
Yeah.
I want to see. Soft as his age was 70 when he was drinking. Like when we cricket, we did that whole screen. Rather than on the screen.
Oh yeah.
He's very good at shit at cricket for a while.
Oh yeah, no, it was yeah, absolutely. I think he said to us.
Yeah, it's not right. That's funny that. See, our experience with him is very different.
But that's what I asked her. I said to her, you know, okay, so, you know, he said those things at the awards dinner. You've written the story. A wine pizza.
It's simple. That didn't take long either. That was good, wasn't it? I'm a bit of a messy eater because of my face. Nothing's different.
I was going to say, well, don't worry about it, but Charlotte will probably sledge you, so.
Yeah.
That's the place there.
Yeah, it's in your one of the day, yeah. During the first half hour, and then see how you're feeling. And then I can finish it and come back. You go, you're going up. Yeah, I'm going. While you guys are on that first half, I'll go and try and get some
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do whatever for the rest of the day.
Bankstown should hopefully come out and be proactive.
I follow this baseball journalist who's, and you know, baseball is a bit like cricket. Like the games can be short or long. And they so I heard him in the interview and they said, you know, what are you thinking when you're covering a game? He said, all I'm thinking is time of game. You know, it can be the shortest game possible. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
All right. So 1:23 p.m. is starting. Basically 1:18. I can open up till I can do an hour and a half.
And we'll see how long we've done.
And then
I'll come out and laugh.
yeah, and then
I'll do an hour and a half.
and then I can just have, if you don't want to come back in, I'm happy to go to rest or do another short stint and that's it. It's going to be like 49.5.
Oh, don't.
I'm not the one to keep runs with 1 ball to spare. The opening batter, not out 25 of 160 deliveries.
Stop. 116. 291. Meant to hold it over the boat so it squirts it out. Is it not sure? I think what they're comfortable. You buy probably. They're back on the really good news. Yeah. Feel free to
Thank you. I'm okay. Just smashed the chicken roll. My appetite since COVID's been like all over the place.
Yeah. It's interesting how it affects everyone.
It's like chicken roast.
Chicken roast.
Same with the bad stroke. I was like 8 kilos. This is great.
Right, so we'll open up, Michelle. We'll do half an hour. Charlotte will come in, we'll do an hour together. That's 2:53. Then maybe I'll take a little break. And then I reckon we'll just see what happens there. I think it'll be probably medium. But then I reckon after that, if you don't want to, if that's enough for you, I can do the rest with Charlotte. We'll be fine.
Do you want to do tomorrow or do you want to?
Are you going to go and get her?
What was she going back?
Don't ask me those questions. I mean, it says opening batting here. So
Oh, okay. Well, then she'll be.
I don't know if she's.
If she gets.
Oh, sorry, I'll look at the team sheet.
Who else is there?
Oh, yeah, she's down. Well, she's second on the list.
Yeah, she'll open that. If she gets that, I'm going to get her. Otherwise, I won't get Sam.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to do the interview with Sam. Should be your first
Sometimes
question.
they're the hardest to get away.
But she's so hard to get away, and they're too scared to come down the wicket. So she's worked out perfectly that long.
And also,
She's like Punagata.
Yes, that's really.
if someone's not consistent, they're not fakes because you literally don't know where you're going to go.
But I think it's like she takes the pace off the ball, but I think that round arm actually does make it hard.
Yeah. If she's bowling at state players, they'll tear it to shreds.
But that's what's always a big down that in first grade, especially.
And that's what I think that's as well. If you get ahead to the next level.
Yeah. Yeah, and once you've got things about you and know your game and know what you need to do to change. Not one.
I am. Behind the ball. New South Wales cricket. He asked me to do the Shield, and then asked me to do some WNCL, and then Interact Sport. Reached out last year. I always tell the story. Last year I was got a message from my phone with Mel Conn. He goes, just a message, man, we need you to do some commentary. Can you give me a call back? And so in my head I'm thinking, you know, it's going to be my first ball of the Sydney Test, you know, Sheffield Shield, and he goes, oh yeah, we'll start to cover the men's Premier Cricket this summer here, which was good. And wasn't quite the Ashes. It's good fun. I actually hadn't done much limited overs. I actually had never done a T20 game before, just 50 over Shield stuff. So I was actually really keen to do some short form stuff. Because there is different to the Shield. Like, it's so different. The Shield's just like, you just trying to kill time.
I was talking about treating the seagull.
Yeah. Whereas I find that limited overs cricket, it's actually, there's a lot you can talk about and lot to pay attention to. And then, you know, you hear a lot of stories. There's access to a lot of players and stuff around the great scene, especially the men's one. So it's kind of good for my podcast. You know, source guests. It's called Cricket Unfiltered.
Okay.
I've only been doing it for 9 years. And
Do men and women?
men and women, yeah. First ever guest was Lisa Stalaker. Yeah. I've had like 15 Australian captains on now.
And what kind of topic are we going to talk about? Away from cricket as well?
It's all cricket. It's all cricket. So it's me, you know, it sort of changed up, but in the last years it's me, one other bloke, Paul Dennett, and a sports reporter from Channel 10 called Jalisa Apps. Yeah, it's all cricket. Usually once a week. Yeah. We started it in 2013 and then...
Just through passion for cricket?
Yeah, basically. It wasn't many podcasts then, actually. Yeah. And then in 2016, News Limited actually picked up the podcast and did for them for 3 years. And they were like paying for it, which was really good. And then I opened a podcast production business over a studio in Ultimo, and I produce podcasts for a range of businesses, all different types of stuff. So we released one on ethics from Macquarie Mini last week. Did like a finance podcast for ASX.
Interesting, it's kind of becoming a thing now. A lot of athletes are getting their own podcasts.
Exactly.
And we're getting out there a bit more and speak up on issues.
Bradley's got one, isn't he?
Yeah, I've never listened to it. It's like boring enough on TV.
Oh, shit.
Here we go. Everything's just confirm your bonus. Bank's going to need to chase the target before the end of the 25th over. Well, so George will, okay. How many of the points do they get if they just win? 6?
6, yeah.
I mean, that's what it looked like when I was looking. 6 was the base, and then I saw some at 7 and 8, so that must be the bonus points. That's what I think. What was I should ask before we started. It's nice to mention. What are the fielding restrictions in Premier Cricket?
So it's 2 outside the circle in the first 10.
Yeah.
But I could do the rule.
Pretty big.
No, the batting and power play.
Been a big help. So we can probably do that, like go through the scores from the other grounds if you want to. That's one of my favourite time-killing segments. Because look, people watching are going to be interested in the comp, aren't they? Alright, so we're on actually in a couple of minutes.
What time are we on?
In 2 minutes.
Okay.
1 minute, Jay. Going to get my coffee. Pick me up. I think that's for that's so they kind of just talking now. Testing. Testing 1, 2, testing. Good afternoon, viewers, and welcome back to Bankstown Oval. I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm joined by Michelle Goscoe, and it's the second half of this McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket fixture. Bankstown, well, they dismissed St George-Sutherland for just 116, so they need 117 for the win. Michelle, I think we're in for an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to all our viewers out there, and good afternoon to you, Menace. Yeah, probably under par for where St George wanted to be, but certainly a great fight back by Bankstown, and I'll be very interested to see how they go about this run chase, whether they're going to go for that double bonus point, the win. We saw a little bit in the pitch. There was a little bit of an uneven bounce, but generally it looks pretty good, and the outfield is superb, so there should be no excuse for not chasing this down for Bankstown.
Yeah, Bankstown, if they chase down the target within 25, by the end of the 25th over, they get 2 bonus points, or if they do it by the end of the 40th over, they get 1 bonus point. So Bankstown sitting 4th on the ladder, breathing down the necks of second and third spot. So if Bankstown can win today, they'll be right in the mix. And, well, this is Michelle's old club, so I'm sure there's just a little bit of her going for Bankstown this afternoon. And we see there the umpires coming onto the field. It's beautiful conditions here at Bankstown, sunny skies, just a slight breeze, around 30 degrees. And a pretty good pitch. There's quite a bit of turn in the pitch, and it's sort of slowing up. So, I think if St George-Sutherland start well with the ball, this actually could be a little bit trickier than maybe, it looks on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think St George just need to ensure that they don't bowl as many sundries as what Bankstown did. They started really poorly, Bankstown, but were able to peg that back with the two spinners that came on and change the complexity of the game. So it's important here that Bankstown can start well, but also for St George, if they can snare a couple of early wickets, they get into that middle order, it can put jitters through the batting side as well.
Absolutely. You mentioned those extras. Bankstown bowled 33 wides. So, if you take them out of the target, you take 33 off that 116, it looks a very different chase. There's the St George-Sutherland fielding unit heading out with the Bankstown opening batters following close behind. You have Ange Genford there.
And it'll be Talia Dunn as well. So Talia is normally a wicketkeeper, hasn't been wicketkeeping due to a broken finger. So a little bit difficult task here to bat, I guess. And
bat with a broken finger is not easy either.
Keep that out of the way as well. So both these players have come through the pathways of New South Wales. Angie recently just got picked as part of that breaker squad for the match on Tuesday, and also part of the Hurricanes WBBL squad. So big raps on her, and Talia has worked really hard on her batting. One of the up-and-coming players through Sydney Premier Cricket.
So is it Genford on strike? I think it is. Talia Dunn at the non-striker's end. For those watching at home, there are no numbers on the Bankstown players' shirts, so we are doing our best. But yeah, Genford is on strike. And there's a slip, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg. First ball of the innings. Bit of swing early back into the right-hander. Good stuff from Woods there.
Some really good shape in, wasn't it there? Really good start, contrasting start with a slip and a gully in play as well for St George. They know that they really need some key wickets straight up here.
Well, that swung back in. That's desperately close to bowling Genford's second ball. The ball's running towards the third boundary. Good chase. And it's returned. And they've taken 3. And Genford must have just jammed down on that one and got a bit of wood on it, because very good delivery.
Yeah, a bit of her own medicine back at her. We saw Genford get that wicket, the last one of the innings for St George. Very similar delivery. So she's expertly played that through first slip and the wicketkeeper. So big chase out there for Joe Kelly. Really good ball though. Should be encouraged by that swing that she's being able to extract.
Woods with a round arm action. Again, swinging back in with the arm and the angle to Dunn.
Yeah, it's really quite wide, isn't it? So that allows the ball to swing as well when you're coming from that sort of angle. Got to make the most of this new ball here, St George.
Another good delivery.
And that's the key too. You want to be able to make the batters play as much as possible with this new ball. It's been a really good start here. Conversely, the batters want to feel the ball on bat as well, but really good start here by St George.
Another good ball, you're right. Spot on, making the batters play early on. Not giving them a sighter. Where did you bat, Michelle? Mainly in the order.
When I was here, I usually open the batting. Then I went to sort of 3 or 4. So Clubland probably open. New South Wales and Australia 3 and 4.
Good ball, nudged into the gap on the onside. Smart cricket, and Dunn's off the mark. So it's a none for 4 at the end of the first over. Same stage. St George-Sutherland were none for 3.
There's nothing like getting off that dreaded duck. I saw the poor soul that got out for...
Well, that swung back in.
That's
desperately close to
not a diamond,
bowling.
A royal duck.
It's a diamond duck, I think.
A diamond duck without facing a ball, but first ball of the match.
Oh, yeah. I never
it was a royal duck, I think they called it.
I think I got a royal duck in my short-lived career.
So you're backing up. That's a positive. So as a coach, I'd be happy with that.
Burrows to start from the grandstand end. None for 4. Bankstown need 117 for the win. Genford on strike. No, Genford's at the non-strikers end. It's Dunn on strike. First ball's wide of off stump, so we see here the St George skipper starting with a spinner. What do you think the thinking here is, Michelle?
Well, they saw how the spinners performed, but for Bankstown, I think that's the key here. But very different spinners, much quicker through the air here. So just slow it down a little bit, give it a bit of air. We saw that worked for Bankstown.
You're right, make them work for their runs. No pace on the ball.
Well, we saw that there was spin, right? So mid-on, mid-off are in play. If we can try and entice. These two will try and use their feet as well and try and change the game.
Good length.
But still no gully or slip in play.
Quicker ball, and that's well timed. Dunn's seeing the ball pretty well so far. Hasn't found the gap yet, but hitting the ball quite powerfully. Classic defence. As a coach, you'll be happy with that one, Michelle.
Yeah, very sure of your shot. And that's the thing. I mean, you know, to each ball, you could have 4 or 5 different shots, but you need to be able to ensure that you're fully into that shot that you're going to play. Don't play it half-heartedly. So she was really sure what she wanted to do there. Plenty of time in the game. Even if they play this like a T20, there's plenty of time left to try and get that double bonus point.
Because you can still be positive in defence as well, can't you?
100% right. And it's showing that intent to the bowler as well. We see it happen with Marnus and Steve Smith. That's a bit over the top, though, for me.
Well, that's swung back in. There's a big appeal. Probably missing the leg stump, but this is good stuff.
It's really whippy, isn't it? It's quite wide delivery.
Because it's actually, because her arm is coming around so wide, it's coming sort of in front of the umpire. So she is getting a kind of stump-to-stump bowling, which is what you want. Woods bowls another one, and that's swung back in, but Genford looking good. So Genford's been called up into the breaker side. I think they're playing the ACT on Tuesday.
Yep.
What a great boost for her, even if she doesn't play, being in that squad and learning from the coaches and the other players. Do you remember what it was like when you first started going into representative teams? Here's Woods. Probably be a wide. Yep, first one of the innings.
Yeah, I loved it. My first female or women's cricket was playing fifth grade. They don't even have it now. That's how bad it was. But I loved playing it. I loved playing cricket against people or with people that were older, and I could pick their brain and just ask them about life skills, not only cricket skills. It certainly helped me develop as a cricketer.
Another wide, just pushed across the right hand. It didn't come back, that one.
And I was able to, even in first grade, when I played here, we had some older players that had been around, not necessarily had played for New South Wales, but been around cricket for a very long time. And they knew how to coach or how to talk you through things that were going on in the field. And it was the best way to learn for me.
Puts in again and no run. Any players in particular that were a big influence on your career?
Oh, I love Belinda Clark was my best captain by far. Certainly set the example on and off the field, and was a really nice human being. Someone like Trish Langsford, unfortunately, she was around for a very long time. Unfortunately, she passed away with MS, but she was certainly someone that I looked up to when I was younger.
Squirted past point, slight misfield there, and a stumble. They've taken two. And they'll think about a third. She saw the point fielder there dive. It just got under her hands and then just a stumble as she tried to get up.
And I guess that's something that we miss in women's cricket. More men's cricket, that they get the older players that are back and you can sort of pick their brain and learn how to be a good human, I guess, and be a good cricketer. And, in women's cricket, someone like Charlotte, who came back and played for a long time in grade cricket. I did it for about 5 years. Joe Kelly's there for St George. I mean, there's two players over 20 years of age for Bankstown today. One of them is Simona, who has played for Bangladesh. But there's a real gap there with having the older players, more experienced players playing grade cricket.
Put in and pushed wide. That's the end of the third over. It's none for 8. 4 runs coming off that over.
And you would know that with commentating with the men's Premier Cricket, that their average age is probably a bit older than what you would have in the women's cricket. That they're still there, and it's so invaluable to have those players still involved. And that's why the ACA program is really important, that it entices the players to come back and still be involved, maybe not with playing, but with coaching and also with playing as well, but not so much on the women's side.
Yeah, it's so important that the shared knowledge of cricket is passed through the generations. It's really important that the experience is passed on to the new players. Another nice defence. What would you say to a young player like Genford that's going to go into that environment for the first time? What advice would you give to a young women's cricketer who's about to embark on that representative career?
It's really difficult because you're going to have so many people with opinions about what you need to do, and you need to have those trusted individuals that you do trust and believe what they're saying and back what they're saying. And I think sometimes it's really hard. You've got so many different coaches who's telling how to bat, how to bowl, how to be, and it's important that you sort of stay true to yourself as well. There's not one way to bat or bowl. There's all different ways, and if you can find a way, Meg Lanning doesn't look like a Lisa Healy, but they're both at the top of their game.
I often hear the expression as well, just be a sponge in those first few games, just take in everything that you hear from the older players. Soak it all up. As you say, you've probably got to decipher what you can use and what you can't. End of the fourth over, none for 9.
Yeah, more technique-wise and things. I think there's so many different ways to bat and bowl. There's not one right way. But I would be a sponge in the aspect of how to go about things or how to act on the field or whatnot.
Preparation as well, training.
Yeah, I mean, Charlotte was talking earlier about superstitions. I had a really stupid one where I didn't eat breakfast, and it worked one day. So I decided that was my new superstition. Then I had severe dehydration, so that got crossed out very quickly.
Played into the covers. No run there. Probably a single if they wanted to take on the fielder, but nicely timed by Dunn. That wasn't the day he scored a double 100 for Australia, was it?
No.
Good. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that on an empty stomach.
Well, it was in England, though. It never got real hot over there.
That's
It had
true.
30 degrees and it was a severe heat wave in England.
Nicely guided into the leg side, but no run as we see a couple of dogs begin to do the lap of Bankstown Oval.
It's normally the coaches, and they want a wicket lap.
Normally the coaches are doing the lap. We've got a black and a brown dog roaming free. This was a test match with England that have stopped play until the dogs stopped moving, but fortunately they're not here. That's down leg side.
Oh, it's funny. I think we even played without sight screens. We didn't even know what they were. But, yeah, they have someone moving that's 300 metres away and stop play. We'll re-bowl that ball. Just get on with the game.
Exactly. Especially at the SCG where the sight screens are
like 300 metres wide.
It's so big. I mean, anyway. No broadcasters can play without sledging the Poms in Australia. That's another run into the offside. So we've just ticked that box. None for 11 in the 5th over.
It's funny in women's cricket. Every now and again it might get moved, but you noticed before with the left hand, right hand, they didn't ever move it.
No. You can
and
tell,
Dick didn't move it. She just played. Just get on with the game.
That'll be a wide, just push down leg side. I guess if you're sort of looking at bowling actions, when you do bowl kind of round arm, this is what can happen.
Yep.
It's why you probably recommend coming over the top a bit more because it's easy to repeat ball after ball. Woods. Swung back in.
It's all that front arm. So if she's not using that and pulling it straight down, then she's ending up it goes on her side and she goes a bit side arm. So if she can really try and reach up and stay as tall as possible and reach out rather than across, that will make sure that she can get that nice tall shape back into the right-hander.
Yeah. None for 12 in the 5th over. Good start by the St George, and that's a good Yorker spearing in at the base of the stumps. Now, Michelle, as someone that's been involved with women's cricket for such a long time, no sledging. I'll leave the sledging to Charlotte when she comes back. Just wait for this delivery. Woods to complete her 3rd over. Turned nicely into the gap between square leg and mid-wicket. They've taken 1. They'll come back for 2. And that's all they'll get. None for 14 at the end of the 5th over. Yeah, well, what do you think about initiatives like this where KO Sports, start to broadcast McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket? How beneficial is it to the game?
Oh, it's unbelievable support. Certainly, it's a dream come true for these players. I mean, a lot of them have never been on TV or had this exposure. And it's great that the parents, family, friends, fans, everybody can watch. And also they can watch it back and learn as well. It's a real thrill for these players to be able to be on here. And it's the only way it can grow. I hear the thing about the women's team don't bring in as much, revenue as the men. Well, that's because they're not on there as much, and they haven't had that opportunity. There's the fans out there. There's people that want to watch it and listen to it and engross themselves in the game, but they just haven't been given that opportunity. So very, very thankful to KO that they're doing this.
Burrows continues. She's in the middle of a good spell. Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, you just look at what's happening now with the Women's World Cup. The fact that KO, they have the rights and they're going to broadcast it free like this match. So, if you want to follow the Women's World Cup in New Zealand that starts early next month, you can watch it for free on KO. I mean, the free-to-air networks have let this one go through to the keeper poorly. They haven't picked up the coverage, which is incredible that Australia's women's team, well left in a World Cup, is not on free-to-air television. So fantastic that KO have seen an opportunity. Your old teammate Elisa Healy certainly put a bit of pressure on Fox to do that, and I think it's just wonderful. You can watch Women's Premier Cricket, you can watch the World Cup for free on KO, and it's needed. Good. Well, Michelle Goscoe's stepping out, and I'm joined by the skipper of the Bankstown team, Samantha Devlin. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in the box. We've commentated together before on a WNCL game, but not in a game you've been playing in. Tell me, were you happy with the bowling effort, keeping St George-Sutherland down to 116?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that obviously the biggest downfall for us was our extras. We gave them over 30 extras, which, you'd be much happier chasing 80 rather than 117 or whatever it ends up being. But no, to roll them for that score was fantastic. I think we put the pressure on early. They had sort of 3 key wickets that we wanted to take. And we got 2 of them before the first drinks, and then the third one not long after that. So, yeah, very happy with the all-round effort.
Norrup into the attack, and Genford playing nicely into the offside. What about Simona's bowling? Just terrific. 5 for 17, just ripped through the opposition. You must have been so happy as the skipper.
Yeah, no, definitely. She's been working really hard on her bowling, trying to get her lines and lengths right, and when it works, it works. And thankfully it came off today because she's deserved to take sort of a bag of wickets. She's been getting 1 or 2 here or there, but to take 5, she should be really happy with that.
Yeah, just it looks like she has huge potential, nice sort of flight and then dip on the batters.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a couple of change-ups as well that she's been working on, but luckily some of them stayed in the kit bag because she hasn't quite perfected them yet. Because, I think her stock ball is probably the most dangerous one.
To see they've moved square leg across to the offside, so there's a slip. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Genford on strike. Plays back down the ground. You've had a really good season, taking a ton of wickets. Another great spell today. 10 overs, hardly giving away a run, taking a wicket. How are they coming out?
Yeah, no, not too bad. I mean, obviously you always like to bowl a bit tighter than what I was, but to get 1 and to get Rhiannon, probably their leading run scorer, meant a lot. And then, to be able to sort of keep it tight after, a bit of an interesting start with some of the extras and that sort of thing. So, it's always good to contribute to the team. It's definitely not about individual accolades, though.
No, you want to get the win. What's the pitch doing out there? And, looking at this target, you need another 103 from 43.2 overs, so plenty of time. But, what's your reading of the chase?
To be honest, I think the pitch is playing pretty fair. Bankstown wickets are usually pretty slow and low, but it's not really like that today. The spinners were getting a little bit of turn to, which is nice, obviously, for myself and Shimona, as we know. But it's quite slow in the outfield, which is what we noticed. Usually it runs a little bit better than what it is. So, like 118 or 17, whatever it is, it's probably a tricky score. It's one of those ones where, it's only just over 2 and over, but it's going to be tough to get through this sort of start period, and then hopefully after. a fantastic asset for us. I think she's coming in at the top of the order, which she usually sort of hadn't for us. She'd sort of be 3 or 4. But now she's up the top, and she's handling the innings pretty well, times her run and that sort of thing. And then she's always dangerous with the ball. I know at the start of the innings she couldn't quite control the swing, but when she gets it right, it's dangerous.
Oh yeah, really looking forward to seeing how she does for the Breakers. And I guess before I let you go, just what's the feeling like in your team? The fact that this game's been covered on KO, and the quick single here, they've had to get on the skates, but no problem there. The fact this game's getting extra coverage, what was the feeling like among the group? Did you know the cameras were here?
I will admit there were a few more nerves. Some of the girls were a bit nervous about the whole experience, but I think it's been good. I think the fact that women's cricket's getting more coverage, even at this level, but obviously also at the elite level, it's fantastic for the game. Being able to showcase not just the cricket, but the facilities that we play on and all that sort of stuff is so important. And hopefully we could have a good game here and hopefully get the win as well. Yeah,
well, fingers crossed. Samantha, thanks so much for coming into the commentary box. Good luck for the rest of the game, and good luck for the rest of the season.
No, thanks, Menas. Appreciate it.
That was Samantha Devlin, the Bankstown skipper. So good of her to come up in the middle of the game and give us a bit of time. Michelle Goscoe's coming back in a moment. That ball's just played into the onside. There were 3 maidens before this over, but they've got a couple of singles away this over, but tight stuff from St George-Sutherland. Again defended.
Good little chat there.
Yeah.
Sam Devlin. Part of the fabric here at Bankstown. Certainly leads the team very well.
None for 16 after 8 overs. At the same stage, St George-Sutherland were 1 for 40 after 8 overs. So a bit of a gap between the two comparisons, but I think at the end, St George-Sutherland slowed down, so we'll see them come closer together. 101 needed off 42 overs. Abby Burrows continues, and that's off the pad.
Really good quick single there. That's what we didn't see very much of.
Must have been a bit of wood there because we didn't see a leg by. No, you're right. And chasing a small target, that'll be enough. The 1s and 2s with the odd boundary.
That's all they need to do here, Bankstown.
Norrupin and defended by Dunn. St George-Sutherland look up and about, don't they? They're encouraging each other. Good aggressive field by Fountain, the skipper. Slip. Player in close on the offside. And that's pushed back down the wicket uppishly, but safe.
Yeah, certainly a lot of talk being done out there by St George. I don't know if we can just get 1 or 2 wickets. They get into that middle order here of Bankstown. Sometimes those lower totals are harder to chase. You almost, your mentality changes. You've almost got to block it out and just say, well, pretend we're chasing that 220, 250 mark and just play your natural game. Otherwise, sometimes those dots sort of string together, makes it very hard to chase down.
Wide and good length defended. You're right, you don't want to get stuck when you're chasing a small target. You've got extra time, but it's about, as we talked about before, nudging the ball into the gaps, changing the strike, just tick it over. Because what this does now is, you've had 3 made and then 2 runs. It just lifts the bowling side. Norrupin, good defence, right on a length.
Yeah, I'd just be interested to see how they're going to go about this run chase. Are they going to chase the double bonus point? Are they going to chase that bonus point? And
I don't think so.
It doesn't look like it.
I don't think they're going for the double bonus point.
It looks like it's out of the equation, but it would have been, I guess for them, they're quite happy just to get the win if they can, Bankstown. But, it's so congested. Who knows what's going to happen with the weather as well. It's been all over the shop in Sydney, so...
I guess if I was skipper, I'd be looking for the one bonus point, because I think if you go for the double bonus point, you could end up getting bowled out. If you go too hard too early.
Well, if you lose one wicket, that's okay.
Oh, that's a good ball.
But you can see already, they're in this game, St George.
Absolutely.
Building those dots together.
If they pick up a couple of wickets here, there'll be a lot of pressure in the incoming batters. Nicely played by Genford, but doesn't beat backward point.
And as a batter, it almost like the game swallows you up. You get dot after dot after dot, and you're like, where am I going to get my next run? Just can't see it, and you do a rash shot.
Oh, it beats the bat. I know the Australian men's team went through a period where they seemed to stuff up every small chase they had in a test match.
Yes.
Because it just can get in your head and batters start doing silly things.
That's a good ball. There's that extra bounce that we saw when Bankstown were bowling as well.
How did that miss the stumps? Burrows just conceded 3 runs and she's in a 5th over. That's tossed up and driven to mid-off, no run. Nice footwork from Genford. I wonder if it's time for her to just start to try and lift the run rate. She's got her eye in. She's now a New South Wales representative or in the squad, and that's a beautiful shot. Is she listening to the commentary? I'm not sure, because she's used her feet and driven beautifully past the bowler. That is textbook stuff. If Michelle was at the nets coaching a straight drive, she could pull out footage of that and show her students.
Yeah, that's a good shot. That's a bit more intent there. Probably not want to put your foot out to try and stop that ball. Might have hurt her foot there, the bowler. But, really good shot there. She was just getting tied down. And, you can see Dunn, she's 4 off 35. Genford's actually sort of motoring on a little bit, we can say, compared to Dunn at the moment. But they needed to get that there, Bankstown. It's been really good bowling by Burrows, but beautiful shot down the ground for 4.
So it's the end of 10 overs, so the first power play is finished. So Kaylin Fountain can take a couple of more fielders outside the circle now, but she's still keeping the field up because they're keeping the runs down, and nice shot there by Dunn. That's what they need to do, just work it into the onside, keep the scoreboard ticking over. All right, so just going around the ground, Gordon won the toss and elected to bat against Campbelltown Camden, and in their 50 overs they've made 4 for 218. Dramatic pause. Heidi Cheadle made 107 not outs off 122 balls. She related to Lauren Cheadle?
No, not at all.
I think actually maybe it's spelt differently even. Shannon Heath. Oh, that's come off the outside edge through slip. I don't think it was a chance, but it's running along the ground to third. Will it get to the rope? It's going to pull up. As Sam Devlin just said, it's not running quite as quick as it has in the past. And they've run, I think they've run 3 there. So 3 runs to Genford's total. Yeah, Shannon Heath, the second top scorer for Gordon with 37. What's your club again? North Sydney.
We don't play first grade.
All right, yeah.
We're getting there.
Getting there. Pushed in the air past cover. That was I would say a third of a chance. Not a half chance, a third of a chance. If you're the bowler, you're interested. If you're the batter, you're saying good placement. All right, next match, Manly Warringah hosting Parramatta. Manly fans probably turn down the volume right now because they were rock and roll for 95 in the 37th over. And Parramatta are none for 77. So looking in control. We'll just wait for this ball. Yeah, they're none for 77 in the 18th over. So you can say Parramatta are pretty much in control of this fixture. Pell is 52 not out off 55 deliveries. So it's a bit ugly for Manly Warringah. It's a good win for Parramatta because they're 8th on the ladder and Manly are 5th. The end of the 11th over, it's none for 27. In the other match, Sydney Cricket Club are hosting Northern Districts, which I think is a repeat of the final last year. Sydney batted first and made 4 for 229. Naomi McDonald, 113 not out, so 2 centuries this round so far. Kira Churchland at 42 as well. And Northern Districts are none for 5 in reply. And then the final match, Penrith. And this is at David Phillips South. So I think that's at New South Wales Uni. Pushed into the offside. They've taken off. There's a... Ooh. They took a run on the misfield. So Penrith batted first. They made 7 for 220. Kaylee Black top scored with 67. Bethany Lane made 33. So 7 for 220, a good target. And so Universities are none for 4 in their reply. So that's it. That's all the action from the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket going on around the city at the moment. Parramatta having a good day.
Yeah, they are. Some really good players there. Lots of good players around this competition.
Well left.
They desperately need a wicket here, St George. I'm just trying to see where they're going to get it. At the moment, they've just got that standard ring field. When you have a field like this, it's more that you're going for the dots and you're waiting for a mistake from the batters.
Done 7 of 43, soaking up a lot of deliveries, plays into the offside. They set up for a single. That's good batting. They hit it straight to the fielders, but they wanted to take them on. Now that's the end of 12 overs. It's none for 29.
And there's a difference, right? We didn't see a lot of that happening when St George were batting. There wasn't a lot of quick singles taken, and you can just see everyone gets a bit more rushed, and the fielding team, and it also annoys the bowler too, because they know they've bowled a good ball and
they've leaked a run.
They've leaked a run, and you're like, what is going on? And you can almost feel the tension going on out there.
At the same stage, St George-Sutherland were 2 for 48 at the end of 12 overs. Bankstown none for 29. So I think that 2 wickets is a big difference here. Dunn and Genford have laid the platform for the middle order to see this chase home. 88 off 38 overs for the win. It's played into the onside, and they'll take a single. Good shot, change of bowling at the school end.
Vickery into the attack. Oh. Good piece of fielding there. That was absolutely crunched through the offside. Really good work there.
Can the 12th bowl in New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket?
Yeah, I think so. Well, we can in Brewers, so
Great,
I'm assuming.
Excellent.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, no, nice. Just be good if the commentators were told. Oh, that's hit the batter. So that's a bit like they used to play in the men's one-day comp many years ago. You name 12, 11 bat, and obviously that means you can play an extra bowler.
Yeah, and I mean, we used to do it in WNCL. I'm not sure if it's still a rule now at all. We'd have a non-bat and a non-bowler.
Because, see, I had Vickery down as 12th player, meaning
Yes.
like
Yep.
she just, like in every other game of cricket, she does. Anyway, here she is. I had the same thing happen to me at the Plan B Women's Regional Bash last year. The 13th player was even batting, and I was looking on my scorecard going, isn't she the 13th player? And they went, yes, she's batting. Nice air on this one, tempting, and through the mid-wickets hands. That was a tough chance. Done there, middling that one. They should have got two. For some reason, they've just got one, but Michelle, what would you say? Well, you're about to step out of the commentary box, aren't you? So I'll ask Charlotte this one, but that was a tough chance, hit to mid-wicket. Probably should have been held on to. So none for 32 after 13 overs. 3 runs coming off that over. Michelle Gosgo stepping out. She's been unbelievable today in her return to the commentary box. You talk about comebacks. Well, we're seeing a great one today. Look at that one. Hit uppishly. That's the third of a chance, I think, that I called. And Charlotte Anneveld's joining me in the commentary box. Well, what do you think?
Well, good afternoon, Manners, and good afternoon to all of our viewers out there watching today's game, Bankstown versus St George. They're certainly starting to bat with a bit more intent, the Bankstown batters, and chasing down this low total that St George have set. Ooh.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot again by Dunn, lofting over the top of mid-off. Uppish, but I like the intent, and it's 4.
Yeah, great shot there. Jo Kelly, she's just missed another chance. It was a tough chance, one you would expect someone of her calibre to take, but just was hit just a bit too hard.
Dunn's gone from meandering along at a snail's pace to a couple of big shots in the last 2 overs, and she's got really nice timing.
Yeah, and she hits a hard ball too. She gets her feet in a good position. She comes down the wicket nice and straight. A lot of girls that come down, especially the younger girls, kind of take a step back down the leg side. She's going right at that ball. And this is what we wanted to see, isn't it? Bankstown have finished off really well, bowling St George out for only 116, and we wanted to see them come out and bat with a bit of intent. It was a bit of a subdued start, but they're certainly getting a move on now.
I think the subdued start, though, is the benefit of good bowling where you've got that extra time to play yourself in. So, yeah, I think these two openers have played this perfectly. They've seen off the new ball. Now they've both had a cider, and they can start to increase the run rate.
Had a cider?
A cider.
Oh, cider.
Cider. Charlotte's thinking about what she's going to do after play today.
I thought, gee, things have changed since I retired in the past 2 years.
No, I think hopefully it's just cordial at drinks breaks, otherwise.
Bit of hydrolyte,
yeah,
plenty of water.
That's what I recommend anyway. None for 36 after 14 overs. The same stage, it was 2 for 52 in the St George-Sutherland innings, and this is when the superb bowling in the middle overs of Bankstown put the brakes on the St George-Sutherland innings.
Yeah, Simona and Sam Devlin were just sensational. They really threw the game in Bankstown's favour when they both came on, and Simona to pick up 5 wickets. And Sam Devlin, as you've just recently spoken to, Manners, she's a leading wicket taker in the competition and a great leader and an all-round good person.
How good for the captain to come up and talk to us in the middle of a game.
Oh, fantastic, isn't it? I hit her up at the start and she said, just give me 5 overs.
Yeah. Maybe we could get like a spider cam situation going for these games where we can interview them from the middle.
Well, Sean Mantle from Cricket New South Wales is probably listening, so there you go. See if you can fit that in your budget for next year, Sean.
Just a couple of $100K lying around. That's driven to mid-on, no run. I got some good news, actually. When was it? Yesterday, Charlotte, about the Australian women's cricket team. You might have heard this news as well. By the way, Dick's been brought into the attack. Rhiannon Dick, who batted beautifully today. Left arm finger spinner. Bowling from the school end of the ground. Yeah, the Australian women's cricket team was scheduled to do 10 days hard quarantine in New Zealand, but then a few days in, tossed up again and driven to mid-off. But a few days into that, they were told, actually, it's only going to be 7 days and you're allowed out for a bit of fresh air. I heard the weather's been pretty bad over there, so I think Meg Lanning's braved the rain to get some fresh air, but a lot of the other players haven't. But, yeah, great to see that quarantine's just 7 days, because that'd be brutal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I spoke to Rachel Haynes a couple of days ago, and she was getting out. I think I spoke to her on Thursday, and they were getting out of their quarantine on the Friday, and they were quite happy, really, that they were getting out 3 days early. But it turned out, if you look back, the Ashes wouldn't have been changed when Australia played England here on home soil. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to it. But the girls, they were given 3 days off to do whatever that they wanted around Christchurch, and just kind of have a bit of a break, as we see it skied up in the end. Joe Kelly takes.
So that is the first wicket. Rhiannon Dick gets the breakthrough. Dunn trying to hit that one over the offside. Came off the top of the bat, went very high. And a good catch from short cover there. I think that was Sophie Heath taking the catch, or Joe Kelly.
Joe Kelly.
Number 5. I need better eyes, because it looks like yeah, can't see the number. But anyway, it's 1 for 37. Dick gets the breakthrough, a vital wicket for St George-Sutherland. This game was drifting away from them. Handy opening partnership of 37. Just as Dunn was starting to look good, she was dismissed.
Yeah, she was just starting to get going, her and Genford, and they were starting to form a partnership. They were looking proactive. They were batting with a bit more intent, kind of catching up to balls faced. And but Rhiannon Dick, we know what she can do. She's been around for a very long time. She's played at a high elite level for ACT and the Sydney Sixers and the Adelaide Strikers in the WBBL, and she's always had that knack of just picking up those key wickets at key times.
It's a good ball, just tempting, done into the drive.
Yeah,
Errington coming out to the crease, the wicketkeeper. So 80 needed off 35.1 overs.
Yeah, and just going back to the Australian team, as I said, I was speaking to Rachel and I said, what did you get up to in quarantine? And it was pretty much just, watching a bit of Netflix, chatting to her partner Leah Polton and new baby Hugo, and just kind of having a bit of downtime ready to get into what will be a very important World Cup for Australia.
Yeah, I imagine being a professional cricketer, you don't get as much time watching TV as lazy people like me. So maybe it's not too bad being able to catch up on all your favourite shows, but still pretty brutal 1 week in quarantine. But that's the sacrifice they make to represent Australia in the Women's World Cup. What were you saying, though, about the Ashes? I didn't get that point, that cutting the quarantine didn't change the Ashes.
Yeah, so if they had known they would have only been in quarantine for 7 days, they wouldn't have had to reschedule the Ashes, and I think they brought it a week forward.
Yep.
So if they had known it was 7 days and not 10 days, like it changed, but they could have kept the Ashes the same venues and the same time period. But it is what it is, and we live in a slightly different world now with COVID, and you've just got to be adjustable and ready to go at any time.
Oh, that gets past mid-on, nice drive, and Genford gets 1.
And I think too.
I think part of the reason about moving the Ashes fixtures was to the women's Ashes fixtures to get out of the main COVID hotspots like Sydney and Melbourne as well. Because I know they were due to play a couple of games at North Sydney Oval that were moved. Ooh, beater in flight there. Yeah, I enjoyed the women's Ashes, but it seemed to just go too quickly for me because, 2 T20 games were washed out. The test match was a thriller. Oh, beats the bat. But yeah, it just seemed to go really quickly for me. Australia, secured the Ashes in the first 50-over game. There was really only sort of 3 games where the Ashes were alive. I would love to have seen, 1 or 2 more test matches.
Yeah, I think there's a big push now to see some more test matches, and because I guess the good thing about that is that test match, it was so thrilling and exciting, as you mentioned, that it's really opened up conversation with cricket boards around the world to potentially put on more cricket test matches in the longer format for the women around the world.
Yeah, my theory on this is I actually think it's time for Australia and England to lead the way with the test matches. I think that they should be scheduling 3 test matches in their Ashes series, minimum 2. I mean, you could add another test match into the Ashes and make it 3 T20s, 2 tests and 3 ODIs. Because, that test match was so good, the end of the over, it's 1 for 39 after 16. Such a good test match. And then when's the next time we're going to see the Australian women's team with their baggy greens on in a test match? 2 years?
Yeah.
And I would love to have seen another test match after that, a few days later.
I think that's the disappointing thing for a lot of the current players and probably former players as well, is that it was such a good test match, but there is no test match planned for any country around the world, I think, for the next 2 years. And now that the women's game around the world has become professional, there's opportunity to put more into the calendar and create more test matches, not just between Australia and England on the Ashes, but, Australia, New Zealand, Australia, India. The girls want to be playing that longer format. They're just not given the opportunity at this time.
Again, tossed up by the wicket taker. Errington had just come to the creases on 1 of 5 deliveries.
And we really saw during that Ashes period too, young Talia McGrath really come of age and step up. She's, been a player, cut straight to the fielder out at square leg for a single. She's been a player that Australia have had their eye on for a number of years now, and she's been, kind of got some runs, got some wickets here and there, but there's been no consistency across any seasons. And this season, that's been her consistent year, and I imagine there'll be big things to come for Talia McGrath.
Yeah, I agree. Again, for playing there. Errington, so far this season's had a good one with the bat at the non-strikers end. She has 236 runs at an average of 24 with a high score of 61. That's well wide and not called.
They've been a bit relaxed with the wides in this innings. There was one in the previous over 2, just way outside off stump that wasn't called.
Not sure how consistent it is with the first innings. Another dot ball.
Just going back to that World Cup as well in New Zealand, starting on the 4th of March. Australia's first game, I think, is on the next day on the 5th. But there's not going to be many crowds because international travellers can't come into New Zealand. I know a lot of people around the world had booked flights, accommodation, tickets, and now they're kind of left stranded in their own country and they can't come and support, their team, women's cricket, especially after the momentum created from the T20 World Cup at the MCG just before we went into the initial lockdown for COVID in March 2020. So hopefully New Zealand get out and support not only their team but the World Cup in general.
I heard Michael Vaughan, the Fox Sports commentator, so I could say this on this coverage then, he was actually really disappointed that the World Cup was still being held in New Zealand. He felt the ICC needed to move it given the restrictions. Is that out? That is a good stumping. Smart work. And we'll see here, beaten in flight, spun away from Errington, and she goes. Good keeping there, whipped off the bails, quick as a flash. And Bankstown have lost their 2nd wicket.
That's really good bowling there. Just put a bit of flight up. She's been changing her line and length a bit, changing her pace, and just brought the batter just out of her crease. Didn't quite get to the line of the ball, and easy stumping there for the wicketkeeper for St George. And they're right back in this now. A couple of quick wickets, just ebbs and flows, changes the momentum of this game.
That was a beautiful delivery. Flighted, really tempting Errington, the new batter, to the crease, and then spun away.
Yeah, as we can see the replay there, really tossed it up, and didn't it drop quickly and sharply? Just got under the bat there. Errington, well taken, quick as you like, whips the bails off.
Archer Savelli, the keeper.
She had a good game behind the stumps too in the first innings.
We're getting back to Test cricket for the women's game. Like, I know the big problem around the world is, and you even see it at this level, that there's not a lot of red ball cricket being played in the pathways. But I think Australia and England could be the sort of leaders in sort of, I don't know, setting the standard and, you know, leading from the front. First ball of, that's just gone past the outside edge, and Chowan was pressing forward. Yeah, I just feel that they should start to, you know, be an example. You know, it might take other nations pitched up and driven. It might take other nations many number of years to catch up, but a bit like, you know, the men's Ashes that started, you know, over 150 years ago. I think, you know, they need to start playing more Test cricket as an example.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think, you know, particularly in Australia, Cricket New South Wales and female cricket, Cricket New South Wales want to lead the way, and they want to push Cricket Australia to make those changes and be leaders. And Cricket Australia want to be the best in the world, both in male and female cricket. So if, you know, we can push here and get some more games between Australia and England to start with, and then moving on to other countries, it's only going to benefit the game of cricket, female cricket, not only here but around the world.
Just one there on the misfield by Genford. I mean, we saw India compete really well in the Test match. I'm sure they'd like to play more Test cricket. But that's the end of the 18th over. It's 2 for 42. With the Women's World Cup, I love the format of it. You know, the fact that there's 8 teams, they all play each other once, and then the top 4 go through to the semi-finals. I think we're going to, you know, really find out who the best 4 women's cricket teams are in 50-over cricket in that format.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity too for some of the I guess.
And there's the ladder. Just sorry to interrupt. There's the ladder for women's first grade. Sydney on top. Oh, wicket. And there's a wicket.
Stumped.
Well, that's a big wicket of Genford. Huge wicket. She'd look so good. 21 off 42. About to head into the Breakers squad. And this Rhiannon Dick gets her second wicket. She's got figures of 2 for 2.
Yeah, not bad figures there. Rhiannon Dick, as I mentioned, has a knack of picking up those key wickets, and Genford is that. She's been in some good form with the bat and ball, hence why she's been picked up for the Breakers in their game against the ACT this coming Tuesday at North Sydney Oval.
Genford seemed to just sort of york herself there, and then it spun away from the bat. We'll see the footwork. Oh no, it actually bounced and turned quite a bit out of the foot marks. And
yeah, no, her head was just kind of not really watching where the ball was going either. It was just heading over to the leg side and just needs to stay just that slightly bit stiller. And she would have connected with that ball.
So the score now 3 for 42 in the 19th over. Wow, this game's taken a big swing, hasn't it? I actually think if I was St George-Sutherland, I would be feeling pretty good going into this drinks break.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They Bankstown kind of came out of the nets pretty quickly and started ticking the runs over, but St George just picking up those few key wickets at the top of the order certainly changed the momentum of this game. And as you said, if I was St George-Sutherland, I'd really feel like I'm in with a good chance of winning this game.
Dick the Destroyer, 2 for 2 in 2.1 overs. So the score 3 for 42. Genford just dismissed for 21 of 43 deliveries. Dunn was the first wicket, 14 off 54. Caught by Kelly off Dick's bowling, and then Errington went last over, stumped by Savelli off the bowling. The leggy Vickery for 2. Chauhan's just come to the creases on 1 off 3. I'm not sure who will join Chauhan at the crease.
Simona might be the destroyer with the ball. 5 wickets in that first innings for Bankstown.
Can she be the all-round hero?
She would probably hope that she is. Who do you like in the Women's World Cup? Obviously, we want Australia to win. Who would you say would be a bit of a smoky team that might make that top 4?
I think the smoky is New Zealand. on home turf. They've actually had a pretty rough couple of years at international level. Haven't really performed well in ICC tournaments or as well as they would have hoped. So I think New Zealand will be the smoky. But I'm expecting a top four of really it's going to be Australia, India, England and New Zealand. They're my sort of top four. I think South Africa is starting to play some good cricket, so they're probably going to be there or thereabouts. I did hear Meg Lanning make an interesting point that one of the things they might find a bit tricky is they actually haven't played a lot of cricket against many of the sides. So I guess Bangladesh, Pakistan would be two. They probably haven't seen a lot of their bowlers, so maybe there'll be the odd surprise, but yeah, my top four, England, India, Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah, I think that would be my top four as well. But I do agree with you. South Africa, they've shown the last few years that they come into these big tournaments and they step up. They lift their game to another level. And they've got some really high-quality players that are also...
Cappy?
Plying their trade in the WBBL, the 100 over in England, you know. But Dane van Niekerk, she will be a huge loss for them. She's the captain of their country and... you know, offers so much with the ball and the bat and her captaincy and leadership skills on and off the field. So she'll be a big loss, but they have, you know, Shabnim Ismail, who you mentioned earlier, played for the Thunder for a few years, Marizanne Kapp. You know, the list just continues. They've got so many quality players. If they can play together, they could be a bit of a dark horse.
I guess the other one we haven't mentioned is the West Indies women's side. They do have the ability, we'll just see that stumping severely there with great work. And then another one to follow it up. 2 stumpings by the St George-Sutherland keeper. And boy, did she love that one off Genford, the big fish on her bike. Yeah, I think the West Indies women in the World Cup are one to look out for. They've got a lot of power. Deandra Dotton was in some good form leading into the tournament.
Yeah, and they're a team that's really well led by Stefanie Taylor. I played a bit of cricket with her at the Sydney Thunder in the first Women's Big Bash.
Name drop.
And and she's someone that...
Was that the year you won the Women's Big Bash, Charlotte?
It was the year we won.
Was that so you won on the same day the MCG as the men won?
Yes.
You know, it's like... They say lightning never strikes twice. Well, it struck twice that day for the Thunder to win.
It was a very, very fun 24 hours.
Oh, there's a big appeal there.
Oh, just got a bit of an inside edge. Played it just in front of square. But yeah, Stefanie Taylor's someone she's a really good leader. She's a dominant leader. Her team follows her. And as you mentioned, they've got so much firepower. But the West Indies are a team that are so hit and miss. They're either on and they're all on, or they're all off. You know, they're very talkative. They move a lot in the field. They can be quite intimidating. So if they're on, you know, they could be another dark horse, get in the top 4. And then I'm a firm believer that once you're in that final series, anything can happen. You just have to believe, and everyone needs to play their role.
Chan swinging that one away into the onside. Didn't find the gap, but it was well timed. Dick continuing with the loopy left arm orthodox. Lawler's come out to bat.
It's been interesting today too with the spinners.
Emily Lawler.
The majority of them are bowling really slow and really flighting the ball up.
You just mentioned that, you know, if you make it through to that top 4, anything can happen. I mean, I think we saw that in the last 50-over World Cup. Dick bowls again. That's the end of a successful over. It's 3 for 44 after 19. Same stage. Well, these are getting closer together. St George-Sutherland with 3 for 62 in 19 overs. I mean, this could go down to the last over. This could be a thriller.
I hope not, Manners.
But look, like we saw last 50-over World Cup, Australia get through to the semi-final. The big carrot is if they beat India in that semi-final, they play in the final at Lord's. And India had a day out and smashed Australia in the end. If it wasn't for Alex Blackwell, adding some respectability to the scorecard, it would have been a thumping. So, you know, you're right. You get through to that top 4, anything can happen.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we were lucky that Alex did perform well on the day, and I think from memory she had a really good tournament as a whole, and did give some respectability in that semi-final. But the team that we've got at the moment, I think, is really well balanced. We've got some very, very experienced players that are playing some really good cricket, and then we've got some really exciting youngsters like your Stella Campbells, your Darcy Browns, your Taylor Lemonicks, you know, that are coming through, and even Talia McGrath we mentioned just before. You know, these players are so exciting in the future of women's cricket, and they've got that confidence and the ability to really step up in what will be an exciting World Cup.
Cut for 2, nice shot. 2 more to the total. 3 for 46. I agree. I just think what we've seen is that actually there is a gap between Australia and the rest of the teams now, but still, just wait to Vickery. Another dot ball. When say England or India have a good day, they can still test Australia and beat us, but there is now a gap. Australia, their depth and their quality, I would say, is quite a bit far ahead of the other few sides, the other top women's sides.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think, you know, overall, if you look at the Australian squad, not just the 11 that'll be out there playing, we've got such a well-balanced squad that with some players like your Elise Perrys, your Meg Lannings, your Alyssa Healy's that have been there for a long time and performed. But then you've got the youngsters and the, you know, I guess some other players that can just make it so exciting. And we are, I think we're probably the most professional side around the world. And that helps too when you're able to train and just think about cricket. As Dick continues, you know, you're able to just take your game to another level and really, you know, widen that gap between other countries. And I think England are probably about half the squad are completely professional and the others are kind of, I guess, part-time. And then you've got other countries like New Zealand, India that, you know, they say they're professional, but I mean, I wouldn't like to be on some of the wages that they're on and be called, you know, a full-time athlete. But, you know, while we are leading the way, we're always going to be the best side, but we need to put that into performances on the field as well. And that is something that we have been doing consistently for the last few years.
Dick tosses up and well left. No, you're right. I think India's talent, though, is quite scary. Their women's side, for the amount of resources put into the team, they have a lot of talented cricketers.
Yeah, and it was really exciting this year in the WBBL to have 8 of their international players be released from India to come out and play. And we saw, you know, Harmanpreet Kaur just had Rodriguez, you know, didn't she perform well as well? And she's a bit of an excitement machine for the future, and she's, I guess, the future of Indian women's cricket.
Driven uppishly into the offside, but another dot ball.
And young Poonam, you know, bowls that off spin. She's so short. She just gets this nice flight. She's very slow. I think she only bowls about 60 kilometres an hour.
Looks like a few of the bowlers have followed her lead, haven't they?
The slower the better, maybe. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very exciting and intriguing Women's World Cup over in New Zealand. We've got 2 warm-up games. I think we play the West Indies and New Zealand, and then we get straight into it on March the 5th.
And remember, you can watch that for free on KO Freebies, so there's no reason not to follow it.
And that's good that KO and Foxtel picked that up for free, because I know that it wasn't going to be broadcast for free. And
that's right.
Alyssa Healy came out on social media and even offered to pay for, I think, 20 people to get KO. And then KO and Foxtel very rightly and quickly said, no, we'll put it on our freebies. I know that the women and all the fans out there are very appreciative of that.
No, I think it's fantastic. And
when Alyssa Healy talks,
people listen. That's right.
Ooh.
Boy, can she talk.
And I think it's good too. She's obviously got the respect of the cricketing world, players and administrators, and you know, she speaks up when she feels that she needs to, and she does it in an appropriate manner. And you know, she's made some really positive changes for the game.
I just amble through for a single there. It was late cut. Got past short third. They get one. I've got a lot of time for Elisa Healy. She's a wonderful person, wonderful promoter of the game. She's been on my podcast a few times and she's always a great guest.
Beautiful. Cricket Unfiltered.
Cricket Unfiltered, that's right. She came to my house to record a podcast once because we couldn't get a studio at the cricket ground, and I said, would you come to my house? So she came over with Lisa Sthalekar, so she knew she wasn't going to be... But, you know, I just don't think you get a lot of professional cricketers going that extra step.
Absolutely. And she's someone that really wants to promote the game and promote it in a good way, and they're the things that she does. And she does a lot of things that are unseen as well out in the community that she doesn't want any recognition for, but she just gets on with it and does it.
Does she play for Sydney Cricket Club when she plays club cricket? I know her father used to be involved with that club.
Yeah, he's still heavily involved. He's down there, I believe, most weeks at training with all the underage girls and the lower grades.
That's the 50 for the Bankstown Women's Cricket Club. They're 3 for 50 in the 22nd over. They need 67 off a further 28 overs to win the game. So 3 for 50.
Yeah, so Greg Healy is Alyssa's father, and yeah, he's heavily involved and really helps promote the women's game. And I know Alyssa, when she's in town, she'll go down to training and help out as well. And she also turns up to a fair few of the grade games. I know she's been seen at Brewers Shield a couple of times throughout the season. She turns up when she can, and she's also keen to play as much club cricket as possible because she knows the importance of coming back and really mentoring these girls.
Played into the deep on the onside for a single. One thing that might close the gap between Australia and some of the other international women's sides is the 100. Just continue off Dick bowling and play to mid-off. Well fielded. That was nicely timed. Yeah, I don't know if you saw much of the 100 last summer, but I think it's going to be great for the women's cricketers in England to get that opportunity to play in another professional comp. Oh,
absolutely. I mean, any elite cricket tournament anywhere around the world is only going to benefit the player and world cricket. And, you know, it's a new initiative. It's slightly different to T20. I think it's 100 balls each innings, obviously being called the 100. And, you know, when these girls are out there playing more against international cricketers from other countries, it just helps to slightly close the gap as well. And I know Michelle Gosgo, who's also in commentary with us today, watched a fair bit of the 100.
Down the pitch and driven past the bowler. That might have been a chance. Was that a bump ball, Charlotte? I can't...
Not sure. It looked like a catch, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, as a former bowler, it definitely would have been a catch.
You'd have been appealing. Ooh, just push that and I'll take one.
I think Bankstown, they're definitely batting with a bit more intent, but I'd like to see just them take that percentage up and just, you know, try and rotate that strike just a bit more. I know you and Gozzy were talking earlier about strike rate and rotating the strike, and hey, it doesn't matter if you're chasing a low total or a high total. Let's just focus on our own innings and just getting on with it.
3 for 53, 3 runs coming off that over, 3 the over before. So that's what I want to see, a bit more of that, just nudging into the gaps, as you say, rotating the strike, being positive. This game could be sort of cracked open. If St George-Sutherland take a couple of wickets, then they will probably move into favouritism, his Vickery. Oh, that's the first sweep shot we've almost seen all day, and big appeal. But then, you know, conversely, if a Bankstown batter can hit a quick 20 or 30 from here, then, you know, that'll get them pretty close to that target. They just need someone to grab this game by the scruff of the neck, figuratively, not literally.
Ooh.
That's spun past the bat and the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. This game's still in the balance. It still could go either way. It's just, who's going to step up and who's going to, get the runs and take the game away, or who's going to pick up those wickets, or even in the field. It just could take one big fielding effort from a fielder that could just swing that momentum St George's way. It's a beautiful shot there. Moved her feet beautifully down to the pitch of the ball, just for a single. But Bankstown have definitely come out here today, just batting with just slightly more intent. But both teams, and I don't know whether it's because they're quite young, the majority of the girls, but they've struggled against the spinners, haven't they? Whether it's off spin or leg spin. They're just struggling to get to the pitch of the ball, just work out exactly what shot they want to play, where they want to play it, just try and manipulate the field. Because captains really haven't had to do much field movement.
No, you're right. I think we've commented earlier in the coverage. They're not really using behind the wicket. They're not sweeping or then they play a sweep shot. How to make Manners look like an idiot. But good, I'm glad they're playing that sweep shot. But you just see there from Lawler, there's no fielders behind the wicket on the onside, and they should be sweeping off line or length. If the ball's full and just outside off stump, try and use that sweep shot. 3 for 57. Because what it does is it makes the bowler then have to adjust their plan.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed too is a lot of young girls don't play the sweep shot. I don't know whether it's a confidence thing because you're playing across the line or what it is, but the better batters in world cricket and at the elite level have a really good sweep.
And I would also think as well, and I can say this because I was quite slight when I played cricket, you don't need a lot of power to play a good sweep shot.
No, you just use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, which there's nothing better than using the pace of the ball. There's nothing more exciting than a fast bowler runs in, they put in 110%, and you just nudge it down to fine leg for 4 with minimal effort. Charlotte, the bowlers, are getting frustrated because that's triggering again and back cutting into the offside. Look, it's hard when the wickets are a bit slow and this spin's not coming onto the bat, but
the field's quite deep. I spoke earlier about the fielders from both teams. They've been sitting on the ring. And there's plenty of runs out there if they just look at
drop and run, drop and run.
Look at the leg side.
Again, another bowler killer, drop and run.
Yep. But just have a look. Where's your next scoring shot going to come from?
Another good delivery.
And the game's evolving too. 10 years ago, no one was really playing anything other than a conventional shot. Then the last 10 years, we've seen these laps and reverse sweeps and all sorts of exciting shots come into the game that also makes it hard to bowl against when you're bowling against players like that. It's kind of made the bowlers evolve as well, and you've got to think about who you're bowling against, where you want to bowl, what are they going to do, where should you have your field.
Last ball of Dick's 6th over and defended. So at the end of 25 overs, so we are halfway through the innings. That was a maiden over. It's 3 for 57 after 25. At the same stage, St George-Sutherland were 3 for 71. They were ahead by 14 runs. The wickets are the same. Not much in this contest.
Rhiannon Dick's been really economical today. 2 for 9 off her 6, 4 overs left to bowl. It'll be interesting to see if they bowl her through or they save her for a bit, but I would probably think that she's someone that's going to maybe pick up a key wicket here and break this partnership, and if I was captain, I'd probably keep her on. Just try and jag one more wicket. Yeah.
Emily Lawler, who's on strike so far this season, has scored 106 runs at an average of 10.6 with a high score of 48. If she can get somewhere near that high score today, they'll go pretty close to winning. Norrup's been brought into the attack, and that one jagged back at the right-hander. Nice off-cutter there. She just ran her fingers across the seam. So it's Chahan on strike. Lawler's at the non-striker's end.
Both teams have played some nice straight drives today, not with too much power. They just have really struggled to get it past mid-on and mid-off for any kind of run.
Shorter ball, and that's cut nicely. It's beaten the field. That's one of the best hit shots we've seen all day, and that's 4. What a great shot from Chauhan, just waiting for the ball and slapping it through point for 4. There was a dive there from the fielder. I think her foot stuck under the fence there. I hope she's okay. I think that is Sophie Heath, who put in the big dive. She's limping away. But she's also adjusting the rope, so what a great sport.
Yeah, it was a great effort by her. She had to sprint a long way. Just couldn't bring it back in the end. But great shot there by Chauhan, and really powerful shot too. Just use the pace of Norrup.
Full ball onto. Oh, that was hit well again, but straight to mid-wicket. 3 for 61 now.
There's plenty of chat out there too. You can hear through the effects mic. The girls are still up and about. They're chatting. They're supporting each other. I know that St George, they're notoriously known for being supportive. Lots of talk, getting on really well.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Another one, just waited for it, played it behind point this time. Deft touch. We were talking about using the pace of the ball last over. Well, Chauhan's done that beautifully with that shot. Just see the way she waited for it, flicked the wrist, and it ran quickly along the carpet, and they get 3 more. Some vital runs for Bankstown. They're on the march.
They're getting a move on now, aren't they, Menas?
They are.
Over halfway there. Chasing the total of 116, 117 to win.
That's the end of the 26th over. 7 runs coming off that over. A good one for the home side. It's 3 for 64.
In Bankstown, if they were to get a double bonus point, they needed to do that within 25 overs. Obviously, we're still here just finished the 26th. But they'll be looking to get 1 bonus point in this game, which will be getting these runs of 117, the target, within 40 overs.
Yeah, I was saying to Michelle Gosco before, that's what I'd be targeting if I was the skipper. I wouldn't be going for the double bonus point, but you'd be going for that bonus point. Here's Dick, and swung in the air on the onside. That's a beautiful shot by Chauhan. She's opened up and slapped it into cow corner on the onside. Couple of bounces, and not only over the rope, but has gone through the open gate in front of the Stephen and Mark Ward Pavilion. Chauhan starting to open up. She's gone 4-3-4.
How good's that? Little cow corner, shot out to cow corner. You get a full toss, you want to put that away to the boundary, and she certainly did that. Just shy of a 6, a couple of metres.
That's brought the target under 50 now. Dick, what can she do?
We're both excited, Menas. We're both standing up now in the commentary box. There's a bit of momentum in here happening
Absolutely,
now.
and this is what Bankstown need. They need a batter to grab this contest by the scruff of the neck and play a few shots. Oh, she's cutting at that one. Dick clutching at her head.
It's just been hard for Bankstown to put away today, Dick.
Driven to cover. No run. Nice timing. Chauhan playing some lovely shots. That's a good run to the right and mid-off, and they take a single. I'm not sure the non-striker was awake to the possibility of a single there. A little bit sluggish, but they got there in the end.
And this is exactly what we've been talking about all day. Hit it just to the side of the fielder. Take them on. Take that quick single. Chauhan's been the pick of the batters today for me. She's come out with intent, playing really good shots, getting herself in a good position, head over the ball. And for her, if you're a Bankstown fan, if you're wanting her to stay out there, keep ticking the runs over, finish it off for her team.
The end of 27 overs, it's 3 for 69. So 48 required in 23 overs.
Who's your money on, Manners?
I'm still backing the home side, Bankstown. I think that they'll chase this down.
Yeah, I think.
And I think they'll go close to getting the bonus point, but Chauhan's the big wicket.
Yeah, definitely the way that she's come out and really attacked this game with her bat. Yeah, I would have to agree. I think Bankstown are in the box seat, and if they're to lose this game, they'll lose it themselves.
Norrup. 7 runs came off her last over. That's drifting into the pads of Chauhan, and she'll be disappointed she couldn't get a little bit of wood on that one because there's no one behind square on the onside.
Yeah, it's a very offside field, isn't it? Got short third, forward and backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Only 3 fielders on that leg side. Mid-on cover, backward square.
Dot ball, nice defence.
And that's where someone like a Chauhan has come out and batting really well this afternoon. Just use her game sense. There's plenty of space on that leg side. Norrup's bowling nice and straight. Just take the pace off the ball, drop it, take off for that quick single.
Pitched up and well left. I hope you're enjoying the coverage of the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition. This is round 12 of 15. Norrup in and pushed into the offside. There'll also be coverage of the rest of the regular season and then the semi-final and the grand final. Wonderful coverage of this expanding competition. Ooh, well left.
Yeah, I think we've heard from some of our guests today, current players are playing in the game, that there's a couple of nerves around this game being telecast live on KO Freebies.
I probably heard you sledging them in the first few overs.
No, I don't sledge anymore. Just keep that on the field. But, how exciting is it for women's Premier Cricket that it is being broadcast live and free for others to watch? Boys,
That's
girls.
a cracker. 4 more, cut through point. Chauhan starting to put on an exhibition here. 3 boundaries in 2 overs. That one just flicked the wrist through a wide delivery. And it clatters into the fence there. 3 for 73 to end the 28th over.
Yeah, gee, she's looking good, Chauhan, isn't she? She's come out with intent, hitting some fantastic shots. I'm sure we'll hear a bit more about her from Michelle Gosco, who is just about to join me in the commentary box. Thank you, Manners. Gossie, welcome back. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Charlotte. Good afternoon to all the viewers out there.
What do you make of the game so far? It's changed since you were last in commentary.
Yeah, it's certainly changed the game now. These two being really proactive at the crease.
Well, a good ball there by Dick. And you were just chatting off air to one of the Bankstown players. You any good inside information?
Yeah, I was having a chat to Angie Genford over there. It's one of the superstars of Sydney cricket. Oh, there we go. A man-cad attempt. Oh, I don't mind that. Just let the batter know that you're in the game.
Yeah, Rhiannon Dick's been fantastic today so far. Really economical, picked up some key wickets. She comes in again, really tosses that one up. Picked up 2 key wickets, only for 14 runs. Dick comes in again. GJ Kelly's been great in that short cover, hasn't she?
She's been superb.
She's been absolutely
Nonchalantly.
smoked, hasn't missed a thing. I don't think I could do that at my age. And Dick again, tossing the ball up. Ends the over. Bankstown 3 for 73. So I'm just going to make way here for Angie Genford. Bowled superbly. We spoke earlier. She's part of the Hobart Hurricanes WBBL squad for this WBBL 07 recently played, and just been selected in the Breakers squad for the game. Gozzy, I'll leave you with Angie.
Angie, I just want to clear something up while you're here.
Yeah.
Now, I've known you for a very long time, and
Yeah.
I've always called you Angie Genford.
Yeah.
Is it Genford or Genford?
It's Genford.
Oh!
It's Genford.
Nora up just in. Another dot ball there. Well, I'm glad that after so many years, what is it, 5 or 6 years, you finally told me what your last name is.
I think it's been 6 years.
Fantastic. But I like the respect because you've never cleared it up.
No, I think too highly of you, Gozzy.
Thanks, mate. How are you going? It's been a big year for you this year.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a good one. A lot of good experience, especially learning off those better players.
Pin just played, fielded there by Joe Kelly. And what did you learn from playing down, I guess, with the Hobart Hurricanes, just being around the group?
I think those older players look at the game a lot different. I found it so cool, like the way that they read batters, read the field, even the wickets, like the fields.
Played really nicely into the leg side here. An easy two picked up. The Darmany there. A lot of open space on that leg side. It's now 3 for 75, Bankstown. And another opportunity to be around the Breakers.
Yeah, so very exciting next Tuesday. Should be really, really good.
Norrup in. Oh, very close to the stumps there. Just dug out just in time there. And are you getting to play? Are we getting inside info, or are you...
I don't know if I don't...
putting you under the pump here.
No further comment. I don't know.
Is that a no comment? Oh. We'll take that. Norrup in. Just the inside edge back onto the stumps there. That's okay. I'm not putting you under pressure here. But if you do get to play, it's a fantastic opportunity and certainly great reputation the New South Wales Breakers have had.
Yeah.
3 for 75, Bankstown. Expertly played just behind point. Should pick up. And we're just watching.
No.
Just inside the boundary, so another 3.
Standard Bankstown over.
I was going to say that it's really big outfield. They don't bring the rope in here, so
No.
must be a lot of sixes hit here.
Sometimes it depends. It depends if his dad puts the ropes out, or sometimes the second grader before. I think they need. When it's too close to the fence, we have had a few girls that slide into the fence.
Yeah, and I've noticed that today, just on the grandstand side, there's been a couple of players that have slid into the fence, and
Yeah.
it reminded me. You're a bit young for this, but 1980s cricket where that used to happen, and they'd actually slide in, and there was no rope at all, and quite a few injuries that used to happen. It kind of reminds me of that here. So,
Yeah.
well, you bat and bowl. I think you should have said, "Well, bring it in while I'm batting and put it out while I'm bowling."
Yeah. It's definitely positives and negatives of it.
Left outside the off stump. And how has the season been with Bankstown this year?
Pretty good. So we're a really quite young side. I think Sammy brings our age up, and she's only 21, but that's not real age. But so it's been good. I think we're all we love the sport. And we get on really, really well. And we've had some good success, and it's been good having Erin and that come back and absolutely smash it.
Just fall short on the offside there.
But we're in a good position this year. It's good to stay in that top 4. Hopefully have some good success for the rest of the games.
Dick approaches the crease here. Cut away beautifully by Darmany there, and it's a long chase. We just talked about how big these outfields are here at Bankstown. It's another 3. You could almost run on the arm there, and they are. 4 all run, and that is exactly why I retired. Because of that reason. But it was a really good shot. Just leant back and pierced that offside field. And we said before that there's 2 players over the age of 20 in your side. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So it's I think it's pretty good. Like,
I think that was a missed chance there through the hands of Rhiannon Dick. Another 2 to the total. So just motoring along now. 34 to Darmany Chon. So you must be one of the older ones.
Yeah,
in that side.
I am.
How old are you now?
19.
19.
Does that make you feel old, Gozzy?
Yeah. It does, actually. Thank you for reminding me.
But it's good. I think give us a few years, that's when everyone's going to be playing the best cricket. So I'm excited for that.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Hopefully you get a debut. You can tell me off air. I promise I won't tell anyone. And best of luck, and fantastic to see not that you're such a good cricketer, but you're such a good person as well. So
thank you, Gozzy.
It's big value to Bankstown cricket and also New South Wales cricket. So good, and best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you, Gozzy.
Charlotte Annabelle is coming back into commentary. Thank you, Angie Genford. We've got that right now.
Sort the name out now, Gozzy.
Now, after 6 years, I'm glad that got sorted out today.
That's exciting, having one of the really good youngsters up talking to us, Angie Genford. She had a pretty good day with the ball. And how exciting is it for her that she's part of the Breakers? You know, you and I have both played. We love New South Wales, love the baggy blue. And it's really nice to watch all these young girls come through and get that opportunity that we had all those years ago.
Yeah, and they've got a different opportunity where they can go interstate, hence why Angie went to the Hurricanes and was part of that squad. Back in the day, we couldn't do that. We were very loyal to our state. No one travelled anywhere else. Now with the WBBL, it's created those opportunities where you can go and be part of those squads.
Yeah, you're right. I remember when we were playing, one girl moved states and it was the hot topic, wasn't it? It was like, oh my God, she's moving states. What's she doing? And now it's just so common, which is good. It gives, as you mentioned, the young girls opportunities elsewhere to play a trade. And it means that the best players in the country are playing at that elite level. She's getting some good turnout there, isn't she?
Oh, she is. It's really good to see.
Played and missed quite a few times today across most of the spinners. And again.
It's another one. If I'm batting, I'm at the other end and saying well left. If I'm a bowler, you've played and missed. So it's either eyes you look through.
Yeah. If you're the bowler, you definitely need to give the batter just a few tips. How to connect. So we see a sweep shot. Just for a single. Got a sweeper out there. Probably 3/4 to the boundary because it is so far.
I haven't seen too many sweep shots here today. I think that's the pitch and the slowness of the bowlers, the spin bowlers that have come through. It's another good over there. They're staying in the game. It's just gotten away from them a little bit the last sort of 5 overs or so, but they've made them work hard for these runs here, Bankstown.
Yeah, 3 for 85 after 32 overs. You'd have to say Bankstown should win this game, Michelle, but as we both know, you never know what can happen. 1 over, 1 catch, 1 wicket, 1 shot can change a game. And Rhiannon Dick, she's been bowling well so far. She's picked up some key wickets up the top with Genford and Dunn.
Thought you were going to quote an Eminem song then, with 1 shot, 1 opportunity. I'm not at cricket.
That's one thing that you'll never see me do or hear me do because I don't know the words for any songs. I'm the best mimer, mumbler going around.
Yeah, Rhiannon Dick has bowled exceptionally well here, 2 for 20.
And this is her last over. St George, they'll be hoping she can pick up another wicket.
You know,
Just see a wide.
That's the commentator's curse when you just say how well they've been bowling and then that ball
Bowl a wide.
happens to be batting as well. They're certainly putting the pressure on here, St George. Make sure they're going to have to fight for every run. Trying to keep Lawler on strike as well. She's the one who's eaten up the most balls.
Have you coached Lawler?
I have, and probably known more for her bowling, which we saw here today, more so than her batting.
Would you class her as an all-rounder?
I would now,
Yep.
yeah, absolutely. Said when she was part of our program in the under-15s, probably more so as a bowler.
We just heard it's the end of the over. It's 3 for 86 from 33. Yeah, we just heard you having a chat with Angie Genford on air last couple of overs about the age of Bankstown and, you know, 2 players over 20 or 21, was it? And whilst that sounds good, they just don't have that experience, do they? They don't have, you know, they need just one, maybe 2 or 3 extra older players that have been around, that to just add a bit more value and experience and leadership to what is a very young and exciting Bankstown team.
Yeah, you're spot on. And, I mean, I'd be like a sponge with those older players, just getting that life experience. And it's important, you know, it makes you a well-rounded sort of person. It's not just about, you know, whether you can win a cricket game at all. It's the way that you go about it as well, different situations.
Good feet there from Joanne. Gee, she's been impressive today so far. 34 from 49 balls.
Well, she's looked the most accomplished player here today, hasn't she, with the bat?
Yeah, as I said, she's been the most impressive bat for me today. Great shot. There's a fielder out there. Is it caught? It's caught. She's out. The commentator's cursed, Michelle. What a catch there. Out. About 3/4 out to what is a very long boundary. It's about 70 metres out there. Very good catch. Went straight to her. Hit well by Chuan. And she's off home. Another big wicket.
Well, I'll tell you what, and any other ground, that's probably gone for 6. But because the boundary's 300 metres here at Bankstown Oval, all she's been able to do is pick out that fielder who, as you mentioned before, is not on the boundary, is sitting in probably 3/4 of the way, and it's gone straight down her throat. It wasn't a bad shot. She actually hit that okay, probably a little bit low on the bat, but geez, that was a good outfield catch and straight down her throat. And it's almost like catching practice. And then the celebration comes in.
She was
I
excited.
actually caught it. So that was probably her worst ball that she's bowled. And just says sometimes as a bowler, you could bowl superbly all day. You have no luck, and then you bowl that, and you get your wicket. So that's all the work that she's put in before that to get that luck on that ball.
Yeah, and we talk about how big the boundary is, and as a fielding team and captain, vice-captain, you've got to have a look at who's batting and then work out how far do you reckon that this batter can hit the ball. And they've managed to do that really well. She was in exactly the right position. She didn't need to move, because I don't know any women that are going to be able to hit the ball that far, not even your Meg Lannings, Alyssa Healy's. It is a very long boundary out there at Bankstown Oval, but she was in exactly the right position.
We've got Janital Simona out. No pressure. Not on strike, but it's picked up 5 in the Bankstown bowling innings.
It's almost right that she's out there to hopefully finish off the runs for her team. She did it with the ball. Can she do it with the bat? She's still got Lawler on strike here. The batters did cross after that wicket. Vickery tosses it up. Well weighted there by Lawler.
Well, they've made them work for it here, St George. Only needs 31 from 96 deliveries, so it's not that many runs to get, but we'll be looking to try and get this bonus point.
I just hope, Gozzy, that they still try and be proactive and bat with intent and just try and get these runs quickly, but also, in the right frame of mind. As it over ends there, it's 4 for 86 from 34 overs.
Yeah, you're right. There's a way you can go about it, and if you sort of chase this down, it's only 117 or something that they got. And so if you're chasing it down in 44 overs, it doesn't look good on paper either, and it gives you that confidence. Yeah, you got the win, but how did you get that win? And so you want it to be an emphatic sort of victory, if you can, going into the business end of the competition.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to see them go after this bonus point within 40 overs. They've got really run a ball is all it takes, and there's plenty of space out there, Michelle. I mean, the infielders, I think they've only got 2 fielders outside the circle, or even none at the moment. And so, I mean, but the infield's quite deep. Just hit and run, see what you can do. Just keep knocking off these singles. We see Woods coming back on to bowl. Those left armers. She started off the innings quite well. Good line, good length. She's quite round arm too, isn't she?
Oh, that was very close to being a wide. I've seen wider balls than that. Closer balls than that called. So she's got away with one there, I think.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the bowlers get away with some very wide balls. Umpires just haven't been as consistent today.
And another one. So the umpires go off how the batters are, and she hasn't moved. So, I mean, they're guidelines, those little white lines in there, the train tracks as we call them, in there. So they're only guidelines. So as long as it's consistent, both teams can't complain. So.
Woods comes in again. There we go. Third ball, same spot. This time it's a wide.
And earlier on in her first spell for Woods, it was actually swinging back. There's no swing now. So there's no swing in there, that she has to really engage her front arm and be able to stay as tall as possible rather than slinging it across.
Because she is so, I guess, sidearm with her bowling, it's hard to be consistent and really know where the ball's going to land every ball.
And that one was better because she did engage her front arm and actually used it to sort of guide it. It's like a guided missile a little bit, that you want to be able to have it and use that front arm to make sure that you want it to go where you want it to go. So those first 3 balls, you could just tell by the third one that got called as a wide, it got a little bit less engaged.
I love how knowledgeable you are about fast bowling. Woods comes in again, and she's just kind of a couple outside, off stump, called the wide, then she's got it straight, and then that last one, another wide down the leg side. She just hasn't got her line right since coming back on into the attack.
I always wanted to be a fast bowler. I was just stuck in a medium pacer's body.
Yeah, too good a bat to be a fast bowler. Oh, genuine edge there from Simona, just down to Rhiannon Dick at a very fine third person, it's called now.
Third. That's 3 that have gone through that area today. 2 at catching sort of high. If a ball's going through, when we saw earlier on, there was one between slip and the wicket keeper. That should never happen. There should never be a catch go through. That's got to be the wicket keeper's catch. And she's actually kept pretty well today, but on occasion here, it just, some catches have gone begging.
Yeah, and I also think if you're going to have a slip or gully in, they need to be able to, be confident in that position. You can't just put someone in for the sake of it, because they're not going to stop it or catch it. And I think that's something that, I've seen around women's Premier Cricket for a couple of years now, that not every team has those players that can field in those positions. Last ball of Woods over, charging in. Good ball to finish off. That ends another over, the 35th over. Bankstown at 4 for 89.
You make a good point about that, because slip and gully fielding, with the emergence of T20 cricket, you don't really have a slip and gully much in the game anyway, sometimes from from the first ball. So there is no slip or gully, so it's very specialised, and something where I used to field in gully. I think you used to field in gully as well. And it's very even difference from fielding in gully to slip. It was a whole different view. And now it's sort of, you might put some of the older players in there, but their reflexes might not be as good as a younger player. So you're in a catch-22 sort of situation where you want them in there because it is a specialised sort of position and they want to be practised in there, but they're not practising it because they're playing so much T20 cricket.
Yeah, Vickery continues down the media centre end. Tossed up again. Just respectfully hit back to her.
She's been really, really good. 2 for 15 off 8.1. Outstanding bowling here today.
And she's been around for a number of years too. I've played quite a bit of cricket against her over the years. That's something that St George-Sutherland do really well. They keep players and they have players that play over a long period of time.
So every dot now is getting a big cheer from all the fielders. Just trying to put the pressure on. And we mentioned how young this team is from Bankstown. Just trying to put the pressure back onto them. And they're well in the game here, Bankstown, but you wouldn't be able to tell by all the dots being bowled here. They're almost like wickets for St George.
Yeah, at the moment they need 28 from 26 if they're to get a bonus point from this game. Vickery tosses that one up again. She's really giving it a lot of flight today, as have all the spinners. And Simona's just kind of moving. There's lots of feet, there's lots of movement. She's not really still at the crease. It's going to be hard for her to get it off the middle of the bat as we end another over. Bankstown at 4 for 89 from 36 overs. 4 overs to get that bonus point.
I think they're not really after that at this stage.
Doesn't look like it.
They'd be just happy to get the win, I think, Bankstown. But, yeah, it's about how you can go about the chase. And it has looked in part really good here from Bankstown, but a little bit slow at times. And that's because St George have bowled exceptionally well. And we've seen how efficient the spin bowling has been on this pitch here.
Woods to continue. Another wide ball. I just find it really hard as a former fast bowler to, you need to get your action right. And she comes around so sidearm that she's not going to have control over where she bowls it at all. So maybe someone needs to just pull her aside at training, work on a bit of her action, try and get a higher arm, just so she can get that consistency. She's got a bit of pace and she does move it a bit, but she just needs to get that consistency back. Maybe she's tired, we don't know.
Yeah, there's been a lot of sundries today, and that is a coach killer when you have that many extras.
Another good strike there. But what a good fielding by Jo Kelly. She's been sensational today.
Sometimes she's been like a ball magnet, hasn't she, in there? And sometimes you go, I don't want to field the ball, and she just says, I'm just happy to be out there and contributing.
Yep.
And some days you're just like, I just want to hide in the field. You just can't hide anywhere in
and
cricket.
It's those
it
days where you want to hide,
yep.
The ball comes to you every ball. And she's pushing that wide line and it is called a wide.
So that was similar to the ball last over that wasn't called. So that was a reluctant wide there. Wasn't keen to call it, but I think points to the batter there.
You've almost got a bluff, don't you, as the batter? Just get in that slightly awkward position. Woods comes in again. Good ball there. Just keeping things nice and tight. If St George can push the Bankstown in for as many overs as possible before they get this total, they'll take a bit of confidence out of this game. But I would like to see Bankstown just try and bat with just a bit more intent. Just coming off the pad there, umpire signalling leg byes. Another run to the total, 4 for 91 at the moment. Halfway through this, Woods over.
Yeah, she's bowled pretty well. Those extras, you just need to get them out of your game because sometimes they're contagious as well. You bowl one and then you just can't get out of that rut as well.
Woods again. And I think too, when you're playing at this level, it works it off a pad down to short fine leg, another single, add to the total. When you're playing at this level, you shouldn't be, as a team, bowling 30, 20, even 10 wides in your innings. You know, you really got to have that nice consistency. And yeah, you can have bad days, but I mean, from both teams today, it's been pretty bad with the extras. Is that something that you work on, you coach North Sydney Bears? Woods again. Is that something that you talk to your club and your players about?
Well, sometimes we had a problem last year where we bowled, I think we bowled 30, 40 wides in one game, and the girls didn't realise how many wides they'd bowled until I went to training the next week, and I said every wide that everyone bowls, everyone has to do 2 push-ups. And all of a sudden, they started doing 60 push-ups at training and go, oh, now I get it. OMG, we're bowling this many wides. And so it was actually like a physical thing where they felt it, because sometimes you just go, oh, did we bowl that many wides after the game? And you don't know it, especially kids. So our bowling actually got much better and we weren't attacking the stumps enough. So I actually removed the batter and said, we've just got to bowl at the stumps. And all of a sudden, we started bowling at the stumps. Just ignore the batter and just look where you want to land the ball.
Yep, as Vickery continues. And it's interesting you talk about bowling to the stumps, because that's something that we haven't really seen today. And when you're bowling at the stumps, you're creating extra wicket opportunities for bowled, LBW, you know, maybe getting in an awkward position and hitting it up in the air to the close infielders.
Well, it's knowing your opposition too. If you know someone's strong on their leg side, you're not going to bowl sort of leg stump, are you, or middle stump. You're going to keep that off just outside off stump. So it's knowing their strengths as well. But certainly that's been lacking in grade cricket. And so, you know, when you got to, you know, they're taught players now to move around the crease, change the game and all that stuff. Sometimes you lose track of where you want to actually land the ball as a bowler.
Really tossing them up here towards the end of this innings, trying to just jag a wicket. The fielders have come in, got short cover, short mid-wicket, have moved in quite a way. And I like that. I'm quite an attacking player, bowler, captain. I like the fact that they're getting some players just in that, you know, line of sight for the batter, and hopefully you can just steal a wicket here. Just let them know that you're there, you know. Didn't think he was going to call that, Michelle.
I think you were just seeing if there was a little touch on that at all.
And again, Simona looks like she's got the shots. She's just not still at the crease. And even looks a bit wristy too in some of her shots. That ends the over. Bankstown, after 38 overs, 4 for 94. As we see a change in commentary, Michelle Gosgo, the great, scored a double ton on debut in Test match, which she loves talking about. If you ever see her in the street or ask her about it, makes way for Menners. Welcome back, Menners.
Yeah.
Gossie's about to kill me.
I'm just getting over the Justin Langer style coaching of Michelle Gosco. These poor players doing 60 push-ups at training for every wide. I mean, it's.
Do you know what? Gozzy hated fitness just as much as I did. So when you coach, you can you can make your athletes do stuff like that.
It's the beginning of the 39th over. First ball squirted down to fine leg. They're coming back for 2.
Good running.
Good running, yeah, smart stuff. Score now 4 for 96, so just 21 needed off 71 balls, and Bankstown on the verge of knocking off the number 2 ranked team on the ladder.
Yeah, depending on what happens with the Penrith game, that might put them up into third position. Great shot there.
Driven into the gap for a single. 4 for 97. Burrows in and bowls. A bit of a quicker ball there. Saw a nice little cameo from Dharmini Chauhan, didn't we? With some lovely stroke play. 34 off 51. Just the impetus the innings needed. They set up for a single here. This could be tight. Oh, there's a misfield at mid-on. Simona gets to the other end. 3 runs now and 5 wickets. Good day.
Yeah, Gozzy and I were talking about Chowan earlier when she was out there batting, and she's been the pick of the batters today, without doubt. She batted with intent. She played some really beautiful shots, and she's definitely set her team up in what looks like a big victory over St George.
Absolutely. Chowan showed great timing. I love the way she played herself in and then really started to open up.
Yeah, and she played some nice straight shots. She played a few little dabs down to third man, so she can play the 360 game, which is what you want as a batter to play. So we see a drinks break, which is a bit, I mean, if I was out there, I'd be like, we won't take drinks, let's just get on with it and finish it. But I mean, we're up in the air conditioning.
If you're the fielding side, maybe you're thinking, let's stretch this out. Often a drinks break can bring her out about a wicket. You know, perhaps you come get a couple of wickets after the drinks break and you're back in the contest. 4 runs coming off the 39th over. It's 4 for 98. Let's go around the ground. So Gordon batted first, made 4 for 218 against Campbelltown Camden. And in reply, Campbelltown Camden are 5 for 56. So Gordon well in control of that fixture. Fist pumping from Charlotte there. Parramatta smashed Manly Warringah by 8 wickets. Parramatta chased down the target of 96 in the 25th over. Pell, 55 off 58, the pick of the Parramatta batters. And then Sydney v Northern District. Sydney batted first, made 4 for 229. In reply, Northern Districts are 5 for 91. Yep, that's right, 5 for 91. So again, Sydney Cricket Club in control of that fixture. And then in the last game, Penrith v the Universities is actually looking like a tight one. Penrith made 7 for 220, and the Universities are 1 for 79 in reply in the 27th over. Run rate's a little bit sluggish, but still plenty of wickets in hand. So that's what's going on around the grounds in the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Competition.
Yeah, some close games, aren't there, today, other than that one whitewash with Parramatta and Manly.
So Sydney look like they'll win, which will put them even further in front at the top of the ladder. It looks like Bankstown are going to win here.
And this drinks break doesn't look like ending anytime soon. Most players are sitting on their backsides, having a drink. Looks like the end of a game when you're having a little stretch.
Just see the ladder there. Charlotte was fist pumping about Gordon, but looking at that ladder, they need the win, that's for sure.
They certainly do, don't they? There's been a big change in the squad this year, and it's lost a couple of players. Sass Hawley's gone to Manly. I retired 18 months ago.
They're still trying to fill that gap, aren't they, Charlotte?
It's
a big gap to fill.
No, we've lost a couple of players, more senior players with that experience, and we've got a really good young side, and if they can stay together for a couple of years, they'll be ably led by our captain, Heidi Cheadle, who scored 100 today. If you're listening, Heidi, congratulations, very proud of you. And, you know, if you can just stay together, keep playing well, keep giving these young girls opportunities, I think in the next 2 or 3 years will be a force in this women's Premier cricket. Everyone has to go through ups and downs, don't they? And I think, unfortunately, it's a downtime for Gordon.
Very philosophical, Charlotte. I also think it should be worth noting that the preparation for this season in Premier cricket, in men's and women's, was severely affected by COVID. There were months and months where there was no training. The competition started later. So a lot of these players are coming into the season with a lot less preparation than they would normally have. And, that's challenging. Often, the key to a good season is a great pre-season. And it just wasn't available for Premier cricket right across the state.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I also think, everyone was in that same boat, and a lot of the clubs were quite agile, pivoted. The word of COVID is pivot. And, they did online stuff. They got girls doing, working by themselves or in pairs down at the nets, or, some of them had mums, dads, brothers, sisters throwing balls from in the backyard. So they were able to find ways to keep training, keep their fitness up, keep their skills going. And when the opportunity was there, and in this instance, New South Wales government changed the rules so that teams could train together. They got back, and all clubs have fantastic coaching setups. We mentioned before, Gozzie's the head coach of North Sydney Bears. So I guess everyone's in the same boat, aren't they, this year? And whilst not ideal, at least it wasn't different for different clubs.
That's right. At least we've got some cricket in. At least they've been able to get the seasons going, and despite all the restrictions. All right, we're about to resume after the drinks break. Burrows bowls, and Simona pushes into the offside. No run.
And we should give Sean Mantle from Cricket New South Wales a bit of a shout out too. With all the changes, he's trying to organise the Women's Premier competition. He's got everyone asking questions. They had what was going to happen, plan A, plan B, plan C, and he's got the competition up and running post second COVID wave, and it's been a fantastic tournament. And we talked about today being a bit of a game changer. It's live on KO Freebies, and hopefully this is the sign of some really exciting things to come for women's Premier cricket.
Absolutely. As an ambulance flies by the ground.
Norrup's bowled well today. She's been consistent, good line length, but she hasn't really changed her pace on the ball, and she hasn't got any movement off the pitch. So I think just something she could add to her repertoire might be just changing her pace a bit, making the batters play that false shot, hopefully getting catch on the drives, mid on, mid off.
Turned into the onside, found the gap but couldn't pierce the field, but they'll get one.
Yeah, good fielding there from Kaylin Fountain. She's known as one of the better fielders in the Premier cricket for the women. Very rarely does she miss. And she does throw herself around quite a bit. Joe Kelly, we see, just puts the arms down and it just seems to stick. Kaylin dives around, puts her body on the line.
Norrup delivers in that cut back and turned square leg, no run.
2 balls for a bonus point. Don't think they're going to get it. Our Bankstown scorer will be happy.
Yeah, I think you have to give a lot of credit to the way St George-Sutherland have stuck at their task throughout this innings. There hasn't been a lot of loose stuff. Nice drive. And they've made it difficult for Bankstown. And, if they'd just been able to get another 30 or 40, then they'd probably be pretty confident. So, yeah, good effort from them to stick at it and make Bankstown work for every run. They haven't really dropped their heads. 4 for 99 after 40 overs.
And Kaylin, the St George captain, set some really good fields for her bowlers and where they've been bowling. And I think that's made it just as difficult too for the Bankstown batters to score runs.
Is there one last twist in the tail in store for us here? You add 2 wickets to this score and all of a sudden the nerves could be jangling. A couple of new batters out there. Almost yorked Simona there.
Do they have super overs in women's 50 over Premier cricket? Or is that just T20 cricket, elite cricket?
I'm
Be
not
exciting,
sure.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Spend all day, 6 hours out in the sun, and then your game's over and over.
No. Played into the offside, no run.
We don't need to worry about the answer to that question today, because I think Bankstown are definitely in the box seat here.
I'm not sure if they do have super overs in the 50 over stuff.
No, I don't think they do either.
Driven to mid-on, no run. $18 required for the points. Bankstown could do the double over St George-Sutherland. It's wide and cut, doesn't beat the field. Probably Simona would just be better off just waiting for that ball a little bit longer to try and pick the gap.
Yeah, the field's all up in that inner circle, bar one. I think if you can get it just to the side of a fielder, there's definitely some runs out there to be had.
Oh, they're taking one and it's got through mid-off. They've taken two. There should be a third on the arm. Simona's coming back to the danger end. Bowler won't be happy. That just got through mid-off. And that brings up the 100 for Bankstown Women's Cricket Club. 4 for 102, the end of 41 overs. Just 15 more required for the points. As we come to the end of a beautiful day here at Bankstown. Done a great job hosting this fixture. Conditions in the middle are excellent.
Just been told that our bowler, Mel Norah, travels down every week from Port Macquarie. Now that is a fair drive.
Absolutely. Wow, that's 4 hours, isn't it? 4-hour drive. It's a
I guess
wide
it
ball.
Depends where you're playing in Sydney as well. It could be 5.5. But I know there's a lot of girls that play for Northern Districts, and I'm sure other clubs too, that do travel in from the country to play in this fantastic competition, Sydney Women's Premier Cricket Competition.
There's also a regional, Plan B regional T20 competition that they recently played. The Riverina Bullets won the women's Plan B regional bash. Some of the grade players played in that tournament as well.
I saw Kath Wood. She used to play in the pathway system, and now she's doing a lot of work down in the Riverina for women's cricket and all the girls coming through. And you know, she's someone too that's given a lot back to the game, and she's still playing and still trying to use her experience and help out the younger girls. I know that she enjoyed that win for Riverina. Very passionate.
She did she?
Very passionate
Oh,
girl.
good.
Saw a few photos. I think a few of the girls enjoyed the win.
I was commentating on, that's another wide, on the men's Plan B regional bash on the Monday just gone, and the ACT Aces won that one. They beat the Lake Mac Attack in the men's Plan B regional bash.
The Lake Mac Attack. I like that name.
Yeah. There's a few good names. The Central West Wranglers, which is harder to say as the day goes on. Yeah, just terrific initiatives by Cricket New South Wales. The way that, in a really difficult couple of years, it would be really easy to say, we'll just maybe put those tournaments on hold. But no, they've managed to get them all away. They've, still staged them all. And it's just really important that, they've kept them up when, maybe other associations wouldn't forge ahead. They've still, got these regional competitions and the New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket underway and being covered appropriately.
Yeah, I know Cricket New South Wales always want to be leaders in cricket in this country, and from what we've seen over the past 20, 30 years, they are. You know, they led the way with the breakers getting paid. You know, they started that off. Then Cricket Australia had to turn around and be like, well, you know, if you're doing that, we need to look at our Australian contracted players. This is a run-out chance. Just in. Good running there in the end. Good fielding. Bit of a better throw might have affected that run-out.
Yeah, I mean, that was leading into the last pay deal, and I remember the New South Wales Breakers got they got a sponsor and they got a contract, and as you say, it led the way and it pulled the rest of the country with them.
Yeah, and they don't just look at, you know, the main male or female game. They look at everything. You know, they're looking at Indigenous, they're looking at disability, they're looking at regions. You know, they want to be the leader across the board in all cricket. And I think as a past player, and I'm sure Gozzy can attest to this, it makes you proud to be New South Welsh woman, proud to be part of Cricket New South Wales, proud to have played for New South Wales, because we are, you know, the leaders.
That's the end of 42 overs. It's 4 for 106, so 11 needed for the win. Almost there, Bankstown. They're edging closer. And just on that, the results are reflected on the field, aren't they? The New South Wales Breakers have won, you know, over the competition over 20 times. Actually, the last couple of years they haven't won the competition, which would be the longest drought, I would imagine, in New South Wales Breakers history. I think driven into the offside, no run.
I think the good thing too is that there's so many young girls and boys coming through the pathway system that there's just not enough space in New South Wales. So they're moving into state for different opportunities, whether it's for the shorter format in the BBL or the WBBL or in the one-day domestic competition. But it is good. New South Wales are doing the right thing. They're doing it well, and they're creating Australian players, which is one of their pillars.
Driven between mid-wicket and mid-on, doesn't find the gap, but they'll get one. 10 now required.
What do you reckon, Menners? 2 overs, 3 overs?
Oh, I still think this could go down to the last over. Maybe 48th over.
I hope not.
One more. 9 off 44. No, I think they'll do this pretty quickly, probably in the next few overs. But the one thing you have to say, St George-Sutherland haven't given up. They're bowling really tight.
And I think that goes to show too what a great team they are. They're a team that gets on really well off the field and which, you know, moves to on the field as well. There's still plenty of chat out there. They're supporting each other. There's plenty of movement. There's no heads down. They just want to see each other do well, and they probably know that this game's just a bit too far away from them, but got to give them credit. They have not given up.
4 for 108 at the end of 43 overs. So you retired from grade cricket 18 months ago. I mean, just looking at this fixture, you know, how would you assess it in sort of standard-wise as compared to when you were playing?
I think I played for Gordon for 23 years, and I think when I
we don't want to talk about Gordon's standard this summer.
No, we don't, do we? When I first came into the scene, grade cricket was so hard. It was harder than playing for New South Wales and domestic level.
And why is that?
Because I guess you had less teams, and you had some of the best players at the time playing in that competition week in, week out. You know, everyone warmed up properly. Everyone went to training. Everyone put in like 150% on the field. And then over the years, I think there's been more teams. The standard, in my opinion, has dropped a bit, and it's continuing to drop. And that's fine if everyone doesn't agree with me. But having played up until very recently, you know, I was often playing against second graders, third graders, sometimes some mums, just to fill in the teams and fill in the gaps. And I think now that there's more international cricket happening and more domestic cricket, those elite players, they're not playing club cricket, whereas before they would play every week. And so where you've got a 10-team competition, you've got to be able to have the calibre of player that's at a first grade standard or a women's premier cricket standard so that it's a hard game to play week in, week out. And unfortunately, I just think, most teams, you alluded to it a bit earlier in the coverage, have 3 or 4 players and then there's a big drop-off. And I think you need to have 11 top-quality players, that are playing week in, week out. You get rid of your elite players. It's nice to have them when they're back. Australian players might play 1 or 2 games a year. But you don't want to be playing those lower grade players, and they probably don't want to be stepping up. A lot of girls play it just for fun, a bit of a social, which is fine. But when you're playing at this elite level, when you're essentially the feeder for an elite competition, whether it's Big Bash or WNCL, you want to be having, I guess, the gap closing, but in my opinion, it's widening. I could talk about this all afternoon because I'm very passionate.
Yeah, I can tell. No, it's really interesting. I just wonder if, hopefully, when COVID and some of the restrictions around that are eased, and international squads don't have to carry such big squads and be in bubbles, it'll be easier for more of especially the state players can come back and play more. New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket, as you say, to lift the standard. Because that's how you get better, isn't it? When you come up against the best and you can test your skills and actually see how you measure up to the really good players.
Yeah, exactly. And see where you are and see how far you need to get. See how they train, see how they prepare, see what they're like in the change room. Are they muck around on their phone, or are they, focused and warming up properly, cooling down properly? Some teams have ice baths, recover well. But I just think, you've got to expect that your elite players are not going to be playing very often, and you need players that are going to be consistently playing every week so that, we can get the best competition back. Because 15 years ago, this was the best competition in the world for club cricket, and I just don't think it is anymore. Menas, rant over.
I loved it. At the end of 44 overs, it's 4 for 110. I think there's a little bit of the same issue actually in men's Premier Cricket, just getting enough people involved and getting enough players in all the grades. I mean, one thing in modern society is people are time poor. This is a huge commitment for these players. Training, giving up their Sundays, tossed up, swept fine. Haven't seen many sweeps today. Ball is coming back for 2. Good running. The ball's coming in. So just 5 needed for the victory. Bankstown on the verge of winning the first ever game covered on KO freebies of the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Comp. They're going to be history makers. Tossed up. That's going to be a wide. 4 needed now.
Yeah, we talk about playing cricket on Sundays too. I think we've just always played on Sundays because the men, I guess, get the grounds on the Saturday. But I know that Leah Poulton, head of female cricket at Cricket New South Wales, is definitely looking at playing some, potentially T20 games midweek under lights. I mean, wouldn't that be exciting as well? And then that, will give the girls the weekend off every now and again, or it just creates, another opportunity for these great players.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how many lights there are. I mean, Drummoyne Oval's got pretty good lights. North Sydney. I'd love to see that. You should read Alex Blackwell's new book about some of the inequalities in the game.
Yeah, it's a good read, isn't it?
Really good read.
Any of you are listening and haven't bought it, highly recommend.
Called Fair Game, co-written with Megan Morris.
Yep, she's very proud of that book. She's done a lot of good things and really led the way and quietly led the way too. She's done a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of girls and guys wouldn't know about. But she's definitely changed the dynamic of women's cricket in this country.
It's an eye-opening book, that's for sure. It certainly made me think differently about a few issues. Well, there's a big appeal. And I think that she's just had a baby, so congratulations, Alex Blackwell.
Yeah, had a little girl, Edie. Very, very cute. I was chatting to her earlier today, and she's still in hospital. Hopefully she gets out in the next day or two. She's having a nice little hospital stay for a few days.
Yeah, wow.
By choice, though. Everything's fine.
To the end of 45 overs at 4 for 113.
Yeah, her and her wife, Lindsay, very proud new mums. And interestingly, her twin sister, Kate Blackwell, is having a baby in a few weeks as well. Twins having babies, not twins, but babies.
Yeah, we just see the Bankstown players in the Stephen and Mark War Pavilion. They will be pretty happy with their day's work. They were superb in the field, led by Simona, who took 5 for. And then they backed it up with a gutsy batting performance. This St George-Sutherland side have made them fight for every run. And actually, at the halfway break, just talking to my co-commentators, I did think that it would take Bankstown most of the overs to chase it down. And, well, I was proved correct because it's been a grind. But they're almost there. 4 for the win. Does Simona want to be a hero? Just take all the wickets and hit the winning runs?
It's just frustrating. I'm definitely getting a bit of white line fever right now. I want to be out there and just say, just play your shots. Don't block. You need 4 runs.
I can tell you I certainly don't want to be out there, so...
No, I definitely don't.
Quite happy retired.
I like the competitiveness, but yeah, very happily retired.
Oh, that's hit over the top. That could be it. It's bouncing away. Actually, it's not going to get there. It's going to plug. Sorry.
Run 4, girls.
I've gone too quickly there. They've got 3. So Lawler's going to be in strike with 1 needed. The scores are level. That's right. Bankstown need just 1 for the win.
I think that's the first time, too, we've seen a full toss really put away. Any other ground, it would have definitely gone for 4.
1 for the victory. Norrit bowling. Lawler on strike. Hits to mid-on. It bounces away. And they're still all level here.
Should have run there, Menners. Be proactive. Take on the fielder.
Are you a backseat driver as well?
No.
Just checking.
Normally sit in the front.
Yep, I can imagine. Yorker, dug out. 4 for 116. 1 for the win. Lawler, 15 not out. Simona, 14 not out. They're just having a chat. Last ball of the 46th over.
When you look at the field too, I mean, there's plenty of, they just drop and run. There'll be an easy, quick single in there for the Bankstown batters.
Delivers. It's driven. And that's a beautiful way to bring up the points. Lawler hitting past mid-off all the way along the ground. Crashes into the fence next to the sight screen. And that's the win for the Bankstown Women's Cricket Club. They take the points here, beating St George-Sutherland by 6 wickets with 4 overs to spare. Terrific win. Charlotte, how would you sum up the Bankstown's performance?
I think it's been a pretty good performance. They won't be completely happy. They haven't put a complete performance on the board, but I mean, Simona with the ball, getting 5 wickets. She looks to be a fantastic bowler, and obviously with her international experience, playing a couple of games for Bangladesh and looking to get back into that team. And then Chuan, she was just a revelation when she came out to bat today, scoring 34 or 51. I mean, she was the only batter that came out from either team that was looking with intent. She was looking to get off strike, rotate that strike, and you know, the girls finished well. Simona again, not out, batter after her performances with the ball, and Lawler hitting the winning runs, finishing on at 19. She faced quite a lot of balls though, 19 off 75. A lot to work on though, which is I think exciting because the coaches can talk to them during the week at training and say, look, girls, work on this, work on that, and there's plenty of room for improvement. But an exciting day, exciting to be working alongside you and our friend Michelle Gosgoat in calling this game.
Yes, look, a spirited effort by St George-Sutherland with the ball. Burrows 10 overs, none for 22. Vickery 10 overs, 2 for 16. And Dick 10 overs, 2 for 21. In particular, made the Bankstown batters work very hard for every run. Both teams should be very proud of their efforts today. Thank you everyone that has tuned into the coverage from Bankstown Oval of this McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket match. It's round 12. We'll be back next week with round 13. And then we're covering rounds 14 and 15, then the semi-final and the final. Thanks to the excellent camera crew here at Bankstown Oval. Thanks to Charlotte Annevelt and Michelle Gosco for their excellent commentary. Thanks to the players that were able to come up and give us a bit of an insight into the teams and their performances. We really appreciate KO Freebies taking this game and screening it for their viewers. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back next Sunday with more McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket.
Kind of jump on board, but the wicketkeeper also has a very important role to play.
That's a good ball. There's a big appeal, and Lawler's found the edge. And full ball and driven past the bowler nicely. Beats the field. That's a good on drive. It's a quick outfield here. Won't make it to the boundary, but they've taken an easy two. Tossed up. Beats the bat. No, it's gone. Finds the... Tossed up. Beats the bat. No, it's gone. Finds the...
Brave enough to come down the wicket. Try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off. No.
Wicket. Devlin picks up the key wicket of Rhiannon Dick for 28 from 81 balls. So
be brave enough to come down the wicket. Try and hit that over mid-on, mid-off. No.
Wicket. Devlin picks up the key wicket of Rhiannon Dick for 28 from 81 balls. So
there's a number of players from Sydney. They've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of no communication out there in the middle between the two bats.
There's a number of players from Sydney. They've put an enormous amount of work into their structure and foundation.
Coghlan continues. Just that full toss swept there by Briscoe.
Oh no.
And a wicket falls. Bit of no communication out there in the middle between the two. To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between...
To see Simona finish strong in her last couple of overs here for Bankstown.
Out, stumped. That's a terrific ball. That is a classic off-spinner's delivery. Spun between... Tossed up and hit in the air. Caught. Hit straight to cover. Mistimed by Bank. Score now 7 for 115. Simona tosses up and it's bowled. That's her fifth wicket. Great. Score now 7 for 115. Simona tosses up. They weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air. Mid-on's underneath it and takes the catch. Disappointed they weren't able to go on. It's hit in the air, mid-on's underneath it, and takes the catch. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball, almost got through. It did get through, it's bowled. Great limited overs batters talk about that. They try and pick their areas. That's a good ball.
Vickery into the attack. Oh.
Town batters and chasing down this low total that St George have set.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot again by Dunn, lofting over the top.
Do whatever that they wanted around Christchurch and just kind of have a bit of a break as we see it skied up in the end. Joe Kelly off to do whatever that they wanted around Christchurch and just kind of have a bit of a break as we see it skied up in the end. Joe.
Still being held in New Zealand. He felt the ICC needed to move it given the... Still being held in New Zealand. He felt the ICC needed to move it given the...
I guess.
And there's the ladder, just sorry to interrupt. There's the ladder for women's first grade. Sydney on top. Oh, and there's a wicket.
I guess.
And there's the ladder, just sorry to interrupt. There's the ladder for women's first grade. Sydney on top. Oh, and there's a wicket.
Run.
Shorter ball, and that's cut nicely. It's beaten the field. That's one of the best hit shots we've seen all day. And that's 4. What a great...
I know that St George, they're notoriously known for being supportive, lots of talk, getting on really well.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Another one, just waited for it, played it behind point. Bonus point, but you'd be going for that bonus point. Here's Dick, and swung in the air on the onside. That's a beautiful shot by Challenge. She's opened up and slapped it into Cal.
Player here today, hasn't she, with the bat?
Yeah, as I said, she's been the most impressive bat for me today. Great shot. There's a fielder out there. Is it caught? It's caught. She's out. The commentators cursed Michelle. Then Cricket Australia had to turn around and be like, well, you know, if you were doing that, we need to look at our Australian contracted players. This is a run-out chance. Just the end.
Driven, and that's a beautiful way to bring up the points. Lawler hitting past mid-off all the way along the ground, crashes into the fence next to the sight screen, and that